Rob's Roy. Chapter 1st. How have I sinned, that this affliction should light so heavy on me? I have no more sons, and this no more mine own, my grand curse hang o'er his head, that thus transformed thee. Travel ill, send my horse to travel next. Monsieur Thomas, you have requested me, my dear friend, to bestow some of that leisure with which Providence has blessed the decline of my life, in registering the hazards and difficulties which attended its commencement. The recollection of those adventures, as you are pleased to term them, has indeed left upon my mind a checkered and varied feeling of pleasure and of pain, mingled, I trust, with no slight gratitude and veneration to the disposer of human events, who guided my early course through much risk and labor, that the ease with which he has blessed my prolonged life might seem softer from remembrance and contrast. Neither is it possible for me to doubt what you have often affirmed, that the incidents which befell me among a people singularly primitive in their government and manners have something interesting and attractive for those who love to hear an old man's stories of a past age. Still, however, you must remember that the tale told by one friend and listened to by another loses half its charms when committed to paper, and that the narratives to which you have attended with interest, as heard from the voice of him to whom they occurred, will appear less deserving of attention when perused in the seclusion of your study. But your greener age and robust constitution promise longer life than will in all human probability be the lot of your friend. Throw then these sheets into some secret drawer of your escritoire till we are separated from each other's society by an event which may happen at any moment, and which must happen within the course of a very few years, when we are parted in this world to meet, I hope, in a better. You will, I am well aware, cherish more than it deserves the memory of your departed friend, and will find in those details, which I am now to commit to paper, matter for melancholy but not unpleasing reflection. Others bequeath to the confidence of their bosom portraits of their external features. I put into your hands a faithful transcript of my thoughts and feelings, of my virtues and of my failings, with the assured hope that the follies and headstrong impetuosity of my youth will meet the same kind construction and forgiveness which have so often attended the faults of my matured age. One advantage among the many of addressing my memoirs, if I may give these sheets a name so imposing to a dear and intimate friend, is that I may spare some of the details, in this case unnecessary, with which I must needs have detained a stranger from what I have to say of greater interest. Why should I bestow all my tediousness upon you? Because I have you in my power, and have ink, paper, and time before me at the same time. I dare not promise that I may not abuse the opportunity so temptingly offered me to treat of myself and my own concerns, even though I speak of circumstances as well known to you as to myself. The seductive love of narrative, when we ourselves are the heroes of the events which we tell, often disregards the attention due to the time and patience of the audience, and the best and wisest have yielded to its fascination. I need only remind you of the singular instance evinced by the form of that rare and original edition of Sully's Memoirs, which you, with the fond vanity of a book collector, insist upon preferring to that which is reduced to the useful and ordinary form of memoirs, but which I think curious solely as illustrating how far so great a man as the author was accessible to the foible of self-importance. If I recollect rightly, that venerable peer and great statesman had appointed no fewer than 4 gentlemen of his household to draw up the events of his life, under the title of Memorials of the Sage and Royal Affairs of State, Domestic, Political, and Military, transacted by Henry Roman IV, and so forth. These grave recorders, having made their compilation, reduced the memoirs containing all the remarkable events of their master's life into a narrative addressed to himself in propria persona, and thus, instead of telling his own story in the third person like Julius Caesar, or in the first person like most who in the hall or the study undertake to be the heroes of their own tales, Sully enjoyed the refined, though whimsical pleasure of having the events of his life told over to him by his secretaries, being himself the auditor as he was also the hero, and probably the author of the whole book. It must have been a great sight to have seen the ex-minister, as bolt upright as a starched ruff and laced cassock could make him, seated in state beneath his canopy, and listening to the recitation of his compilers, while standing bare in his presence, they informed him. Gravely thus said the Duquiso, did the Duke infer such, were your Grace's sentiments upon this important point such, were your secret counsels to the King on that other emergency circumstances, all of which must have been much better known to their hearer than to themselves, and most of which could only be derived from his own special communication. My situation is not quite so ludicrous as that of the great Sully, and yet there would be something whimsical in Frank Osbaldistone giving Will Tresham a formal account of his birth, education, and connections in the world. I will therefore wrestle with the tempting spirit of P.P. Clerk of our parish, as I best may, and endeavour to tell you nothing that is familiar to you already. Some things, however, I must recall to your memory, because though formerly well known to you, they may have been forgotten through lapse of time, and they afford the groundwork of my destiny. You must remember my father well, for as your own was a member of the mercantile house, you knew him from infancy, yet you hardly saw him in his best days before age and infirmity had quenched his ardent spirit of enterprise and speculation. He would have been a poorer man, indeed, but perhaps as happy had he devoted to the extension of science those active energies and acute powers of observation for which commercial pursuits found occupation. Yet in the fluctuations of mercantile speculation there is something captivating to the adventurer even. Independent of the hope of gain, he who embarks on that fickle sea requires to possess the skill of the pilot and the fortitude of the navigator, and after all may be wrecked and lost unless the gales of fortune breathe in his favor, this mixture of necessary attention and inevitable hazard, the frequent and awful uncertainty, whether prudence shall overcome fortune or fortune baffle, the schemes of prudence affords full occupation for the powers, as well as for the feelings of the mind, and trade has all the fascination of gambling without its moral guilt. Early in the 18th century, when I, heaven help me, was a youth of some 20 years old, I was summoned suddenly from Bordeaux to attend my father on business of importance. I shall never forget our first interview. You recollect the brief, abrupt, and somewhat stern mode in which he was wont to communicate his pleasure to those around him. Methinks I see him even now in my mind's eye, firm and upright figure, step quick and determined, eye which shot so keen and so penetrating a glanceth features on which care had already planted wrinkless, and hear his language, in which he never wasted word in vain, expressed in a voice which had sometimes an occasional harshness far from the intention of the speaker. When I dismounted from my post-horse, I hastened to my father's apartment. He was traversing it with an air of composed and steady deliberation, which even my arrival, although an only son unseen for 4 years, was unable to discompose. I threw myself into his arms. He was a kind, though not a fond father, and the tear twinkled in his dark eye, but it was only for a moment. Dubourg writes to me that he is satisfied with you, Frank. I am happy, sir. But I have less reason to be so, he added, sitting down at his bureau. I am sorry, sir. Sorry and happy, Frank, are words that on most occasions signify little or nothing. Here is your last letter. He took it out from a number of others, tied up in a parcel of red tape, and curiously labelled, and filed. There lay my poor epistle, written on the subject the nearest to my heart at the time, and couched in words which I had thought would work compassion, if not conviction. There, I say, it lay squeezed up among the letters on miscellaneous business, in which my father's daily affairs had engaged him. I cannot help smiling internally when I recollect the mixture of hurt vanity and wounded feeling with which I regarded my remonstrance, to the penning of which there had gone, I promise you, some trouble, as I beheld it extracted from amongst letters of advice, of credit, and all the commonplace lumber, as I then thought them, of a merchant's correspondence. Surely, thought I, a letter of such importance, I dared not say even to myself, so well written, deserved a separate place, as well as more anxious consideration than those on the ordinary business of the counting-house. But my father did not observe my dissatisfaction, and would not have minded it if he had proceeded with the letter in his hand. This, Frank, is yours of the 21st ultimo, in which you advise me, reading from my letter, that in the most important business of forming a plan and adopting a profession for life, you trust my paternal goodness will hold you entitled to at least a negative voice, that you have insuperabile insuperable, is the word I wish, by the way. You would write a more distinct current hand-draw score through the tops of your TS, and open the loops of your else insuperable objections to the arrangements which I have proposed to you. There is much more to the same effect, occupying 4 good pages of paper, which a little attention to perspicuity and distinctness of expression might have comprised within as many lines, for after all frank it amounts. But to this, that you will not do as I would have you. That I cannot, sir, in the present instance, not that I will not. Words avail very little with me, young man, said my father, whose inflexibility always possessed the air of the most perfect calmness of self-possession. Cannot may be a more civil phrase than will not, but the expressions are synonymous, where there is no moral impossibility. But I am not a friend to doing business hastily. We will talk this matter over after dinner, Owen. Owen appeared not with the silver locks which you were used to venerate, for he was then little more than 50, but he had the same, or an exactly similar uniform suit of light brown clothes, same pearl-grey silk stockings, same stock with its silver buckleath, same plated cambric ruffles drawn down over his knuckles in the parlor, but in the counting-house, carefully folded back under the sleeves that they might remain unstained by the ink, which he daily consumed in a word the same grave, formal, yet benevolent cast of features, which continued to his death, to distinguish the head clerk of the great house of Osbaldistone and Tresham. Owen, said my father, as the kind old man shook me affectionately by the hand, you must dine with us today, and here, the news Frank has brought us from our friends in Bordeaux. Owen made one of his stiff bows of respectful gratitude, for in those days, when the distance between superiors and inferiors was enforced in a manner to which the present times are strangers, such an invitation was a favor of some little consequence. I shall long remember that dinner party, deeply affected by feelings of anxiety not unmingled with displeasure. I was unable to take that active share in the conversation which my father seemed to expect from me, and I, too, frequently gave unsatisfactory answers to the questions with which he assailed me. Owen, hovering betwixt his respect for his patron and his love for the youth he had dandled on his knee in childhood, like the timorous yet anxious ally of an invaded nation, endeavored at every blunder I made to explain my no meaning, and to cover my retreat maneuvers, which added to my father's pettish displeasure, and brought a share of it upon my kind advocate. Instead of protecting me, I had not, while residing in the house of Dubourg, absolutely conducted myself like a clerk condemned his father's soul to cross, who penned a stanza when he should engross. But to say truth, I had frequented the counting-house no more than I had thought absolutely necessary to secure the good report of the Frenchman, long a correspondent of our firm, to whom my father had trusted for initiating me into the mysteries of commerce. In fact, my principal attention had been dedicated to literature and manly exercises. My father did not altogether discourage such acquirements, whether mental or personal. He had too much good sense not to perceive that they sate gracefully upon every man, and he was sensible that they relieved and dignified the character to which he wished me to aspire. But his chief ambition was that I should succeed not merely to his fortune, but to the views and plans by which he imagined he could extend and perpetuate the wealthy inheritance which he designed for me. Love of his profession was the motive which he chose should be most ostensible when he urged me to tread the same path, but he had others with which I only became acquainted at a later period, impetuous in his schemes, as well as skillful and daring. Each new adventure, when successful, became at once the incentive, and furnished the means for farther speculation. It seemed to be necessary to him, as to an ambitious conqueror, to push on from achievement to achievement, without stopping to secure far less, to enjoy the acquisitions which he made accustomed to see his whole fortune trembling in the scales of chance, and dexterous at adopting expedients for casting the balance in his favor. His health and spirits and activity seemed ever to increase with the animating hazards on which he staked his wealth, and he resembled sailor accustomed to brave the billows and the foe whose confidence rises on the eve of tempest or of battle. He was not, however, insensible to the changes which increasing age or supervening malady might make in his own constitution, and was anxious in good time to secure in me an assistant who might take the helm when his hand grew weary, and keep the vessel's way according to his counsel and instruction. Paternal affection as well as the furtherance of his own plans, determined him to the same conclusion your father, though his fortune was vested in the house, was only a sleeping partner, as the commercial phrase goes, and Owen, whose probity and skill in the details of arithmetic rendered his services invaluable as a head clerk, was not possessed either of information or talents sufficient to conduct the mysteries of the principal management. If my father were suddenly summoned from life, what would become of the world of schemes which he had formed, unless his son were molded into a commercial Hercules fit to sustain the weight when relinquished by the falling Atlas? And what would become of that son himself, if a stranger to business of this description, he found himself at once involved in the labyrinth of mercantile concerns without the clue of knowledge necessary for his extraction? For all these reasons avowed and secret, my father was determined I should embrace his profession, and when he was determined, the resolution of no man was more immovable. I, however, was also a party to be consulted, and with something of his own pertinacity I had formed a determination precisely contrary. It may, I hope, be some palliative for the resistance which on this occasion I offered to my father's wishes, that I did not fully understand upon what they were founded, or how deeply his happiness was involved in them. Imagining myself certain of a large succession in future and ample maintenance in the meanwhile, it never occurred to me that it might be necessary, in order to secure these blessings, to submit to labor and limitations unpleasant to my taste and temper. I only saw in my father's proposal for my engaging in business a desire that I should add to those heaps of wealth which he had himself acquired, and imagining myself the best judge of the path to my own happiness, I did not conceive that I should increase that happiness by augmenting a fortune which I believed was already sufficient, and more than sufficient, for every use, comfort, and elegant enjoyment. Accordingly, I am compelled to repeat that my time at Bordeaux had not been spent, as my father had proposed to himself. What he considered as the chief end of my residence in that city I had postponed for every other, and would, had I dared, have neglected altogether. Dubourg, a favored and benefited correspondent of our mercantile house, was too much of a shrewd politician to make such reports to the head of the firm concerning his only child as would excite the displeasure of both, and he might also, as you will presently hear, have views of selfish advantage in suffering me to neglect the purposes for which I was placed under his charge. My conduct was regulated by the bounds of decency and good order, and thus far he had no evil report to make, supposing him so disposed. But perhaps the crafty Frenchman would have been equally complacent had I been in the habit of indulging worse feelings than those of indolence and aversion to mercantile business. As it was, while I gave a decent portion of my time to the commercial studies he recommended, he was by no means envious of the hours which I dedicated to other and more classical attainments, nor did he ever find fault with me for dwelling upon Corneille and Boileau, in preference to Postlethwaite, supposing his folio to have then existed, and Monsieur Dubourg able to have pronounced his name, or Savary, or any other writer on commercial economy. He had picked up somewhere a convenient expression with which he rounded off every letter to his correspondenti, was all he said that a father could wish. My father never quarreled with a phrase, however frequently repeated, provided it seemed to him distinct and expressive, and Addison himself could not have found expressions so satisfactory to him as yours received, and duly honored the bills enclosed as per margin. Knowing therefore very well what he desired me to be, Mr. Osbaldistone made no doubt from the frequent repetition of Dubourg's favorite phrase that I was the very thing he wished to see me. When in an evil hour he received my letter containing my eloquent and detailed apology for declining a place in the firm, and a desk and stool in the corner of the dark counting-house in Crane Alley, surmounting in height those of Owen and the other clerks, and only inferior to the tripod of my father himself, all was wrong. From that moment Dubourg's reports became as suspicious as if his bills had been noted for dishonor. I was summoned home in all haste, and received in the manner I have already communicated to you. Chapter 2. I begin shrewdly to suspect the young man of a terrible taint poetry, with which idle disease, if he be infected, there's no hope of him in a state course actum est of him. For a commonwealth's man, if he got out in rhyme once. Ben Jonson's Bartholomew Fair. My father had, generally speaking, his temper under complete self-command, and his anger rarely indicated itself by words, except in a sort of dry, testy manner to those who had displeased him. He never used threats or expressions of loud resentment. All was arranged with him on system, and it was his practice to do the needful on every occasion without wasting words about it. It was therefore with a bitter smile that he listened to my imperfect answers concerning the state of commerce in France, and unmercifully permitted me to involve myself deeper and deeper in the mysteries of agio tariffs ter and tret, nor can I charge my memory with his having looked positively angry, until he found me unable to explain the exact effect which the depreciation of the louis d'or had produced on the negotiation of bills of exchange, the most remarkable national occurrence in my time, said my father, who nevertheless had seen the revolution, and he knows no more of it than a post on the quay. Mr. Francis, suggested Owen, in his timid and conciliatory manner, cannot have forgotten that by an arrêt of the King of France, dated 1st May 1700, it was provided that the porteur within 10 days after due must make demand. Mr. Francis, said my father, interrupting him, will I dare say recollect, for the moment, anything you are so kind as hint to him. But body o' me, how Dubourg could permit him. Hark ye, Owen, what sort of a youth is Clement Dubourg, his nephew there, in the office, the black-haired lad? One of the cleverest clerks, sir, in the house. A prodigious young man for his time, answered Owen, for the gaiety and civility of the young Frenchman had won his heart. I suppose he knows something of the nature of exchange. Dubourg was determined I should have one youngster at least about my hand who understood business, but I see his drift, and he shall find that I do so when he looks at the balance sheet. Owen, let Clement's salary be paid up to next quarter-day, and let him ship himself back to Bordeaux in his father's ship, which is clearing out yonder. Dismiss Clement Dubourg, sir, said Owen, with a faltering voice. Yes, sir, dismiss him instantly. It is enough to have a stupid Englishman in the counting-house to make blunders without keeping a sharp Frenchman there to profit by them. I had lived long enough in the territories of the Grand Monarch to contract a hearty aversion to arbitrary exertion of authority, even if it had not been instilled into me with my earliest breeding, and I could not refrain from interposing to prevent an innocent and meritorious young man from paying the penalty of having acquired that proficiency which my father had desired for me. I beg pardon, sir, when Mr. Osbaldistone had done speaking, but I think it but just that if I have been negligent of my studies, I should pay the forfeit myself. I have no reason to charge Monsieur Dubourg with having neglected to give me opportunities of improvement, however little I may have profited by them, and with respect to Monsieur Clement Dubourg. With respect to him, and to you, I shall take the measures which I see needful, replied my father. But it is fair in you, Frank, to take your own blame on your own shoulders. Very fair, that cannot be denied. I cannot acquit old Dubourg, he said, looking to Owen, for having merely afforded Frank the means of useful knowledge, without either seeing that he took advantage of them, or reporting to me, if he did not. You see, Owen, he has natural notions of equity, becoming a British merchant. Mr. Francis, said the head clerk, with his usual formal inclination of the head, and a slight elevation of his right hand, which he had acquired by a habit of sticking his pen behind his ear before he spoke. Mr. Francis seems to understand the fundamental principle of all moral accounting, the great ethic rule of 3, let a do to be as he would have be due to him. The product will give the rule of conduct required. My father smiled at this reduction of the golden rule to arithmetical form, but instantly proceeded. All this signifies nothing, Frank. You have been throwing away your time like a boy, and in future you must learn to live like a man. I shall put you under Owen's care for a few months to recover the lost ground. I was about to reply, but Owen looked at me with such a supplicatory and warning gesture that I was involuntarily silent. We will then, continued my father, resume the subject of mine, of the first ultimo to which you sent me an answer, which was unadvised and unsatisfactory. So now fill your glass and push the bottle to Owen. Want of courage, of audacity, if you will, was never my failing, I answered firmly. I was sorry that my letter was unsatisfactory, unadvised. It was not, for I had given the proposal his goodness had made me my instant and anxious attention, and it was with no small pain that I found myself obliged to decline it. My father bent his keen eye for a moment on me, and instantly withdrew it. As he made no answer, I thought myself obliged to proceed, though with some hesitation, and he only interrupted me by monosyllables. It is impossible, sir, for me to have higher respect for any character than I have for the commercial, even were it not yours. Indeed. It connects nation with nation, relieves the wants, and contributes to the wealth of all, and is to the general commonwealth of the civilized world what the daily intercourse of ordinary life is to private society, or rather what air and food are to our bodies. Well, sir. And yet, sir, I find myself compelled to persist in declining, to adopt a character which I am so ill qualified to support. I will take care that you acquire the qualifications necessary. You are no longer the guest and pupil of Dubourg. But, my dear sir, it is no defect of teaching which I plead, but my own inability to profit by instruction. Nonsense. Have you kept your journal in the terms I desired? Yes, sir. Be pleased to bring it here. The volume thus required was a sort of commonplace book, kept by my father's recommendation, in which I had been directed to enter notes of the miscellaneous information which I had acquired in the course of my studies. Foreseeing that he would demand inspection of this record, I had been attentive to transcribe such particulars of information as he would most likely be pleased with, but too often the pen had discharged the task without much correspondence with the head, and it had also happened that, the book being the receptacle nearest to my hand, I had occasionally jotted down memoranda which had little regard to traffic. Now put it into my father's hand, devoutly hoping he might light on nothing that would increase his displeasure against me. Owen's face, which had looked something blank when the question was put, cleared up at my ready answer, and wore a smile of hope when I brought from my apartment and placed before my father. Commercial-looking volume, rather broader than it was long, having brazen clasps and a binding of rough calf. This looked businesslike and was encouraging to my benevolent well-wisher, but he actually smiled with pleasure as he heard my father run over some part of the contents, muttering his critical remarks as he went on. Brandy's barrels and barricants, also to nose at Nantes 29 vels, to the barrique at Cognac and Rochelle 27, at Bordeaux 32 very right franc duties on tonnage, and Custom House C. Saxby's tables. That's not well. You should have transcribed the passage. It fixes the thing in the memory. Reports outward and inward corn debentures, oversea Cockett's linens, Issingham gentish stockfish, titling cropling lubfish. You should have noted that they are all nevertheless to be entered as titlings. How many inches long is a titling? Owen, seeing me at fault, hazarded a whisper, of which I fortunately caught the import. 18 inches, sir. And a lubfish is 24 very right. It is important to remember this on account of the Portuguese trade. But what have we here? Bordeaux, founded in the year castle of the Trumpet Palace of Gallienus. Well, that's very right too. This is a kind of waste book, Owen, in which all the transactions of the diemptions, orders, payments, receipts, acceptances, drafts, commissions, and advices are entered miscellaneously, that they may be regularly transferred to the daybook and ledger. Answered Owen, I am glad Mr. Francis is so methodical. I perceived myself getting so fast into favor that I began to fear the consequence would be my father's more obstinate perseverance in his resolution that I must become a merchant, and as I was determined on the contrary, I began to wish I had not, to use my friend Mr. Owen's phrase, been so methodical. But I had no reason for apprehension on that score, for a blotted piece of paper dropped out of the book, and being taken up by my father, he interrupted a hint from Owen on the propriety of securing loose memoranda with a little paste, by exclaiming to the memory of Edward, the Black Prince, what's all this verses? By heaven, Frank, you are a greater blockhead than I supposed you. My father, you must recollect, as a man of business, looked upon the labor of poets with contempt, and as a religious man, and of the dissenting persuasion, he considered all such pursuits as equally trivial and profane. Before you condemn him, you must recall to remembrance how too many of the poets in the end of the 17th century had led their lives, and employed their talents. The sect also to which my father belonged felt, or perhaps affected, a puritanical aversion to the lighter exertions of literature, so that many causes contributed to augment the unpleasant surprise occasioned by the ill-timed discovery of this unfortunate copy of verses. As for poor Owen, could the bobwig which he then wore have uncurled itself, and stood on end with horror, I am convinced the morning's labor of the Freiser would have been undone merely by the excess of his astonishment at this enormity, an inroad on the strong-box, or an erasure in the ledger, or a missummation in a fitted account, could hardly have surprised him more disagreeably. My father read the lines, sometimes with an affectation of not being able to understand the sense sometimes, in a mouthing tone of mock heroic always, with an emphasis of the most bitter irony, most irritating to the nerves of an author. Oh, for the voice of that wild horn, on Fontarabian echoes borne, the dying hero's call, that told imperial Charlemagne, how Paynim sons of swarthy Spain had wrought his champion's fall. Fontarabian echoes, continued my father, interrupting himself. The Fontarabian fair would have been more to the purpose. Paynim, what's Paynim? Could you not say pagan as well, and write English, at least, if you must needs write nonsense? Sad over earth and ocean sounding, and England's distant cliffs astounding. Such are the notes should say. How Britain's hope and France's fear, victor of Crécy and Poitiers, in Bordeaux dying late. Poitiers, by the way, is always spelt with an S, and I know no reason why orthography should give place to rhyme. Raise my faint head, my squires, he said, and let the casement be displayed, that I may see once more the splendor of the setting sun gleam on thy mirrored wave, Garonne, and blaze empurpled shore. Garonne and sun is a bad rhyme. Why, Frank, you do not even understand the beggarly trade you have chosen. Like me, he sinks to glory's sleep. His fall the dews of evening steep, as if in sorrow shed. So soft shall fall the trickling tear, when England's maids and matrons hear of their black Edward dead. And though my sun of glory set, nor France nor England shall forget the terror of my name, and oft shall Britain's heroes rise, new planets in these southern skies, through clouds of blood and flame. A cloud of flame is something new. Good morrow, my masters all, and a Merry Christmas to you. I, the bellman, writes better lines. He then tossed the paper from him with an air of superlative contempt, and concluded, upon my credit, Frank, you are a greater blockhead than I took you for. What could I say, my dear Tresham? There I stood swelling with indignant mortification, while my father regarded me with a calm but stern look of scorn and pity, and poor Owen, with uplifted hands and eyes, looked as striking a picture of horror, as if he had just read his patron's name in the Gazette. At length I took courage to speak, endeavoring that my tone of voice should betray my feelings as little as possible. I am quite aware, sir, how ill qualified I am to play the conspicuous part in society you have destined for me, and luckily I am not ambitious of the wealth I might acquire. Mr. Owen would be a much more effective assistant. I said this in some malice, for I considered Owen as having deserted my cause a little too soon. Owen, said my father, the boy is mad, actually insane, and pray, sir, if I may presume to inquire, having coolly turned me over to Mr. Owen, although I may expect more attention from anyone than from my son, what may your own sage projects be? I should wish, sir, I replied, summoning up my courage, to travel for 2 or 3 years, should that consist with your pleasure. Otherwise, although late, I would willingly spend the same time at Oxford or Cambridge. In the name of common sense, was the like ever heard? To put yourself to school among pedants and Jacobites, when you might be pushing your fortune in the world? Why not go to Westminster or Eton at once, man, and take to Lilly's grammar and accidence, and to the Birch too, if you like it? Then, sir, if you think my plan of improvement too late, I would willingly return to the continent. You have already spent too much time there, to little purpose, Mr. Francis. Then I would choose the army, sir, in preference to any other active line of life. Choose the DL, answered my father hastily, and then checking himself, I profess, you make me as great a fool as you are yourself. Is he not enough to drive one mad? Owen, poor Owen, shook his head, and looked down. Hark ye, Frank, continued my father, I will cut all this matter very short. I was at your age when my father turned me out of doors, and settled my legal inheritance on my younger brother. I left Osbaldistone Hall on the back of a broken-down hunter with 10 guineas in my purse. I have never crossed the threshold again, and I never will. I know not, and I care not if my fox-hunting brother is alive or has broken his neck. But he has children, Frank, and one of them shall be my son if you cross me farther in this matter. You will do your pleasure, I answer, rather, I fear, with more sullen indifference than respect with what is your own. Yes, Frank, what I have is my own, if labor in getting and care in augmenting can make a right of property, and no drone shall feed on my honeycomb. Think on it well. What I have said is not without reflection, and what I resolve upon I will execute. Honored sir, exclaimed Owen, tears rushing into his eyes, you are not wont to be in such a hurry in transacting business of importance. Let Mr. Francis run up the balance before you shut the account. He loves you, I am sure, and when he puts down his filial obedience to the per contra, I am sure his objections will disappear. Do you think I will ask him twice, said my father sternly, to be my friend, my assistant, and my confidante, be a partner of my cares and of my fortune? Owen, I thought you had known me better. He looked at me as if he meant to add something more, but turned instantly away and left the room abruptly. I was, I own, affected by this view of the case, which had not occurred to me, and my father would probably have had little reason to complain of me had he commenced the discussion with this argument. But it was too late. I had much of his own obduracy of resolution, and heaven had decreed that my sin should be my punishment, though not to the extent which my transgression merited. Owen, when we were left alone, continued to look at me with eyes which tears from time to time moistened, as if to discover, before attempting the task of intercessor, upon what point my obstinacy was most assailable. At length, he began with broken and disconcerted accents, "O, L.D. Mr. Francis, good heavens, sir, my stars, Mr. Osbaldistone, that I should ever have seen this day, and you so young a gentleman, sir, for the love of heaven, look at both sides of the account. Think what you are going to lose, ye noble fortune, scion of the finest houses in the city, even under the old firm of Tresham and Trent, and now Osbaldistone and Tresham, you might roll in gold, Mr. Francis, and, my dear young Mr. Frank, if there was any particular thing in the business of the house which you disliked, I would," sinking his voice to a whisper, "put it in order for you termly or weekly or daily. If you will do, my dear Mr. Francis, think of the honor due to your father, that your days may be long in the land." "I'm much obliged to you, Mr. Owen," said Ivory, "much obliged indeed, but my father is best judge how to bestow his money. He talks of one of my cousins. Let him dispose of his wealth as he pleases. I will never sell my liberty for gold. Gold, sir, I wish you saw the balance sheet of profits at last term. It was in 5 figures to each partner's sum total, Mr. Frank, and all this is to go to a papist and a north country booby and a disaffected person besides. It will break my heart, Mr. Francis, that have been toiling more like a dog than a man, and all for love of the firm. Think how it will sound, Osbaldistone, Tresham, and Osbaldistoner, perhaps, who knows?" Again lowering his voice, Osbaldistone, and Tresham, for our Mr. Osbaldistone can buy them all out. But Mr. Owen, my cousin's name being also Osbaldistone, the name of the company will sound every bit as well in your ears. Oh, fie upon you, Mr. Francis, when you know how well I love your cousin, indeed a papist, no doubt, like his father, and a disaffected person to the Protestant succession. That's another item, doubtless. There are many very good men, Catholics, Mr. Owen, rejoined Roman 1. As Owen was about to answer with unusual animation, my father re-entered the apartment. "You were right," he said, Owen, "and I was wrong. We will take more time to think over this matter, young man. You will prepare to give me an answer on this important subject this day month." I bowed in silence, sufficiently glad of a reprieve, and trusting it might indicate some relaxation in my father's determination. The time of probation passed slowly, unmarked by any accident whatever I went and came and disposed of my time, as I pleased without question or criticism on the part of my father. Indeed, I rarely saw him save at mealtimes, when he studiously avoided a discussion which, you may well suppose, I was in no hurry to press onward. Our conversation was of the news of the day or on such general topics as strangers discourse upon to each other, nor could anyone have guessed from its tenor that there remained undecided betwixt us a dispute of such importance. It haunted me, however, more than once like the nightmare. Was it possible he would keep his word and disinherit his only son in favor of a nephew, whose very existence he was not perhaps quite certain of? My grandfather's conduct in similar circumstances boded me no good had I considered the matter rightly, but I had formed an erroneous idea of my father's character from the importance which I recollected I maintained with him and his whole family before I went to France. I was not aware that there are men who indulge their children at an early age, because to do so interests and amuses them, and who can yet be sufficiently severe when the same children cross their expectations at a more advanced period. On the contrary, I persuaded myself that all I had to apprehend was some temporary alienation of affection, perhaps a rustication of a few weeks, which I thought would rather please me than otherwise, since it would give me an opportunity of setting about my unfinished version of Orlando Furioso, a poem which I longed to render into English verse. I suffered this belief to get such absolute possession of my mind that I had resumed my blotted papers and was busy in meditation on the oft-recurring rhymes of the Spenserian stanza, when I heard a low and cautious tap at the door of my apartment. "Come in," I said, and Mr. Owen entered. So regular were the motions and habits of this worthy man that in all probability this was the first time he had ever been in the second story of his patron's house, however conversant with the first, and I am still at a loss to know in what manner he discovered my apartment. "Mr. Francis," he said, interrupting my expression of surprise and pleasure at seeing him, "I do not know if I am doing well in what I am about to say. It is not right to speak of what passes in the compting house out of Dorson. Should not tell, as they say to the post in the warehouse, how many lines there are in the ledger, but young Twinnell has been absent from the house for a fortnight, and more until 2 days since." "Very well, my dear sir, and how does that concern us?" "Stay, Mr. Francis, your father gave him a private commission, and I am sure he did not go down to Falmouth about the Pilchard affair, and the Exeter business with Blackwell and Company has been settled, and the mining people in Cornwall, Trevanion and Tregillium have paid all they are likely to pay, and any other matter of business must have been put through my books. In short, it's my faithful belief that Twinnell has been down in the norths." "Do you really suppose so?" said I, somewhat startled. "He has spoken about nothing, sir, since he returned, but his new boots and his rip-on spurs and a cockfight at Yorkett's, as true as the multiplication table. Do heaven bless you, my dear child. Make up your mind to please your father, and to be a man and a merchant at once." I felt at that instant a strong inclination to submit and to make Owen happy by requesting him to tell my father that I resigned myself to his disposal. But pride, the source of so much that is good and so much that is evil in our course of life, prevented me. My acquiescence stuck in my throat, and while I was coughing to get it up, my father's voice summoned Owen. He hastily left the room, and the opportunity was lost. My father was methodical in everything at the very same time of the day, in the same apartment, and with the same tone and manner which he had employed an exact month before he recapitulated the proposal he had made for taking me into partnership and assigning me a department in the counting house, and requested to have my final decision. I thought at the time there was something unkind in this, and I still think that my father's conduct was injudicious. A more conciliatory treatment would in all probability have gained his purpose. As it was, I stood fast, and as respectfully as I could decline the proposal he made. To me, perhaps, for who can judge of their own heart, I felt it unmanly to yield on the first summons, and expected farther solicitation as at least a pretext for changing my mind. If so, I was disappointed, for my father turned coolly to Owen, and only said, "You see, it is as I told you. Well, Frank," addressing me, "you are nearly of age, and as well qualified to judge of what will constitute your own happiness as you ever are like to be, therefore I say no more. But as I am not bound to give in to your plans any more than you are compelled to submit to mine, may I ask to know if you have formed any which depend on my assistance?" I answered, not a little abashed, that being bred to no profession, and having no funds of my own, it was obviously impossible for me to subsist without some allowance from my father, that my wishes were very moderate, and that I hoped my aversion for the profession to which he had designed me would not occasion his altogether withdrawing his paternal support and protection. "That is to say, you wish to lean on my arm, and yet to walk your own way. That can hardly be frank. However, I suppose you mean to obey my directions so far as they do not cross your own humor." I was about to speak. "Silence, if you please," he continued. "Supposing this to be the case, you will instantly set out for the north of England to pay your uncle a visit, and see the state of his family. I have chosen from among his sons. He has 6, I believe. One who, I understand, is most worthy to fill the place I intended for you in the counting-house, but some farther arrangements may be necessary, and for these your presence may be requisite. You shall have farther instructions at Osbaldistone Hall, where you will please to remain until you hear from me. Everything will be ready for your departure tomorrow morning." With these words, my father left the apartment. "What does all this mean, Mr. Owen?" said I to my sympathetic friend, whose countenance wore a cast of the deepest dejection. "You have ruined yourself, Mr. Frank. That's all. When your father talks in that quiet, determined manner, there will be no more change in him than in a fitted account." And so it proved, for the next morning at 5 o'clock, I found myself on the road to York, mounted on a reasonably good horse, and with 50 guineas in my pocket, travelling, as it would seem, for the purpose of assisting in the adoption of a successor to myself in my father's house and favour, and for aught I knew eventually in his fortune also. Chapter 3. The slack sail shifts from side to side. The boat untrimmed admits the tide. Borne down adrift, at random tossed. The oar breaks short, the rudder's lost. Gay's fables. I have tagged with rhyme and blank verse the subdivisions of this important narrative, in order to seduce your continued attention by powers of composition of stronger attraction than my own. The preceding lines refer to an unfortunate navigator who daringly unloosed from its moorings a boat which he was unable to manage, and thrust it off into the full tide of a navigable river. No schoolboy who, betwixt frolic and defiance, has executed a similar rash attempt, could feel himself, when adrift in a strong current, in a situation more awkward than mine, when I found myself driving without a compass on the ocean of human life. There had been such unexpected ease in the manner in which my father slipped a knot usually esteemed the strongest which binds society together, and suffered me to depart as a sort of outcast from his family, that it strangely lessened the confidence in my own personal accomplishments, which had hitherto sustained me. Prince Prettyman, now a prince, and now a fisher's son, had not a more awkward sense of his degradation. We are so apt in our engrossing egotism to consider all those accessories which are drawn around us by prosperity as pertaining and belonging to our own persons, that the discovery of our unimportance, when left to our own proper resources, becomes inexpressibly mortifying. As the hum of London died away on my ear, the distant peal of her steeples more than once sounded to my ears, the admonitory turn again erst heard by her future Lord Mayor. And when I looked back from Highgate on her dusky magnificence, I felt as if I were leaving behind me comfort, opulence, the charms of society, and all the pleasures of cultivated life. But the die was cast. It was indeed by no means probable that a late and ungracious compliance with my father's wishes would have reinstated me in the situation which I had lost. On the contrary, firm and strong of purpose as he himself was, he might rather have been disgusted than conciliated by my tardy and compulsory acquiescence in his desire that I should engage in commerce. My constitutional obstinacy came also to my aid, and pride whispered how poor a figure I should make, when an airing of 4 miles from London had blown away resolutions formed during a month's serious deliberation. Hope, too, that never forsakes the young and hardy, lent her lustre to my future prospects. My father could not be serious in the sentence of forus familiation which he had so unhesitatingly pronounced. It must be but a trial of my disposition which endured with patience and steadiness on my part, would raise me in his estimation, and lead to an amicable accommodation of the point in dispute. Between us, I even settled in my own mind how far I would concede to him, and on what articles of our supposed treaty I would make a firm stand, and the result was, according to my computation, that I was to be reinstated in my full rights of filiation, paying the easy penalty of some ostensible compliances to atone for my past rebellion. In the meanwhile, I was lord of my person, and experienced that feeling of independence which the youthful bosom receives with a thrilling mixture of pleasure and apprehension. My purse, though by no means amply replenished, was in a situation to supply all the wants and wishes of a traveller. I had been accustomed, while at Bordeaux, to act as my own valet. My horse was fresh, young, and active, and the buoyancy of my spirits soon surmounted the melancholy reflections with which my journey commenced. I should have been glad to have journeyed upon a line of road better calculated to afford reasonable objects of curiosity or a more interesting country to the traveller, but the North Road was then, and perhaps still, is singularly deficient in these respects. Nor do I believe you can travel so far through Britain in any other direction without meeting more of what is worthy to engage the attention. My mental ruminations, notwithstanding my assumed confidence, were not always of an uncheckered nature. The muse tooth, very coquette, who had led me into this wilderness like others of her sex, deserted me in my utmost need, and I should have been reduced to rather an uncomfortable state of dullness had it not been for the occasional conversation of strangers who chanced to pass the same way. But the characters whom I met with were of a uniform and uninteresting description: country parsons jogging homewards after a visitation, farmers or graziers returning from a distant market, clerks of traders traveling to collect what was due to their masters in provincial towns, with now and then an officer going down into the country upon the recruiting service, were at this period the persons by whom the turnpikes and tapsters were kept in exercise. Our speech, therefore, was of tithes and creeds, of beeves and grain, of commodities wet and dry, and the solvency of the retail dealers, occasionally varied by the description of a siege or battle in Flanders, which perhaps the narrator only gave me at second hand. Robbers, a fertile and alarming theme, filled up every vacancy, and the names of the Golden Farmer, the Flying Highwayman, Jack Needham, and other beggars' opera heroes were familiar in our mouths as household words at such tales like children closing their circle round the fire. When the ghost story draws to its climax, the writers drew near to each other, looked before and behind them, examined the priming of their pistols, and vowed to stand by each other in case of danger and engagement, which, like other offensive and defensive alliances, sometimes glided out of remembrance when there was an appearance of actual peril. Of all the fellows whom I ever saw haunted by terrors of this nature, one poor man, with whom I travelled a day and a half, afforded me most amusement. He had upon his pillion a very small, but apparently a very weighty portmanteau, about the safety of which he seemed particularly solicitous, never trusting it out of his own immediate care, and uniformly repressing the officious zeal of the waiters and ostlers who offered their services to carry it into the house. With the same precaution he labored to conceal not only the purpose of his journey and his ultimate place of destination, but even the direction of each day's route. Nothing embarrassed him more than to be asked by anyone whether he was traveling upwards or downwards, or at what stage he intended to bait his place of rest for the night. He scrutinized with the most anxious care, alike avoiding solitude and what he considered as bad neighborhood, and at Grantham I believe he sate up all night to avoid sleeping in the next room to a thick-set squinting fellow in a black wig and a tarnished gold-laced waistcoat. With all these cares on his mind, my fellow traveller, to judge by his thews and sinews, was a man who might have set danger at defiance with as much impunity as most men. He was strong and well built, and judging from his gold-laced hat and cockade, seemed to have served in the army, or at least to belong to the military profession in one capacity or other. His conversation also, though always sufficiently vulgar, was that of a man of sense, when the terrible bugbears which haunted his imagination for a moment ceased to occupy his attention, but every accidental association recalled them. An open heath, a close plantation, were alike subjects of apprehension, and the whistle of a shepherd lad was instantly converted into the signal of a depredator. Even the sight of a gibbet, if it assured him that one robber was safely disposed of by justice, never failed to remind him how many remained still unhanged. I should have wearied of this fellow's company had I not been still more tired of my own thoughts. Some of the marvelous stories, however, which he related had in themselves a cast of interest, and another whimsical point of his peculiarities afforded me the occasional opportunity of amusing myself at his expense among his tales. Several of the unfortunate travelers who fell among thieves incurred that calamity from associating themselves on the road with a well-dressed and entertaining stranger in whose company they trusted to find protection as well as amusement, who cheered their journey with tale and song, protected them against the evils of overcharges and false reckonings, until at length, under pretext of showing a near path over a desolate common, he seduced his unsuspicious victims from the public road into some dismal glen, where suddenly blowing his whistle he assembled his comrades from their lurking place, and displayed himself in his true colours, the captain, namely of the band of robbers, to whom his unwary fellow-travellers had forfeited their purses and perhaps their lives towards the conclusion of such a tale. And when my companion had wrought himself into a fever of apprehension by the progress of his own narrative, I observed that he usually eyed me with a glance of doubt and suspicion, as if the possibility occurred to him that he might at that very moment be in company with a character as dangerous as that which his tale described. And ever and anon, when such suggestions pressed themselves on the mind of this ingenious self-tormentor, he drew off from me to the opposite side of the highroad, looked before, behind, and around him, examined his arms, and seemed to prepare himself for flight or defense, as circumstances might require. The suspicion implied on such occasions seemed to me only momentary and too ludicrous to be offensive. There was in fact no particular reflection on my dress or address. Although I was thus mistaken for a robber, a man in those days might have all the external appearance of a gentleman, and yet turn out to be a highwayman, for the division of labor in every department not having then taken place so fully as since that period, the profession of the polite and accomplished adventurer who nicked you out of your money at White's or bowled you out of it at Marylebone was often united with that of the professed ruffian who on Bagshot Heath or Fintley Common commanded his brother beau to stand and deliver. There was also a touch of coarseness and hardness about the manners of the times which has since in a great degree been softened and shaded away. It seems to me on recollection as if desperate men had less reluctance then than now to embrace the most desperate means of retrieving their fortune. The times were indeed past when Anthony Wood mourned over the execution of two men goodly in person and of undisputed courage and honor, who were hanged without mercy at Oxford merely because their distress had driven them to raise contributions on the highway. We were still farther removed from the days of the mad Prince and Poins, and yet from the number of unenclosed and extensive heaths in the vicinity of the metropolis, and from the less populous state of remote districts. Both were frequented by that species of mounted highwaymen that may possibly become one day unknown, who carried on their trade with something like courtesy, and like Gibbet in the Beau stratagem, piqued themselves on being the best behaved men on the road, and on conducting themselves with all appropriate civility in the exercise of their vocation. A young man, therefore, in my circumstances, was not entitled to be highly indignant at the mistake which confounded him with this worshipful class of depredators. Neither was I offended. On the contrary, I found amusement in alternately exciting and lulling to sleep the suspicions of my timorous companion, and in purposely so acting as still farther to puzzle a brain which nature and apprehension had combined to render none of the clearest. When my free conversation had lulled him into complete security, it required only a passing inquiry concerning the direction of his journey or the nature of the business which occasioned it to put his suspicions once more in arms. For example, a conversation on the comparative strength and activity of our horses took such a turn as follows. "Osa," said my companion, "for the gallop I grant you, but allow me to say your horse, although he is a very handsome gelding, that must be owned, has too little bone to be a good roadster. The trot, sir," striking his Bucephalus with his spur's trot, "is the true pace for a hackney, and were we near a town, I should like to try that daisy-cutter of yours upon a piece of level road, barring canter, for a quart of claret at the next inn." "Content, sir," replied I, "and here is a stretch of ground very favorable." "Hem, answered my friend with hesitation. "I make it a rule of traveling never to blow my horse between stages. One never knows what occasion he may have to put him to his mettle. And besides, sir, When I said I would match you, I meant, with even weight, you ride 4 stone lighter than Roman 1. Very well, but I am content to carry weight, pray, what may that portmanteau of yours weigh? My PP portmanteau, replied he, hesitating, oh, very little, a feather just, a few shirts and stockings. I should think it heavier from its appearance. Ill hold you the quart of claret, it makes the odds betwixt our weight. You're mistaken, sir, I assure you quite mistaken, replied my friend, edging off to the side of the road, as was his wont on these alarming occasions. Well, I am willing to venture the wine, or I will bet you 10 pieces to 5 that I carry your portmanteau on my croup, and out-trot you into the bargain. This proposal raised my friend's alarm to the uttermost. His nose changed from the natural copper hue which it had acquired from many a comfortable cup of claret or sack into a palish brassy tint, and his teeth chattered with apprehension at the unveiled audacity of my proposal, which seemed to place the barefaced plunderer before him in full atrocity. As he faltered for an answer, I relieved him in some degree by a question concerning a steeple which now became visible, and an observation that we were now so near the village as to run no risk from interruption on the road. At this, his countenance cleared up, but I easily perceived that it was long ere he forgot a proposal which seemed to him so fraught with suspicion as that which I had now hazarded. I trouble you with this detail of the man's disposition, and the manner in which I practiced upon it, because, however trivial in themselves, these particulars were attended by an important influence on future incidents which will occur in this narrative. At the time, this person's conduct only inspired me with contempt, and confirmed me in an opinion which I already entertained, that of all the propensities which teach mankind to torment themselves, that of causeless fear is the most irritating, busy, painful, and pitiable. Chapter 4. The Scots are poor cries, surly English pride. True is the charge, nor by themselves denied. Are they not then, in strictest reason clear, who wisely come to mend their fortunes here? Churchill. There was in the days of which I write an old-fashioned custom on the English road, which I suspect is now obsolete or practiced only by the vulgar, journeys of length being made on horseback, and of course by brief stages. It was usual always to make a halt on the Sunday in some town where the traveler might attend divine service, and his horse have the benefit of the day of rest, the institution of which is as humane to our brute laborers as profitable to ourselves, a counterpart to this decent practice. And a remnant of old English hospitality was that the landlord of a principal inn laid aside his character of a publican on the 7th day, and invited the guests who chanced to be within his walls to take a part of his family beef and pudding. This invitation was usually complied with by all whose distinguished rank did not induce them to think compliance a derogation, and the proposal of a bottle of wine after dinner to drink the landlord's health was the only recompense ever offered or accepted. I was born a citizen of the world, and my inclination led me into all scenes where my knowledge of mankind could be enlarged. I had besides no pretensions to sequester myself on the score of superior dignity, and therefore seldom failed to accept of the Sunday's hospitality of mine host, whether of the Garter Lion or Bear the honest publican, dilated into additional consequence by a sense of his own importance, while presiding among the guests on whom it was his ordinary duty to attend, was in himself an entertaining spectacle, and around his genial orbit other planets of inferior consequence performed their revolutions. The wits and humorists, the distinguished worthies of the town or village, the apothecary, the attorney, even the curate himself, did not disdain to partake of this hebdomadal festivity. The guests assembled from different quarters, and following different professions, formed in language, manners, and sentiments a curious contrast to each other, not indifferent to those who desired to possess a knowledge of mankind in its varieties. It was on such a day and such an occasion that my timorous acquaintance and I were about to grace the board of the ruddy-faced host of the Black Bear in the town of Darlington and Bishopric of Durham, when our landlord informed us with a sort of apologetic tone that there was a Scotch gentleman to dine with us. A gentleman? What sort of a gentleman? Said my companion, somewhat hastily his mind, I suppose running on gentlemen of the pad, as they were then termed. Why, a Scotch sort of a gentleman, as I said before, returned mine host. They are all gentle, ye mun know, though they ha ne'er a shirt to back. But this is a decentish Hallioner, canny North Britain, as e'er crossed Berwick Bridge I trow, he's a dealer in cattle. Let us have his company by all means, answered my companion, and then turning to me, he gave vent to the tenor of his own reflections. I respect the Scotch, sir, I love, and honor the nation for their sense of morality. Men talk of their filth and their poverty, but commend me to sterling honesty, though clad in rags, as the poet saith. I have been credibly assured, sir, by men on whom I can depend, that there was never known such a thing in Scotland as a highway robbery. That's because they have nothing to lose, said mine host, with the chuckle of a self-applauding wit. No, no, landlord, answered a strong, deep voice behind him. It's e'en because your English gaugers and supervisors that you have sent down benorth the Tweed have ta'en up the trade of thievery over the heads of the native professors. The introduction of gaugers, supervisors, and examiners was one of the great complaints of the Scottish nation, though a natural consequence of the Union. Well said, Mr. Campbell, answered the landlord. I did not think thou'dst been sae near us moan, but thou kens I am an outspoken Yorkshire tyke, and how go markets in the south. Even in the ordinar, replied Mr. Campbell, wise folks buy and sell, and fools are bought and sold. But wise men and fools both eat their dinner, answered our jolly entertainer, and here a commesses prime a buttock of beef, as ear hungry men stuck fork in. So saying, he eagerly whetted his knife, assumed his seat of empire at the head of the board, and loaded the plates of his sundry guests with his good cheer. This was the first time I had heard the Scottish accent, or indeed, that I had familiarly met with an individual of the ancient nation, by whom it was spoken, yet, from an early period, they had occupied and interested my imagination. My father, as is well known to you, was of an ancient family in Northumberland, from whose seat I was while eating the aforesaid dinner. Not very many miles distant the quarrel betwixt him and his relatives was such that he scarcely ever mentioned the race from which he sprung, and held, as the most contemptible species of vanity, the weakness which is commonly termed family pride. His ambition was only to be distinguished as William Osbaldistone the first, at least one of the first merchants on 'Change, and to have proved him the lineal representative of William the Conqueror would have far less flattered his vanity than the hum and bustle which his approach was wont to produce among the bulls, bears, and brokers of Stockley. He wished, no doubt, that I should remain in such ignorance of my relatives and descent as might ensure a correspondence between my feelings and his own on this subject. But his designs, as will happen occasionally to the wisest, were in some degree at least counteracted by a being whom his pride would never have supposed of importance adequate to influence them in any way. His nurse, an old Northumbrian woman attached to him from his infancy, was the only person connected with his native province for whom he retained any regard, and when fortune dawned upon him, one of the first uses which he made of her favors was to give Mabel Ricketts a place of residence within his household after the death of my mother, the care of nursing me during my childish illnesses, and of rendering all those tender attentions which infancy exacts from female affection, devolved on old Mabel, interdicted by her master from speaking to him on the subject of the heaths, glades, and dales of her beloved Northumberland. She poured herself forth to my infant ear in descriptions of the scenes of her youth and long narratives of the events which tradition declared to have passed amongst them. To these I inclined my ear much more seriously than to graver, but less animated instructors. Even yet, methinks, I see old Mabel, her head slightly agitated by the palsy of age, and shaded by a close cap as white as the driven snow, her face wrinkled, but still retaining the healthy tinge which it had acquired in rural labor. I think I see her look around on the brick walls and narrow street, which presented themselves before our windows, as she concluded with a sigh the favorite old ditty, which I then preferred, and should I not tell the truth, which I still prefer to all the opera airs ever minted by the capricious brain of an Italian muse. Roman 500. Oh, the oak, the ash, and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish best at home in the north country. Now in the legends of Mabel, the Scottish nation was ever freshly remembered, with all the embittered declamation of which the narrator was capable. The inhabitants of the opposite frontier served in her narratives to fill up the parts which ogres and giants with seven-leagued boots occupy in the ordinary nursery tales. And how could it be otherwise? Was it not the Black Douglas who slew with his own hand the heir of the Osbaldistone family the day after he took possession of his estate, surprising him and his vassals while solemnizing a feast suited to the occasion? Was it not Wat the Devil who drove all the year-old hogs off the braes of Lanthornside in the very recent days of my grandfather's father? And had we not many a trophy, but according to old Mabel's version of history, far more honorably gained to mark our revenge of these wrongs? Did not Sir Henry Osbaldistone, 5th Baron of the name, carry off the fair maid of Fairnington, as Achilles did his Chryses and Brises of old, and detain her in his fortress, against all the power of her friends, supported by the most mighty Scottish chiefs of warlike fame? And had not our swords shone foremost at most of those fields, in which England was victorious over her rival? All our family renown was acquired, all our family misfortunes were occasioned by the northern wars. Warmed by such tales, I looked upon the Scottish people during my childhood as a race hostile by nature to the more southern inhabitants of this realm. And this view of the matter was not much corrected by the language which my father sometimes held with respect to them. He had engaged in some large speculations concerning oakwoods, the property of Highland proprietors, and alleged that he found them much more ready to make bargains and extort earnest of the purchaser money than punctual. Complying on their side with the terms of the engagements, the Scottish mercantile men, whom he was under the necessity of employing as a sort of middlemen on these occasions, were also suspected by my father of having secured by one means or other more than their own share of the profit, which ought to have accrued. In short, if Mabel complained of the Scottish arms in ancient times, Mr. Osbaldistone inveighed no less against the arts of these modern synons, and between them, though without any fixed purpose of doing so, they impressed my youthful mind with a sincere aversion to the northern inhabitants of Britain as a people bloodthirsty, in time of war treacherous during truce, interested, selfish, avaricious, and tricky in the business of peaceful life, and having few good qualities, unless there should be accounted such a ferocity which resembled courage in martial affairs, and a sort of wily craft which supplied the place of wisdom in the ordinary commerce of mankind. In justification apology for those who entertain such prejudices, I must remark that the Scotch of that period were guilty of similar injustice to the English, whom they branded universally as a race of purse-proud, arrogant epicures. Such seeds of national dislike remained between the two countries, the natural consequences of their existence as separate and rival states. We have seen recently the breath of a demagogue blow these sparks into a temporary flame, which I sincerely hope is now extinguished in its own ashes. This seems to have been written about the time of Wilkes and Liberty. It was then with an impression of dislike that I contemplated the first Scotchman I chanced to meet in society. There was much about him that coincided with my previous conceptions. He had the hard features and athletic form said to be peculiar to his country, together with the national intonation and slow, pedantic mode of expression arising from a desire to avoid peculiarities of idiom or dialect. I could also observe the caution and shrewdness of his country in many of the observations which he made and the answers which he returned, but I was not prepared for the air of easy self-possession and superiority with which he seemed to predominate over the company into which he was thrown, as it were by accident. His dress was as coarse as it could be, being still decent, and at a time when great expense was lavished upon the wardrobe, even of the lowest, who pretended to the character of gentlemen. This indicated mediocrity of circumstances, if not poverty. His conversation intimated that he was engaged in the cattle trade, no very dignified professional pursuit, and yet under these disadvantages he seemed, as a matter of course, to treat the rest of the company with the cool and condescending politeness which implies a real or imagined superiority over those towards whom it is used. When he gave his opinion on any point, it was with that easy tone of confidence used by those superior to their society in rank or information, as if what he said could not be doubted, and was not to be questioned. Mine host and his Sunday guests, after an effort or two to support their consequence by noise and bold averment, sunk gradually under the authority of Mr. Campbell, who thus fairly possessed himself of the lead. In the conversation, I was tempted from curiosity to dispute the ground with him myself, confiding in my knowledge of the world, extended as it was by my residence abroad, and in the stores with which a tolerable education had possessed my mind in the latter respect. He offered no competition, and it was easy to see that his natural powers had never been cultivated by education, but I found him much better acquainted than I was myself with the present state of France, the character of the Duke of Orleans, who had just succeeded to the regency of that kingdom, and that of the statesmen by whom he was surrounded, and his shrewd, caustic, and somewhat satirical remarks were those of a man who had been a close observer of the affairs of that country. On the subject of politics, Campbell observed a silence and moderation which might arise from caution. The divisions of Whig and Tory then shook England to her very centre, and a powerful party engaged in the Jacobite interest menaced the dynasty of Hanover, which had been just established on the throne. Every alehouse resounded with the brawls of contending politicians, and as mine host's politics were of that liberal description which quarrelled with no good customer, his hebdomadal visitants were often divided in their opinion as irreconcilably as if he had feasted the common council. The curate and the apothecary, with a little man who made no boast of his vocation, but who, from the flourish and snap of his fingers, I believe to have been the barber, strongly espoused the cause of High Church, and the Stuart line the exciseman as in duty bound, and the attorney who looked to some petty office under the crown, together with my fellow traveller, who seemed to enter keenly into the contest, staunchly supported the cause of King George and the Protestant succession. Dire was the screaming deep, the oaths. Each party appealed to Mr. Campbell, anxious, it seemed, to elicit his approbation. "You are a Scotchman, sir, a gentleman of your country, must stand up for hereditary right," cried one party. "You are a Presbyterian," assumed the other class of disputants, "you cannot be a friend to arbitrary power." "Gentlemen," said our Scotch oracle, after having gained with some difficulty a moment's pause, "I havena much dubitation that King George Weal deserves the predilection of his friends, and if he can haud the grip he has gotten, why doubtless he may made the gauger here a commissioner of the revenue, and confer on our friend Mr. Quittem the preferment of Solicitor General, and he may also grant some good deed or reward to this honest gentleman, who is sitting upon his portmanteau, which he prefers to a chair, and questionless King James is also a grateful person, and when he gets his hand in play, he may, if he be so minded, make this reverend gentleman Archprelate of Canterbury, and Dr. Mixit chief physician to his household, and commit his royal beard to the care of my friend Latherum. But as I doubt mickle whether any of the competing sovereigns would give Rob Campbell a tass of aquavity if he lacked it, I give my vote and interest to Jonathan Brown, our landlord, to be the king and prince of skinkers, conditionally, that he fetches us another bottle as good as the last." This sally was received with general applause, in which the landlord cordially joined, and when he had given orders for fulfilling the condition on which his preferment was to depend, he failed not to acquaint them that, for as peaceable a gentleman as Mr. Campbell was, he was moreover as bold as a lion. 7 highwaymen had he defeated with his single arm, that beset him as he came from Whitsun tryst. "Thou art deceived, friend Jonathan," said Campbell, interrupting him. "They were but barely 2 and 2, cowardly loons, as man could wish to meet withal." "And did you, sir, really," said my fellow traveller, edging his chair, I should have said his portmanteau nearer to Mr. Campbell, "really, and actually beat 2 highwaymen yourself alone?" "In troth, did I, sir," replied Campbell, "and I think it nae great thing to make a sang about." "Upon my word, sir," replied my acquaintance, "I should be happy to have the pleasure of your company on my journey. I go northward, sir." This piece of gratuitous information concerning the route he proposed to himself, the first I had heard my companion bestow upon anyone, failed to excite the corresponding confidence of the Scotchman. "We can scarce travel together," he replied dryly. "You, sir, doubtless are well mounted, and I for the present travel on foot, or on a Highland sheltie that does not help me much faster forward." So saying, he called for a reckoning for the wine, and throwing down the price of the additional bottle, which he had himself introduced, rose, as if to take leave of us. My companion made up to him, and taking him by the button, drew him aside into one of the windows. I could not help overhearing him pressing something, I supposed his company, upon the journey, which Mr. Campbell seemed to decline. "I will pay your charges, sir," said the traveller in a tone, as if he thought the argument should bear down all opposition. "It is quite impossible," said Campbell somewhat contemptuously. "I have business at Rothbury. But I am in no great hurry. I can ride out of the way, and never miss a day or so for good company." "Upon my faith, sir," said Campbell, "I cannot render you the service you seem to desiderate. I am," he added, drawing himself up haughtily, "travelling on my own private affairs. And if you will act by my advisement, sir, you will neither unite yourself with an absolute stranger on the road, nor communicate your line of journey to those who are asking ye no questions about it." He then extricated his button, not very ceremoniously, from the hold which detained him, and coming up to me, as the company were dispersing, observed, "Your friend, sir, is too communicative, considering the nature of his trust." "That gentleman," I replied, looking towards the traveller, "is no friend of mine, but an acquaintance whom I picked up on the road. I know neither his name nor business, and you seem to be deeper in his confidence than I am." "I only meant," he replied hastily, "that he seems a thought rash in conferring the honor of his company on those who desire it not." The gentleman replied, "I knows his own affairs best, and I should be sorry to constitute myself a judge of them in any respect." Mr. Campbell made no farther observation, but merely wished me a good journey, and the party dispersed for the evening. Next day I parted company with my timid companion, as I left the Great Northern Road to turn more westerly, in the direction of Osbaldistone Manor, my uncle's seat. I cannot tell whether he felt relieved or embarrassed by my departure, considering the dubious light in which he seemed to regard me. For my own part, his tremors ceased to amuse me, and to say the truth, I was heartily glad to get rid of him. Chapter 5. How melts my beating heart as I behold each lovely nymph, our island's boast and pride, push on the generous steed that sweeps along, o'er rough, o'er smooth, nor heeds the steepy hill, nor falters in the extended vale below. The chase. I approached my native north, for such I esteemed it, with that enthusiasm which romantic and wild scenery inspires in the lovers of nature. No longer interrupted by the babble of my companion, I could now remark the difference which the country exhibited from that through which I had hitherto traveled. The streams now more properly deserved the name, for instead of slumbering stagnant among reeds and willows, they brawled along beneath the shade of natural copsewood, were now hurried down declivities, and now purled, more leisurely but still in active motion, through little lonely valleys, which, opening on the road from time to time, seemed to invite the traveller to explore their recesses. The Cheviots rose before me in frowning majesty, not indeed with the sublime variety of rock and cliff which characterizes mountains of the primary class, but huge, round-headed, and clothed with a dark robe of russet, gaining by their extent and desolate appearance an influence upon the imagination as a desert district possessing a character of its own. The abode of my fathers, which I was now approaching, was situated in a glen or narrow valley, which ran up among those hills. Extensive estates, which once belonged to the family of Osbaldistone, had been long dissipated by the misfortunes or misconduct of my ancestors, but enough was still attached to the old mansion to give my uncle the title of a man of large property. This he employed, as I was given to understand by some inquiries which I made on the road, in maintaining the prodigal hospitality of a northern squire of the period, which he deemed essential to his family dignity. From the summit of an eminence, I had already had a distant view of Osbaldistone Hall, a large and antiquated edifice peeping out from a druidical grove of huge oaks, and I was directing my course towards it as straightly and as speedily as the windings of a very indifferent road would permit, when my horse, tired as he was, pricked up his ears at the enlivening notes of a pack of hounds in full cry, cheered by the occasional bursts of a French horn, which in those days was a constant accompaniment to the chase, I made no doubt that the pack was my uncle's, and drew up my horse with the purpose of suffering the hunters to pass without notice, aware that a hunting field was not the proper scene to introduce myself to a keen sportsman, and determined, when they had passed on, to proceed to the mansion house at my own pace, and there to await the return of the proprietor from his sport. I paused therefore on a rising ground, and not unmoved by the sense of interest which that species of sylvan sport is so much calculated to inspire, although my mind was not at the moment very accessible to impressions of this nature, I expected with some eagerness the appearance of the huntsman. The fox, hard run and nearly spent, first made his appearance from the copse which clothed the right-hand side of the valley. His drooping brush, his soiled appearance, and jaded trot proclaimed his fate impending, and the carrion crow which hovered over him already considered poor Reynard as soon to be his prey. He crossed the stream which divides the little valley, and was dragging himself up a ravine on the other side of its wild banks, when the headmost hounds, followed by the rest of the pack in full cry, burst from the coppice, followed by the huntsman, and 3 or 4 riders. The dogs pursued the trace of Reynard with unerring instinct, and the hunters followed with reckless haste, regardless of the broken and difficult nature of the ground. They were tall, stout young men, well mounted, and dressed in green and red, the uniform of a sporting association, formed under the auspices of old Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone, my cousins. Thought I, as they swept past me, the next reflection was, what is my reception likely to be among these worthy successors of Nimrod, and how improbable is it that I, knowing little or nothing of rural sports, shall find myself at ease or happy in my uncle's family. A vision that passed me interrupted these reflections. It was a young lady, the loveliness of whose very striking features was enhanced by the animation of the chase and the glow of the exercise, mounted on a beautiful horse, jet black and less, where he was flecked by spots of the snow-white foam, which embossed his bridle. She wore what was then somewhat unusual, a coat vest, and hat resembling those of a man, which fashion has since called a riding habit. The mode had been introduced while I was in France, and was perfectly new to me. Her long black hair streamed on the breeze, having, in the hurry of the chase, escaped from the ribbon which bound it, some very broken ground, through which she guided her horse, with the most admirable address and presence of mind, retarded her course, and brought her closer to me than any of the other riders had passed. I had therefore a full view of her uncommonly fine face and person, to which an inexpressible charm was added by the wild gaiety of the scene and the romance of her singular dress and unexpected appearance. As she passed me, her horse made in his impetuosity an irregular movement. Just while coming once more upon open ground, she was again putting him to his speed. It served as an apology for me to ride close up to her, as if to her assistance. There was, however, no cause for alarm. It was not a stumble nor a false step, and if it had, the fair Amazon had too much self-possession to have been deranged by it. She thanked my good intentions, however, by a smile, and I felt encouraged to put my horse to the same pace, and to keep in her immediate neighborhood. The clamor of whoop dead end, the corresponding flourish of the French horns soon announced to us that there was no more occasion for haste, since the chase was at a close. One of the young men whom we had seen approached us, waving the brush of the fox in triumph, as if to upbraid my fair companion. "I see," she replied, "I see, but make no noise about it. If Phoebe," she said, patting the neck of the beautiful animal on which she rode, "had not got among the cliffs, you would have had little cause for boasting." They met as she spoke, and I observed them both look at me and converse a moment in an undertone, the young lady apparently pressing the sportsman to do something which he declined shyly, and with a sort of sheepish sullenness. She instantly turned her horse's head towards me, saying, well, Thorny, if you want, I must. That's all, sir," she continued, addressing me. "I have been endeavoring to persuade this cultivated young gentleman to make inquiry of you, whether, in the course of your travels in these parts, you have heard anything of a friend of ours, one Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, who has been for some days expected at Osbaldistone Hall." I was too happy to acknowledge myself to be the party inquired after, and to express my thanks for the obliging inquiries of the young lady. "In that case, sir," she rejoined, "as my kinsman's politeness seems to be still slumbering, you will permit me, though I suppose it is highly improper to stand mistress of ceremonies, and to present to you young Squire Thorncliffe Osbaldistone, your cousin, and Di Vernon, who has also the honor to be your accomplished cousin's poor kinswoman." There was a mixture of boldness, satire, and simplicity in the manner in which Miss Vernon pronounced these words. My knowledge of life was sufficient to enable me to take up a corresponding tone, as I expressed my gratitude to her for her condescension, and my extreme pleasure at having met with them. To say the truth, the compliment was so expressed that the lady might easily appropriate the greater share of it, for Thorncliffe seemed an errant country bumpkin, awkward, shy, and somewhat sulky. Withal he shook hands with me, however, and then intimated his intention of leaving me, that he might help the huntsman and his brothers to couple up the hounds, a purpose which he rather communicated by way of information to Miss Vernon than as apology to me. "There he goes," said the young lady, following him with eyes in which disdain was admirably painted, "prince of grooms and cockfighters and blackguard horsecoursers. But there is not one of them to mend another. Have you read Markham?" said Miss Vernon. "Read whom, ma'am? I do not even remember the author's name." "Oh Lud, on what a strand are you wrecked," replied the young lady, "a poor forlorn and ignorant stranger, unacquainted with the very Alcoran of the savage tribe, whom you are come to reside among, never to have heard of Markham, the most celebrated author on farriery. Then I fear you are equally a stranger to the more modern names of Gibson and Bartlett." "I am indeed, Miss Vernon." "And do you not blush to own it?" said Miss Vernon. "Why, we must forswear your alliance. Then I suppose you can neither give a ball nor a mash nor a horn." "I confess I trust all these matters to an ostler or to my groom." "Incredible carelessness! And you cannot shoe a horse, or cut his mane and tail, or worm a dog, or crop his ears, or cut his douclos, or reclaim a hawk, or give him his casting stones, or direct his diet when he is sealed, or—" "To sum up my insignificance in one word," replied I am profoundly ignorant in all these rural accomplishments." "Then, in the name of heaven, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, what can you do?" "Very little to the purpose, Miss Vernon. Something, however, I can pretend to. When my groom has dressed my horse, I can ride him, and when my hawk is in the field, I can fly him." "Can you do this?" said the young lady, putting her horse to a canter. There was a sort of rude, overgrown fence crossed the path before us, with a gate composed of pieces of wood rough from the forest. I was about to move forward to open it, when Miss Vernon cleared the obstruction at a flying leap. I was bound, in point of honor, to follow, and was in a moment again at her side. "There are hopes of you yet," she said. "I was afraid you had been a very degenerate Osbaldistone. But what on earth brings you to Cub Castleford? So the neighbors have christened this hunting hall of ours. You might have stayed away, I suppose, if you would." I felt I was by this time on a very intimate footing with my beautiful apparition, and therefore replied in a confidential undertone, "Indeed, my dear Miss Vernon, I might have considered it as a sacrifice to be a temporary resident in Osbaldistone Hall, the inmates being such as you describe them. But I am convinced there is one exception that will make amends for all deficiencies." "Oh, you mean Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon. "Indeed, I do not. I was thinking, forgive me, of some person much nearer me. I suppose it would be proper not to understand your civility, but that is not my way. I don't make a courtesy for it, because I am sitting on horseback. But seriously, I deserve your exception, for I am the only conversable being about the hall, except the old priest and Rashleigh." "And who is Rashleigh, for heaven's sake?" "Rashleigh is one who would fain have every one like him for his own sake. He is Sir Hildebrand's youngest son, about your own age, but not well looking, in short. But nature has given him a mouthful of common sense, and the priest has added a bushelful of learning. He is what we call a very clever man in this country, where clever men are scarce bred to the church, but in no hurry to take orders." "To the Catholic Church?" "The Catholic Church? What church else?" said the young lady. "But I forgot, thee told me you are a heretic. Is that true, Mr. Osbaldistone?" "I must not deny the charge." "And yet you have been abroad, and in Catholic countries, for nearly 4 years. You have seen convents?" "Often, but I have not seen much in them which recommended the Catholic religion." Are not the inhabitants happy? Some are unquestionably so, whom either a profound sense of devotion, or an experience of the persecutions and misfortunes of the world, or a natural apathy of temper, has led into retirement, those who have adopted a life of seclusion from sudden and overstrained enthusiasm, or in hasty resentment of some disappointment or mortification, are very miserable. The quickness of sensation soon returns, and like the wilder animals in a menagerie, they are restless under confinement, while others muse or fatten in cells of no larger dimensions than theirs. And what, continued Miss Vernon, becomes of those victims who are condemned to a convent by the will of others? What do they resemble, especially what do they resemble if they are born to enjoy life and feel its blessings? They are like imprisoned singing birds, replied I, condemned to wear out their lives in confinement, which they try to beguile by the exercise of accomplishments which would have adorned society had they been left at large. I shall be returned, Miss Vernon, that is, said she, correcting herself, I should be rather like the wild hawk, who, barred the free exercise of his soar through heaven, will dash himself to pieces against the bars of his cage. But to return to Rashleigh, said she, in a more lively tone, you will think him the pleasantest man you ever saw in your life, Mr. Osbaldistone, that is, for a week at least. If he could find out a blind mistress, never man would be so secure of conquest. But the eye breaks the spell that enchants the ear. But here we are in the court of the old hall, which looks as wild and old-fashioned as any of its inmates. There is no great toilette kept at Osbaldistone Hall, you must know, but I must take off these things, they are so unpleasantly warm, and the hat hurts my forehead too, continued the lively girl, taking it off, and shaking down a profusion of sable ringlets, which, half laughing, half blushing, she separated with her white, slender fingers in order to clear them away from her beautiful face and piercing hazel eyes. If there was any coquetry in the action, it was well disguised by the careless indifference of her manner. I could not help saying that, judging of the family from what I saw, I should suppose the toilette a very unnecessary care. That's very politely said, though perhaps I ought not to understand in what sense it was meant, replied Miss Vernon. But you will see a better apology for a little negligence when you meet the Orsons you are to live amongst, whose forms no toilette could improve. But as I said before, the old dinner bell will clang, or rather clank, in a few minutes it cracked of its own accord on the day of the landing of King Willie, and my uncle, respecting its prophetic talent, would never permit it to be mended. So do you hold my palfrey like a duteous knight, until I send some more humble squire to relieve you of the charge. She threw me the rein as if we had been acquainted from our childhood, jumped from her saddle, tripped across the courtyard, and entered at a side door, leaving me in admiration of her beauty, and astonished with the over-frankness of her manners, which seemed the more extraordinary at a time when the dictates of politeness, flowing from the court of the grand monarch Louis Roman XIV, prescribed to the fair sex an unusual severity of decorum. I was left awkwardly enough stationed in the center of the court of the old hall, mounted on one horse, and holding another in my hand. The building afforded little to interest a stranger, had I been disposed to consider it attentively. The sides of the quadrangle were of various architecture, and with their stone-shafted latticed windows, projecting turrets, and massive architraves, resembled the inside of a convent, or of one of the older and less splendid colleges of Oxford. I called for a domestic, but was for some time totally unattended to, which was the more provoking, as I could perceive I was the object of curiosity to several servants, both male and female, from different parts of the building, who popped out their heads and withdrew them like rabbits in a warren. Before I could make a direct appeal to the attention of any individual, the return of the huntsmen and hounds relieved me from my embarrassment, and with some difficulty I got one down to relieve me of the charge of the horses, and another, stupid boor, to guide me to the presence of Sir Hildebrand. This service he performed with much such grace and goodwill as a peasant who is compelled to act as guide to a hostile patrol, and in the same manner I was obliged to guard against his deserting me in the labyrinth of low vaulted passages, which conducted to Stun Hall, as he called it, where I was to be introduced to the gracious presence of my uncle. We did, however, at length reach a long vaulted room floored with stone, where a range of oaken tables of a weight, and size too massive ever to be moved aside, were already covered for dinner. This venerable apartment, which had witnessed the feasts of several generations of the Osbaldistone family, bore also evidence of their success in field sports. Huge antlers of deer, which might have been trophies of the hunting of Chevy Chase, were ranged around the walls, interspersed with the stuffed skins of badgers, otters, martens, and other animals of the chase, amidst some remnants of old armor which had perhaps served against the Scotch, hung the more valued weapons of sylvan war, crossbows, guns of various device and construction, nets, fishing rods, otter spears, hunting poles, with many other singular devices and engines for taking or killing game. A few old pictures dimmed with smoke and stained with March beer hung on the walls, representing knights and ladies honored doubtless and renowned in their day, those frowning fearfully from huge bushes of wig and of beard, and these looking delightfully with all their might at the roses which they brandished in their hands. I had just time to give a glance at these matters when about 12 blue-coated servants burst into the hall with much tumult and talk, each rather employed in directing his comrades than in discharging his own duty. Some brought blocks and billets to the fire, which roared, blazed, and ascended half in smoke, half in flame, up a huge tunnel, with an opening wide enough to accommodate a stone seat within its ample vault, and which was fronted by way of chimney-piece with a huge piece of heavy architecture, where the monsters of heraldry, embodied by the art of some Northumbrian chisel, grinned, and ramped in red freestone, now japanned by the smoke of centuries. Others of these old-fashioned serving men bore huge smoking dishes loaded with substantial fare. Others brought in cups, flagons, bottles, yea, barrels of liquor, all tramped, kicked, plunged, shouldered, and jostled, doing as little service, with as much tumult, as could well be imagined at length, while the dinner was, after various efforts, in the act of being arranged upon the board, the clamor much of men and dogs, the cracking of whips, calculated for the intimidation of the latter, voices loud and high, steps, which, impressed by the heavy-heeled boots of the period, clattered like those in the statue of the Festin de Pier, announced the arrival of those for whose benefit the preparations were made. Now called Don Juans. The hubbub among the servants rather increased than diminished as this crisis approached. Some called to make hasty, authors to take time, some exhorted to stand out of the way and make room for Sir Hildebrand and the young squire, some to close round the table and be in the way, some bawled to open, some to shut a pair of folding doors which divided the hall from a sort of gallery, as I afterwards learned, or with drawing-room fitted up with black wainscot. Open the doors were at length, and in rushed curs and men 8 dogs, the domestic chaplain, the village doctor, my 6 cousins, and my uncle. Chapter 6. The rude hall rocks thee, come they come. The din of voices shakes the dome. In stalk the various forms and dressed, in varying morion, varying vest. All march with haughty step, all proudly shake the crest. Pen rose. If Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone was in no hurry to greet his nephew, of whose arrival he must have been informed for some time, he had important avocations to allege in excuse. Had seen thee sooner, lad, he exclaimed, after a rough shake of the hand, and a hearty welcome to Osbaldistone Hall, but had to see the hounds kennelled first. Thou art welcome to the hall, lad. Here is thy cousin Percy, thy cousin Thorny, and thy cousin Johnny, or cousin Dick, your cousin Wilfred Anstey. Where's Rashleigh? Here's Rashleigh. Take thy long body aside, Thorny, and let's see thy brother Abitier, cousin Rashleigh. So thy father has thought on the old hall, and old Sir Hildebrand at last, better late than never. Thou art welcome, lad, and there's enough. Where's my little dear? Here she cometh. This is my niece Di, my wife's brother's daughter, the prettiest girl in our dales. Be the other who she mayan. So now let's to the sirloin. To gain some idea of the person who held this language, you must suppose my dear Tresham, a man aged about 60, in a hunting suit, which had once been richly laced, but whose splendor had been tarnished by many a November and December storm. Sir Hildebrand, notwithstanding the abruptness of his present manner, had at one period of his life known courts and camps, had held a commission in the army, which encamped on Hounslow Heath previous to the Revolution. Recommended perhaps by his religion, had been knighted about the same period by the unfortunate and ill-advised James Roman II, but the knight's dreams of further preferment, if he ever entertained any, had died away at the crisis which drove his patron from the throne, and since that period he had spent a sequestered life upon his native domains. Notwithstanding his rusticity, however, Sir Hildebrand retained much of the exterior of a gentleman, and appeared among his sons as the remains of a Corinthian pillar defaced and overgrown with moss and lichen might have looked if contrasted with the rough unhewn masses of upright stones in Stonehenge or any other druidical temple. The sons were indeed heavy unadorned blocks, as the eye would desire to look upon, tall, stout, and comely all, and each of the 5 eldest seemed to want alike the Promethean fire of intellect, and the exterior grace and manner which in the polished world sometimes supply mental deficiency. Their most valuable moral quality seemed to be the good humor and content which was expressed in their heavy features, and their only pretense to accomplishment was their dexterity in field sports, for which alone they lived. The strong Gyas and the strong Cloanthus are not less distinguished by the poet than the strong Percival, the strong Thorncliff, the strong John Richard, and Wilfred Osbaldistones were by outward appearance. But as if to indemnify herself for a uniformity so uncommon in her productions, Dame Nature had rendered Rashleigh Osbaldistone a striking contrast in person and manner, and as I afterwards learned, in temper and talents, not only to his brothers, but to most men whom I had hitherto met with, when Percy Thorny and Co. had respectively nodded, grinned, and presented their shoulder rather than their hand, as their father named them to their new kinsman. Rashleigh stepped forward, and welcomed me to Osbaldistone Hall with the air and manner of a man of the world. His appearance was not in itself prepossessing, he was of low stature, whereas all his brethren seemed to be descendants of Anak, and while they were handsomely formed, Rashleigh, though strong in person, was bull-necked and cross-made, and from some early injury in his youth had an imperfection in his gait, so much resembling an absolute halt that many alleged that it formed the obstacle to his taking orders. The Church of Rome, as is well known, admitting none to the clerical profession who labors under any personal deformity. Others, however, ascribed this unsightly defect to a mere awkward habit, and contended that it did not amount to a personal disqualification from holy orders. The features of Rashleigh were such as, having looked upon, we in vain wish to banish from our memory, to which they recur as objects of painful curiosity, although we dwell upon them with a feeling of dislike, and even of disgust. It was not the actual plainness of his face, taken separately from the meaning, which made this strong impression. His features were indeed irregular, but they were by no means vulgar, and his keen dark eyes and shaggy eyebrows redeemed his face from the charge of commonplace ugliness. But there was in these eyes an expression of art and design, and on provocation, a ferocity tempered by caution which nature had made obvious to the most ordinary physiognomist, perhaps with the same intention that she has given the rattle to the poisonous snake, as if to compensate him for these disadvantages of exterior. Rashleigh Osbaldistone was possessed of a voice the most soft, mellow, and rich in its tones that I ever heard, and was at no loss for language of every sort suited to so fine an organ. His first sentence of welcome was hardly ended ere I internally agreed with Miss Vernon that my new kinsman would make an instant conquest of a mistress whose ears alone were to judge his cause. He was about to place himself beside me at dinner, but Miss Vernon, who, as the only female in the family, arranged all such matters according to her own pleasure, contrived that I should sit betwixt Thorncliff and herself, and it can scarce be doubted that I favored this more advantageous arrangement. "I want to speak with you," she said, "and I have placed honest Thorny betwixt Rashleigh and you on purpose. He will be like featherbed twixt castle wall, and heavy brunt of cannon ball. While I, your earliest acquaintance in this intellectual family, ask of you how you like us all." A very comprehensive question, Miss Vernon, considering how short while I have been at Osbaldistone Hall. Oh, the philosophy of our family lies on the surface. Other are minute shades distinguishing the individuals which require the eye of an intelligent observer, but the species, as naturalists I believe call it, may be distinguished and characterized at once. My 5 elder cousins, then, are, I presume, of pretty nearly the same character. Yes, they form a happy compound of sot, gamekeeper, bully, horse-jockey, and fool, But as they say, there cannot be found two leaves on the same tree exactly alike, so these happy ingredients being mingled, in somewhat various proportions, in each individual, make an agreeable variety for those who like to study character. Give me a sketch, if you please, Miss Vernon. You shall have them all in a family piece at full length. Favor is too easily granted to be refused. Percy, the son and heir, has more of the sot than of the gamekeeper. Bully, horse jockey, or fool. My precious Thorny is more of the bully than the sot. Gamekeeper, jockey, or fool. John, who sleeps whole weeks amongst the hills, has most of the gamekeeper. The jockey is powerful with Dickon, who rides 200 miles by day and night to be bought and sold at a horse race, and the fool predominates so much over Wilfred's other qualities that he may be termed a fool positive. A goodly collection, Miss Vernon, and the individual varieties belong to a most interesting species, but is there no room on the canvas for Sir Hildebrand? I love my uncle, was her reply. I owe him some kindness, such it was meant for at least, and I will leave you to draw his picture yourself when you know him better. Come, thought I to myself, I am glad there is some forbearance after all, who would have looked for such bitter satire from a creature so young and so exquisitely beautiful. You are thinking of me, she said, bending her dark eyes on me, as if she meant to pierce through my very soul. I certainly was, I replied with some embarrassment at the determined suddenness of the question, and then endeavoring to give a complimentary turn to my frank avowal. How is it possible I should think of anything else, seated as I have the happiness to be? She smiled with such an expression of concentrated haughtiness as she alone could have thrown into her countenance. I must inform you at once, Mr. Osbaldistone, that compliments are entirely lost upon me. Do not therefore throw away your pretty sayings. They serve fine gentlemen who travel in the country, instead of the toys, beads, and bracelets which navigators carry to propitiate the savage inhabitants of newly discovered lands. Do not exhaust your stock in trade. You will find natives in Northumberland to whom your fine things will recommend you. On me they would be utterly thrown away, for I happen to know their real value. I was silenced and confounded. You remind me at this moment, said the young lady, resuming her lively and indifferent manner, of the fairy tale, where the man finds all the money which he had carried to market suddenly changed into pieces of slate. I have cried down and ruined your whole stock of complimentary discourse by one unlucky observation. But come, never mind it. You are belied, Mr. Osbaldistone, unless you have much better conversation than these fadours, which every gentleman with a toupet thinks himself obliged to recite to an unfortunate girl, merely because she is dressed in silk and gauze, while he wears superfine cloth with embroidery. Your natural paces, as any of my 5 cousins might say, are far preferable to your complimentary amble. Endeavour to forget my unlucky sex. Call me Tom Vernon, if you have a mind, but speak to me as you would to a friend and companion. You have no idea how much I shall like you. That would be a bribe indeed, returned Roman. One again, replied Miss Vernon, holding up her finger. I told you I would not bear the shadow of a compliment. And now, when you have pledged my uncle, who threatens you with what he calls a brimmer, I will tell you what you think of me. The bumper being pledged by me as a dutiful nephew, and some other general intercourse of the table having taken place, the continued and businesslike clang of knives and forks, and the devotion of cousin Thorncliffe on my right hand, and cousin Dickon, who sate on Miss Vernon's left, to the huge quantities of meat with which they heaped their plates, made them serve as 2 occasional partitions, separating us from the rest of the company, and leaving us to our tete-a-tete, and now said, I give me leave to ask you frankly, Miss Vernon, what you suppose I am thinking of you. I could tell you what I really do think, but you have interdicted praise. I do not want your assistance. I am conjuror enough to tell your thoughts without it. You need not open the casement of your bosom. I see through it. You think me a strange, bold girl, half coquette, half romp, desirous of attracting attention by the freedom of her manners and loudness of her conversation, because she is ignorant of what the spectator calls the softer graces of the sex. And perhaps you think I have some particular plan of storming you into admiration. Should be sorry to shock your self-opinion, but you were never more mistaken. All the confidence I have reposed in you I would have given as readily to your father, if I thought he could have understood me. I am, in this happy family, as much secluded from intelligent listeners as Sancho in the Sierra Morena, and when opportunity offers, I must speak or die. I assure you, I would not have told you a word of all this curious intelligence, had I cared a pin who knew it or knew it not. It is very cruel in you, Miss Vernon, to take away all particular marks of favor from your communications, but I must receive them on your own terms. You have not included Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone in your domestic sketches. She shrunk, I thought, at this remark, and hastily answered in a much lower tone, "Not a word of Rashleigh. His ears are so acute when his selfishness is interested that the sounds would reach him even through the mass of Thorncliffe's person stuffed, as it is with beef venison pasty and pudding." "Yes," I replied, but peeping past the living screen which divides us, before I put the question, I perceived that Mr. Rashleigh's chair was empty, has left the table. "I would not have you be too sure of that," Miss Vernon replied. "Take my advice, and when you speak of Rashleigh, get up to the top of Otterscope Hill, where you can see for 20 miles round you, in every direction. Stand on the very peak and speak in whispers. And after all, don't be too sure that the bird of the air will not carry the matter. Rashleigh has been my tutor for 4 years. We are mutually tired of each other, and we shall heartily rejoice at our approaching separation." "Mr. Rashleigh leaves Osbaldistone Hall, then?" "Yes, in a few days. Did you not know that your father must keep his resolutions much more secret than Sir Hildebrand? Why, when my uncle was informed that you were to be his guest for some time, and that your father desired to have one of his hopeful sons to fill up the lucrative situation in his counting-house, which was vacant by your obstinacy, Mr. Francis, the good knight held a cur plénière of all his family, including the butler, housekeeper, and gamekeeper. This reverend assembly of the peers and household officers of Osbaldistone Hall was not convoked, as you may suppose, to elect your substitute, because as Rashleigh alone possessed more arithmetic than was necessary to calculate the odds on a fighting cock, none but he could be supposed qualified for the situation, but some solemn sanction was necessary for transforming Rashleigh's destination from starving as a Catholic priest to thriving as a wealthy banker, and it was not without some reluctance that the acquiescence of the assembly was obtained to such an act of degradation. I can conceive the scrupulous, but how were they got over? "By the general wish, I believe, to get Rashleigh out of the house," replied Miss Vernon. "Although youngest of the family, he has somehow or other got the entire management of all the others, and every one is sensible of the subjection, though they cannot shake it off. If anyone opposes him, he is sure to rue having done so before the year goes about, and if you do him a very important service, you may rue it still more." "At that rate," answered I, smiling, "I should look about me, for I have been the cause, however unintentionally, of his change of situation." "Yes, and whether he regards it as an advantage or disadvantage, he will owe you a grudge for it. But here comes cheese, radishes, and a bumper to church, and King the hint for chaplains and ladies to disappear, and I, the sole representative of womanhood at Osbaldistone Hall, retreat as in duty bound." She vanished as she spoke, leaving me in astonishment at the mingled character of shrewdness, audacity, and frankness which her conversation displayed. I despair conveying to you the least idea of her manner, although I have, as nearly as I can remember, imitated her language. In fact, there was a mixture of untaught simplicity as well as native shrewdness and haughty boldness in her manner, and all were modified and recommended by the play of the most beautiful features I had ever beheld. It is not to be thought that, however strange and uncommon I might think her liberal and unreserved communications, a young man of 22 was likely to be severely critical on a beautiful girl of 18 for not observing a proper distance towards him. On the contrary, I was equally diverted and flattered by Miss Vernon's confidence, and that notwithstanding her declaration of its being conferred on me solely because I was the first auditor who occurred of intelligence enough to comprehend it, with the presumption of my age certainly not diminished by my residence in France. I imagined that well-formed features and a handsome person both, which I conceived myself to possess, were not unsuitable qualifications for the confidant of a young beauty. My vanity, thus enlisted in Miss Vernon's behalf, I was far from judging her with severity merely for a frankness which I supposed was in some degree justified by my own personal merit, and the feelings of partiality which her beauty and the singularity of her situation were of themselves calculated to excite, were enhanced by my opinion of her penetration and judgment in her choice of a friend. After Miss Vernon quitted the apartment, the bottle circulated, or rather flew around the table. In unceasing revolution, my foreign education had given me a distaste to intemperance then, and yet too common a vice among my countrymen, the conversation which seasoned such orgies was as little to my taste, and if anything could render it more disgusting it was the relationship of the company. I therefore seized a lucky opportunity, and made my escape through a side door leading I knew not whither, rather than endure any longer the sight of father and sons practicing the same degrading intemperance, and holding the same coarse and disgusting conversation. I was pursued, of course, as I had expected, to be reclaimed by force as a deserter from the shrine of Bacchus, when I heard the whoop and hollow, and the tramp of the heavy boots of my pursuers on the winding stair, which I was descending. I plainly foresaw I should be overtaken, unless I could get into the open air. I therefore threw open a casement in the staircase, which looked into an old-fashioned garden, and as the height did not exceed 6 feet, I jumped out without hesitation, and soon heard far behind the hay whoop stole away of my baffled pursuers. I ran down one alley, walked fast up another, and then, conceiving myself out of all danger of pursuit, I slackened my pace into a quiet stroll, enjoying the cool air, which the heat of the wine I had been obliged to swallow, as well as that of my rapid retreat, rendered doubly grateful. As I sauntered on, I found the gardener hard at his evening employment, and saluted him as I paused to look at his work. "Good even, my friend." "Good in Tai," answered the man without looking up, and in a tone which at once indicated his northern extraction. "Fine weather for your work, my friend." "It's no that muckle to be complained o," answered the man with that limited degree of praise which gardeners and farmers usually bestow on the very best weather. Then, raising his head as if to see who spoke to him, he touched his Scotch bonnet with an air of respect, as he observed, "A gude safe, use it's a sight for sair een to see a gold-laced jaystiker in the Hagarden Sae late at een." "A gold-laced, what, my good friend?" "Oh, a jaystiker, that's a jacket like your ain there, they. Perhaps from the French just au corps. Hey, other things to do, why them up yonder unbuttoning them, to make room for the beef, and the bag puddings, and the claret wine. Nay, doubt that's the ordinary for evening lecture on this side the border. There's no such plenty of good cheer in your country, my good friend," I replied, "as to tempt you to sit so late at it. Howso ye ken little about Scotland, it's no for want of gude, vivers the best of fish flesh, and fowl hay we by sibos ingans turnips, and other garden fruit. But we hay mence and discretion, and are moderate of our mouths. But here frae the kitchen to the ha, it's fill and fetch mare frae the tea end of the 420, till the t'other, even their fast dace thee car. It fasting when they hay the best o' seafish frae Hartlepool and Sunderland by land carriage, for by trouts grilses salmon, and of the lave art, and so they make their very fasting a kind of luxury and abomination. And then the awful masses and matins of the pure deceived souls, but I shouldna speak about them, for your honour will be a Roman isse warrant like the lay. Not I, my friend, I was bred an English Presbyterian, or dissenter. The right hand of fellowship to your honour, then, quoth the gardener with as much alacrity as his hard features were capable of expressing, and as if to show that his goodwill did not rest on words, he plucked forth a huge horn snuff-box, or mull as he called it, and proffered a pinch with a most fraternal grin. Having accepted his courtesy, I asked him if he had been long a domestic at Osbaldistone Hall. "I have been fighting with wild beasts at Ephesus," said he, looking towards the building, "for the best part of these 24 years, as sure as my name's Andrew Fairservice. But my excellent friend Andrew Fairservice, if your religion and your temperance are so much offended by Roman rituals and southern hospitality, it seems to me that you must have been putting yourself to an unnecessary penance all this while, and that you might have found a service where they eat less, and are more orthodox in their worship. I dare say it cannot be want of skill which prevented your being placed more to your satisfaction." "It disna become me to speak to the point of my qualifications," said Andrew, looking round him with great complacency, "but nae doubt I should understand my trade of horticulture, seeing I was bred in the parish of Dreepdilly, where they raise Lankil under glass and force the early nettles for their spring kale, and to speak truth, I hae been flitting every term these 24 years. But when the time comes there's something to saw that I would like to see sonner something to maw, that I would like to see monner something to ripe, that I would like to see ripened sae Daker on why the family frae year's end to year's end, and I wad say for certain that I am gone to quit at Canelmas, only I was just as positive on it 20 years syne, and I find myself still turning up the mowls here for that forby, that to tell your honour the even down truth, there's nae better place ever offered to Andrew, but if your honour wad wash me to ony place where I wad hear pure doctrine, and hae a free cow's grass, and a cot, and a yard, and mair than 10 punds of annual fee, and where there's nae leddy about the town to count the apples, ise hold mysel muckle indebted tie. Bravo, Andrew, I perceive you'll lose no preferment for want of asking patronage. I canna see what for I should, replied Andrew, it's no a generation to wait, till Ainsworth's discovered I trow. But you are no friend, I observe to the ladies. Now by my troth, I keep up the first gardener's quarrel to them, they're a fascious bargain say crying for apricots, pears, plums, and apples summer and winter without distinction o' seasons. But we hae nae slices o' the spare rib here be praised for't, except old Martha, and she's weel enug pleased why the freedom o' the berrybushes to her sister's weans, when they come to drink tea in a holiday in the housekeeper's room, and why a ween coddlings now and then for her ain private supper. You forget your young mistress. What mistress do I forget we's that? Your young mistress, Miss Vernon. What the lassie Vernon, she's nae mistress o' mine man, I wish she was her ain mistress, and I wish she mayna be some other body's mistress, or it's lang, she's a wild slip that. Indeed, said I, more interested than I cared to own to myself, or to show to the fellowy Andrew, you know all the secrets of this family. If I ken them, I can keep them, said Andrew, they winna work in my wame like harm in a barrel isse, warrant ye miss die isbut, it's neither beef nor brose o' mine. And he began to dig, with a great semblance of assiduity. What is Miss Vernon, Andrew? I am a friend of the family, and should like to know. Other than a gude I am fearing, said Andrew, closing one eye hard, and shaking his head with a grave and mysterious look, something gleedia, honour understands me. I cannot say I do, said I, Andrew, but I should like to hear you explain yourself, and therewithal I slipped a crown piece into Andrew's horn-hard hand. The touch of the silver made him grin a ghastly smile, as he nodded slowly and thrust it into his breeches pocket, and then, like a man who well understood that there was value to be returned, stood up, and rested his arms on his spade, with his features composed into the most important gravity, as for some serious communication. Ye maun ken, then, young gentleman, since it imports you to know that Miss Vernon is. Here breaking off, he sucked in both his cheeks, till his lantern jaws and long chin assumed the appearance of a pair of nutcrackers, winked hard, once more frowned, shook his head, and seemed to think his physiognomy had completed the information which his tongue had not fully told. Good God, said I, so young, so beautiful, so early lost. Troth, ye may say seaches in a manner, lost body and soul forby, being a papist, isse uphaud her forehand, his northern caution prevailed, and he was again silent. For what, sir, said I sternly, I insist on knowing the plain meaning of all this. On just for the bitterest Jacobite in the hale shire. Sure a Jacobite is that all. Andrew looked at me with some astonishment at hearing his information treated so lightly, and then muttering, "Aweel, it's the worst thing I ken about the lassie housewer," he resumed his spade like the king of the Vandals in Marmontel's late novel. Chapter 7. Bardolph the sheriff with a monstrous watch is at the door. Henry Roman, 4 first part. I found out with some difficulty the apartment which was destined for my accommodation, and having secured myself the necessary goodwill and attention from my uncle's domestics, by using the means they were most capable of comprehending, I secluded myself there for the remainder of the evening, conjecturing from the fair way in which I had left my new relatives, as well as from the distant noise, which continued to echo from the stone hall, as their banqueting room was called, that they were not likely to be fitting company for a sober man. What could my father mean by sending me to be an inmate in this strange family, was my first and most natural reflection. My uncle, it was plain, received me as one who was to make some stay with him, and his rude hospitality rendered him as indifferent as King Hal to the number of those who fed at his cost. But it was plain my presence or absence would be of as little importance in his eyes as that of one of his blue-coated serving men. My cousins were mere cubs, in whose company I might, if I liked it, unlearn whatever decent manners or elegant accomplishments I had acquired, but where I could attain no information beyond what regarded worming dogs, rolling horses, and following foxes, I could only imagine one reason, which was probably the true one. My father considered the life which was led at Osbaldistone Hall as the natural and inevitable pursuits of all country gentlemen, and he was desirous, by giving me an opportunity of seeing that with which he knew I should be disgusted, to reconcile me, if possible, to take an active share in his own business. In the meantime he would take Rashleigh Osbaldistone into the counting-house, but he had 100 modes of providing for him, and that advantageously, whenever he chose to get rid of him, so that although I did feel a certain qualm of conscience at having been the means of introducing Rashleigh, being such as he was described by Miss Vernon, into my father's business, perhaps into his confidence, I subdued it by the reflection that my father was complete master of his own affairs, a man not to be imposed upon or influenced by any one, and that all I knew to the young gentleman's prejudice was through the medium of a singular and giddy girl, whose communications were made with an injudicious frankness which might warrant me in supposing her conclusions had been hastily or inaccurately formed. Then my mind naturally turned to Miss Vernon herself, her extreme beauty, her very peculiar situation, relying solely upon her reflections, and her own spirit for guidance and protection, and her whole character offering that variety and spirit which piques our curiosity and engages our attention in spite of ourselves. I had sense enough to consider the neighborhood of this singular young lady, and the chance of our being thrown into very close and frequent intercourse, as adding to the dangers, while it relieved the dullness of Osbaldistone Hall. But I could not, with the fullest exertion of my prudence, prevail upon myself to regret excessively this new and particular hazard to which I was to be exposed. This scruple I also settled as young men settle most difficulties of the kind. I would be very cautious, always on my guard, consider Miss Vernon rather as a companion than an intimate, and all would do well enough. With these reflections I fell asleep, Miss Vernon, of course, forming the last subject of my contemplation. Whether I dreamed of her or not, I cannot satisfy you, for I was tired and slept soundly, but she was the first person I thought of in the morning, when waked at dawn by the cheerful notes of the hunting horn. To start up and direct my horse to be saddled was my first movement, and in a few minutes I was in the courtyard, where men, dogs, and horses were in full preparation. My uncle, who perhaps was not entitled to expect a very alert sportsman in his nephew, bred as he had been in foreign parts, seemed rather surprised to see me, and I thought his morning salutation wanted something of the hearty and hospitable tone which distinguished his first welcome. Art there, lad youths, I rather but look to thistle mind the old song, lad. He that gallops his horse on Blackstone edge may chance to catch a foal. I believe there are few young men, and those very sturdy moralists, who would not rather be taxed with some moral peccadillo than with want of knowledge in horsemanship. As I was by no means deficient either in skill or courage, I resented my uncle's insinuation accordingly, and assured him he would find me up with the hounds. I doubtna, lad, was his reply. Thou'rt a rank rider, Isse, warrant thee, but take heed, thy father sent thee here to me to be bitted, and I doubt I must ride thee on the curb, or well hae some one to ride thee on the halter, if I takena the better heed. As this speech was totally unintelligible to me, besides, it did not seem to be delivered for my use or benefit, but was spoken as it were aside, and as if expressing aloud something which was passing through the mind of my much-honored uncle. I concluded it must either refer to my desertion of the bottle on the preceding evening, or that my uncle's morning hours, being a little discomposed by the revels of the night, before his temper had suffered in proportion. I only made the passing reflection that if he played the ungracious landlord, I would remain the shorter while his guest, and then hastened to salute Miss Vernon, who advanced cordially to meet me, some show of greeting also passed between my cousins and me, but as I saw them, maliciously bent upon criticizing my dress and accoutrements from the cap to the stirrupions and sneering at whatever had a new or foreign appearance, I exempted myself from the task of paying them much attention and assuming, in requital of their grins and whispers, an air of the utmost indifference and contempt. I attached myself to Miss Vernon as the only person in the party whom I could regard as a suitable companion by her side. Therefore we sallied forth to the destined cover, which was a dingle or copse on the side of an extensive common. As we rode thither, I observed to Diana that I did not see my cousin Rashleigh in the field, to which she replied, "Oh, knows a mighty hunter, but it's after the fashion of Nimrod, and his game is man." The dogs now brushed into the cover with the appropriate encouragement from the hunter-saul. Was business, bustle, and activity. My cousins were soon too much interested in the business of the morning to take any further notice of me, unless that I overheard Dickon the horse-jockey whisper to Wilfred the fool, "Look, thou and our French cousin be nat off a first burst." To which Wilfred answered like Eno, for he has a queer outlandish binding on's caster. Thorncliff, however, who in his rude way seemed not absolutely insensible to the beauty of his kinswoman, appeared determined to keep us company more closely than his brothers, perhaps, to watch what passed betwixt Miss Vernon and me, perhaps, to enjoy my expected mishaps in the chase. In the last particular he was disappointed. After beating in vain for the greater part of the morning, a fox was at length found, who led us a chase of 2 hours, in the course of which, notwithstanding the illumined French binding upon my hat, I sustained my character as a horseman to the admiration of my uncle and Miss Vernon and the secret disappointment of those who expected me to disgrace it. Reynard, however, proved too wily for his pursuers, and the hounds were at fault. I could at this time observe in Miss Vernon's manner an impatience of the close attendance which we received from Thorncliff Osbaldistone, and as that active-spirited young lady never hesitated at taking the readiest means to gratify any wish of the moment, she said to him, in a tone of reproach, "I wonder, Thorny, what keeps you dangling at my horse's crupper all this morning, when you know the earths above Wolvertonmill are not stopped?" "I know no such an thing." Then Miss Di, for the miller swore himself as black as night, that he stopped them at 12 o'clock midnight, that was. "Oh, fie upon you, Thorny, would you trust to a miller's word? And these earths too, where we lost the fox 3 times this season, and you on your grey mare that can gallop there and back in 10 minutes. Well, Miss Di, ease go to Wolverton then, and if the earths are not stopped, ease rattle Dick the miller's bones for him. Do, my dear Thorny, horsewhip the rascal to purpose via fly away. And about it, Thorncliff went off at the galloper. Get horsewhipped yourself, which will serve my purpose just as well. I must teach them all discipline and obedience to the word of command. I am raising a regiment, you must know. Thorny shall be my sergeant major, Dickon my ridding master, and Wilfred, with his deep dubadub tones that speak but 3 syllables at a time, my kettle drummer. And Rashleigh shall be my scoutmaster, and will you find no employment for me, most lovely colonel? You shall have the choice of being paymaster or plundermaster to the corps, but see how the dogs puzzle about. There come Mr. Frank, the scent's cold, they want recover it there, this, while follow me, I have a view to show you." And in fact she cantered up to the top of a gentle hill, commanding an extensive prospect. Casting her eyes around to see that no one was near us, she drew up her horse beneath a few birch trees, which screened us from the rest of the hunting field. "Do you see yon peaked brown heathy hill, having something like a whitish speck upon the side, terminating that long ridge of broken moorish uplands? I see it distinctly. That whitish speck is a rock called Hawkesmore Crag, and Hawkesmore Crag is in Scotland. Indeed, I did not think we had been so near Scotland. It is so, I assure you, and your horse will carry you there in 2 hours. I shall hardly give him the trouble. Why, the distance must be 18 miles as the crow flies. You may have my mare if you think her less blown. I say that in 2 hours you may be in Scotland. And I say that I have so little desire to be there, that if my horse's head were over the border, I would not give his tail the trouble of following. What should I do in Scotland? Provide for your safety, if I must speak plainly. Do you understand me now, Mr. Frank? Not a whit. You are more and more oracular. Then on my word, you either mistrust me most unjustly, and are a better dissembler than rashly Osbaldistone himself, or you know nothing of what is imputed to you, and then no wonder you stare at me in that grave manner, which I can scarce see without laughing. Upon my word of honor, Miss Vernon, said I, with an impatient feeling of her childish disposition to mirth, I have not the most distant conception of what you mean. I am happy to afford you any subject of amusement, but I am quite ignorant in what it consists. Nay, there's no sound jest, after all, said the young lady, composing herself, only one looks so very ridiculous when he is fairly perplexed, but the matter is serious enough. Do you know one Moray or Morris, or some such name? Not that I can at present recollect. Think a moment, did you not lately travel with somebody of such a name? The only man with whom I travelled for any length of time was a fellow whose soul seemed to lie in his portmanteau. Then it was like the soul of the licentiate Pedro Garcia's, which lay among the ducats in his leathern purse. That man has been robbed, and he has lodged an information against you as connected with the violence done to him. You jest, Miss Vernon. I do not, I assure you. The thing is an absolute fact. And do you, said I, with strong indignation, which I did not attempt to suppress, do you suppose me capable of meriting such a charge? You would call me out for it, I suppose. Had I the advantage of being a man, you may do so as it is, if you like. A tie can shoot flying, as well as leap a 5-barred gate. And our colonel of a regiment of horse, besides, replied I, reflecting how idle it was to be angry with her. But do explain the present jest to me. There's no jest whatever, said Diana. You are accused of robbing this man, and my uncle believes it as well as I. Roman 999. Upon my honor, I am greatly obliged to my friends for their good opinion. Now do not, if you can help it, snort and stare and snuff the wind, and look so exceedingly like a startled horse. There's no such offense as you suppose. You are not charged with any petty larceny or vulgar felony. No means. This fellow was carrying money from government, both specie and bills, to pay the troops in the north. And it is said he has been also robbed of some dispatches of great consequence. And so it is high treason then, and not simple robbery, of which I am accused. Certainly, which you know has been in all ages accounted the crime of a gentleman. You will find plenty in this country, and one not far from your elbow, who think it a merit to distress the Hanoverian government by every means possible. Neither my politics nor my morals, Miss Vernon, are of a description so accommodating. I really begin to believe that you are a Presbyterian and Hanoverian in good earnest, but what do you propose to do? Instantly to refute this atrocious calumny. Before whom, I asked, was this extraordinary accusation laid? Before old Squire Inglewood, who had sufficient unwillingness to receive it. He sent tidings to my uncle, I suppose, that he might smuggle you away into Scotland out of reach of the warrant. But my uncle is sensible that his religion and old predilections render him obnoxious to government, and that were he caught playing booty, he would be disarmed and probably dismounted, which would be the worse evil of the two, as a Jacobite papist and suspected person. On occasions of public alarm in the beginning of the 18th century, the horses of the Catholics were often seized upon, as they were always supposed to be on the eve of rising in rebellion. I can conceive that sooner than lose his hunters, he would give up his nephew, nieces, sons, daughters, if he had them, and whole generation, said Diana Thuriford. Trust not to him even for a single moment, but make the best of your way before they can serve the warrant. That I shall certainly do, but it shall be to the house of this Squire Inglewood. Which way does it lie? About 5 miles off, in the low ground behind yonder plantation. You may see the tower of the clock house. I will be there in a few minutes, said I, putting my horse in motion. And I will go with you and show you the way, said Diana, putting her palfrey also to the trot. Do not think of it, Miss Vernon, I replied. It is not permit me, the freedom of a friend. It is not proper, scarcely even delicate in you, to go with me on such an errand as I am now upon. "I understand your meaning," said Miss Vernon. A slight blush crossing her haughty brow. "It is plainly spoken." And after a moment's pause, she added, "and I believe kindly meant." "It is indeed, Miss Vernon. Can you think me insensible of the interest you show me, or ungrateful for it?" said I with even more earnestness than I could have wished to express. "Yours is meant for true kindness shown best at the hour of need. But I must not for your own sake for the chance of misconstruction suffer you to pursue the dictates of your generosity. This is so public an occasion it is almost like venturing into an open court of justice." "And if it were not almost, but altogether entering into an open court of justice, do you think I would not go there if I thought it right and wished to protect a friend? You have no one to stand by you, are a stranger, and here in the outskirts of the kingdom country justices do odd things. My uncle has no desire to embroil himself in your affair. Rashleigh is absent, and were he here, there is no knowing which side he might take. The rest are all more stupid and brutal one than another. I will go with you, and I do not fear being able to serve you. I am no fine lady to be terrified to death with Lawbook's hard words or big wigs." "But my dear Miss Vernon, but my dear Mr. Francis, be patient and quiet, and let me take my own way, for when I take the bit between my teeth, there is no bridle will stop me." Flattered with the interest so lovely a creature seemed to take in my fate, yet vexed at the ridiculous appearance I should make by carrying a girl of 18 along with me as an advocate, and seriously concerned for the misconstruction to which her motives might be exposed, I endeavored to combat her resolution to accompany me to Squire Inglewood's. The self-willed girl told me roundly that my dissuasions were absolutely in vain, that she was a true Vernon, whom no consideration, not even that of being able to do but little to assist him, should induce to abandon a friend in distress, and that all I could say on the subject might be very well for pretty well-educated, well-behaved misses from a town boarding school, but did not apply to her, who was accustomed to mind nobody's opinion but her own. While she spoke thus, we were advancing hastily towards Inglewood Place, while, as if to divert me from the task of further remonstrance, she drew a ludicrous picture of the magistrate and his clerk. Inglewood was, according to her description, a whitewashed Jacobite, that is, one who, having been long a non-juror, like most of the other gentlemen of the country, had lately qualified himself to act as a justice. By taking the oaths to government, he had done so, she said, in compliance with the urgent request. Most of his brother squires, who saw with regret that the palladium of sylvan sport, the game laws, were likely to fall into disuse for want of a magistrate who would enforce them, the nearest acting justice being the mayor of Newcastle, and he as being rather inclined to the consumption of the game when properly dressed than to its preservation when alive, was more partial, of course, to the cause of the poacher than of the sportsman, resolving therefore that it was expedient some one of their number should sacrifice the scruples of Jacobitical loyalty to the good of the community. The Northumbrian country gentleman imposed the duty on Inglewood, who, being very inert in most of his feelings and sentiments, might, they thought, comply with any political creed without much repugnance. Having thus procured the body of justice, they proceeded, continued Miss Vernon, to attach to it a clerk by way of soul, to direct and animate its movements accordingly. They got a sharp Newcastle attorney called Jobson, who, to vary my metaphor, finds it a good thing enough to retail justice at the sign of Squire Inglewood, and as his own emoluments depend on the quantity of business which he transacts, he hooks in his principal for a great deal more employment in the justice line than the honest squire had ever bargained for, so that no applewife within the circuit of 10 miles can settle her account with a costermonger without an audience of the reluctant justice and his alert clerk, Mr. Joseph Jobson. But the most ridiculous scenes occur when affairs come before him, like our business of today, having any coloring of politics. Mr. Joseph Jobson, for which no doubt he has his own very sufficient reasons, is a prodigious zealot for the Protestant religion and a great friend to the present establishment in church and state, now his principal retaining a sort of instinctive attachment to the opinions which he professed openly, until he relaxed his political creed with the patriotic view of enforcing the law against unauthorized destroyers of black game, grouse, partridges, and hares, is peculiarly embarrassed when the zeal of his assistant involves him in judicial proceedings connected with his earlier faith, and instead of seconding his zeal, he seldom fails to oppose to it a double dose of indolence and lack of exertion. And this inactivity does not by any means arise from actual stupidity. On the contrary, For one whose principal delight is in eating and drinking, he is an alert, joyous, and lively old soul, which makes his assumed dullness the more diverting. So you may see Jobson on such occasions like a bit of a broken-down blood-tit, condemned to drag an overloaded cart, puffing, strutting, and spluttering to get the justice put in motion, while though the wheels groan creak and revolve slowly, the great and preponderating weight of the vehicle fairly frustrates the efforts of the willing quadruped, and prevents its being brought into a state of actual progression. Nay, more, the unfortunate pony, I understand, has been heard to complain that this same car of justice, which he finds it so hard to put in motion on some occasions, can on others run fast enough downhill of its own accord, dragging his reluctant self backwards along with it when anything can be done of service to Squire Inglewood's quondam friends. And then Mr. Jobson talks big about reporting his principal to the Secretary of State for the Home Department, if it were not for his particular regard and friendship for Mr. Inglewood and his family. As Miss Vernon concluded this whimsical description, we found ourselves in front of Inglewood Place, a handsome, though old-fashioned building, which showed the consequence of the family. Chapter 8. Sir, quoth the lawyer, not to flatter ye, you have as good and fair a battery as heart could wish, and need not shame the proudest man alive to claim. Butler. Our horses were taken by a servant in Sir Hildebrand's livery, whom we found in the courtyard, and we entered the house. In the entrance hall I was somewhat surprised, and my fair companions still more so, when we met Rashleigh Osbaldistone, who could not help showing equal wonder at our rencontre. Rashleigh, said Miss Vernon, without giving him time to ask any question, you have heard of Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's affair, and you have been talking to the justice about it. Certainly, said Rashleigh composedly, it has been my business. Here I have been endeavouring, he said, with a bow to me, to render my cousin what service I can, but I am sorry to meet him here. As a friend and relation, Mr. Osbaldistone, you ought to have been sorry to have met me anywhere else at a time when the charge of my reputation required me to be on this spot as soon as possible. True, but judging from what my father said, I should have supposed a short retreat into Scotland just till matters should be smoothed over in a quiet way. I answered with warmth that I had no prudential measures to observe and desired to have nothing smoothed over. On the contrary, I was come to inquire into a rascally calumny which I was determined to probe to the bottom. Mr. Francis Osbaldistone is an innocent man, Rashleigh, said Miss Vernon, and he demands an investigation of the charge against him, and I intend to support him in it. You do, my pretty cousin. I should think now Mr. Francis Osbaldistone was likely to be as effectually and rather more delicately supported by my presence than by yours. Oh, certainly, but two heads are better than one, you know. Especially such a head as yours, my pretty Di, advancing and taking her hand with a familiar fondness, which made me think him 50 times uglier than nature had made him. She led him, however, a few steps aside. They conversed in an under voice, and she appeared to insist upon some request which he was unwilling or unable to comply with. I never saw so strong a contrast betwixt the expression of two faces. Miss Vernon's, from being earnest, became angry, her eyes and cheeks became more animated, her colour mounted, she clenched her little hand, and stamping on the ground with her tiny foot, seemed to listen with a mixture of contempt and indignation to the apologies, which from his look of civil deference, his composed and respectful smile, his body rather drawing back than advanced, and other signs of look and person, I concluded him to be pouring out at her feet. At length she flung away from him with, I will have it so. It is not in my power, there is no possibility of it. Would you think it, Mr. Osbaldistone, said he, addressing me. You are not mad, said she, interrupting him. Would you think it, said he, without attending to her hint. Miss Vernon insists not only that I know your innocence, of which indeed it is impossible for anyone to be more convinced, but that I must also be acquainted with the real perpetrators of the outrage on this fellow. If, indeed, such an outrage has been committed, is this reasonable, Mr. Osbaldistone? I will not allow any appeal to Mr. Osbaldistone, Rashleigh, said the young lady. He does not know, as I do, the incredible extent and accuracy of your information on all points. As I am a gentleman, you do me more honor than I deserve. Justice rashly only justice, and it is only justice which I expect at your hands. You are a tyrant, Diana, he answered, with a sort of sire capricious tyrant, and rule your friends with a rod of iron. Still, however, it shall be as you desire, but you ought not to be here, you know you ought not, you must return with me. Then turning from Diana, who seemed to stand undecided, he came up to me in the most friendly manner, and said, do not doubt my interest in what regards you, Mr. Osbaldistone. If I leave you just at this moment, it is only to act for your advantage, but you must use your influence with your cousin to return her presence, cannot serve you, and must prejudice herself. I assure you, sir, I replied, you cannot be more convinced of this than I have urged Miss Vernon's return as anxiously as she would permit me to do. I have thought on it, said Miss Vernon after a pause, and I will not go till I see you safe out of the hands of the Philistine's cousin. Rashly, I dare say, means well, but he and I know each other well. Rashly I will not go, I know, she added in a more soothing tone. My being here will give you more motive for speed and exertion. Stay then, rash, obstinate girl, said Rashly, you know but too well to whom you trust, and hastening out of the hall, we heard his horse's feet a minute afterwards in rapid motion. Thank heaven he is gone, said Diana, and now let us seek out the justice. Had we not better call a servant? Oh, by no means, I know the way to his den, we must burst on him, suddenly follow me. I did follow her accordingly, as she tripped up a few gloomy steps, traversed a twilight passage, and entered a sort of anteroom hung round with old maps, architectural elevations, and genealogical trees. A pair of folding doors opened from this into Mr. Inglewood's sitting apartment, from which was heard the fagend of an old ditty chanted by a voice which had been in its day fit for a jolly bottle song. Oh, in Skipton in Craven is never a haven, but many a day foul weather. And he that would say, a pretty girl, nay, I wish for his cravat a tether. Heyday, said Miss Vernon, the genial justice must have dined already. I did not think it had been so late. It was even so, Mr. Inglewood's appetite having been sharpened by his official investigations, he had antedated his meridian repast, having dined at 12 instead of 1 o'clock. Then the general dining hour in England, the various occurrences of the morning, occasioned our arriving some time after this hour to the justice, the most important of the 4&20, and he had not neglected the interval. Stay you here, said Diana, I know the house, and I will call a servant. Your sudden appearance might startle the old gentleman even to choking, and she escaped from me, leaving me uncertain whether I ought to advance or retreat. It was impossible for me not to hear some part of what passed within the dinner apartment, and particularly several apologies for declining to sing, expressed in a dejected croaking voice, the tones of which I conceived were not entirely new to me. Not sing, sir, by Our Lady, but you must what you have cracked my silver-mounted cocoanut of sack, and tell me that you cannot sing, sir. Sack will make a cat sing, and speak too so up with a merry stave, or trundle yourself out of my doors. Do you think you are to take up all my valuable time with your D.D. declarations, and then tell me you cannot sing? Your worship is perfectly in rule, said another voice, which from its pert conceited accent might be that of the cleric, and the party must be conformable. He hath canet written on his face in court hand. Up with it then, said the justice, or by St. Christopher, you shall crack the cocoanut full of salt and water, according to the statute for such effect made and provided. Thus exhorted and threatened my quondam fellow-traveller, for I could no longer doubt that he was the recusant in question, uplifted with a voice similar to that of a criminal singing his last psalm on the scaffold, a most doleful stave to the following effect. Good people, all I pray give ears. A woeful story you shall hear. 'Tis of a robber as stout as ever, bade a true man stand and deliver, with his foodle do far loodle-loo. This knave most worthy of a cord, being armed with pistol and with sword, twixt Kensington and Brentford then, did boldly stop 6 honest men, with his foodle, do etc. These honest men did at Brentford dine, having drank each man his pint of wine. When this bold thief, with many curses, did say you dogs your lives or purses, with his foodle, do etc. I question if the honest men whose misfortune is commemorated in this pathetic ditty were more startled at the appearance of the bold thief than the songster was at mine, for tired of waiting for someone to announce me, and finding my situation as a listener rather awkward, I presented myself to the company just as my friend Mr. Morris, for such it seems was. His name was uplifting the fifth stave of his doleful ballad. The high tone with which the tune started died away in a quaver of consternation on finding himself so near one whose character he supposed to be little less suspicious than that of the hero of his madrigal, and he remained silent with a mouth gaping as if I had brought the Gorgon's head in my hand. The justice, whose eyes had closed under the influence of the somniferous lullaby of the song, started up in his chair as it suddenly ceased and stared with wonder at the unexpected addition which the company had received, while his organs of sight were in abeyance. The clerk, as I conjectured him to be from his appearance, was also commoved, for sitting opposite to Mr. Morris, that honest gentleman's terror communicated itself to him, though he wotted not why. Frank at Judge Inglewood's. I broke the silence of surprise occasioned by my abrupt entrance. My name, Mr. Inglewood, is Francis Osbaldistone. I understand that some scoundrel has brought a complaint before you charging me with being concerned in a loss which he says he has sustained. Sir, said the justice somewhat peevishly, these are matters I never enter upon after dinner. There is a time for everything, and a justice of peace must eat as well as other folks. The goodly person of Mr. Inglewood, by the way, seemed by no means to have suffered by any fasts, whether in the service of the law or of religion. I beg pardon for an ill-timed visit, sir, but as my reputation is concerned, and as the dinner appears to be concluded. It is not concluded, sir, replied the magistrate. Man requires digestion as well as food, and I protest I cannot have benefit from my victuals unless I am allowed 2 hours of quiet leisure intermixed with harmless mirth, and a moderate circulation of the bottle. If your honor will forgive me, said Mr. Jobson, who had produced and arranged his writing implements in the brief space that our conversation afforded, as this is a case of felony, and the gentleman seems something impatient. The charge is contra pacem domini regis. Dien domini regis, said the impatient justice. I hope it's no treason to say so, but it's enough to made one mad to be worried in this way. Have I a moment of my life quiet for warrants, orders, directions, acts, bails, bonds, and recognizances? I pronounce to you, Mr. Jobson, that I shall send you and the justiceship to the devil one of these days. Your honor will consider the dignity of the office, one of the quorum and custos rotulorum, an office of which Sir Edward Coke wisely saith, the whole Christian world hath not the like of it, so it be duly executed. Well, said the justice, partly reconciled by this eulogium on the dignity of his situation, and gulping down the rest of his dissatisfaction in a huge bumper of claret, let us to this gear then, and get rid of it as fast as we can. Hear you, sir, you Morris, you knight of the sorrowful countenances, this Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, the gentleman whom you charge with being art and part of felony. I, sir, replied Morris, whose scattered wits had hardly yet reassembled themselves, I charge nothing, I say nothing against the gentleman. Then we dismiss your complaint, sir, that's all, and a good riddance. Push about the bottle, Mr. Osbaldistone, help yourself. Jobson, however, was determined that Morris should not back out of the scrape so easily. What do you mean, Mr. Morris? Here is your own declaration. Ink scarce, dreaded you would retract it in this scandalous manner. How do I know, whispered the other in a tremulous tone, how many rogues are in the house to back him? I have read of such things in Johnson's Lives of the Highwaymen. I protest. The door opens. And it did open, and Diana Vernon entered. You keep fine order here, justice, not a servant to be seen or heard of. Ah, said the justice, starting up with an alacrity which showed that he was not so engrossed by his devotions to Themis or Camus as to forget what was due to beauty ha die Vernon, the heathbell of Cheviot, and the blossom of the border, come to see how the old bachelor keeps house art welcome girl as flowers in May. A fine, open, hospitable house, you do keep justice, that must be allowed not a soul to answer a visitor. Are the knaves they reckon themselves secure of me for a couple of hours? Why did you not come earlier? Your cousin rashly dined here, and ran away like a poltroon after the first bottle was out, but you have not dined well. Have something nice, and ladylike sweet, and pretty like yourself, tossed up in a trice. I may eat a crust in the anteroom before I set out, answered Miss Vernon. I have had a long ride this morning, but I can't stay long. Justice, I came with my cousin Frank Osbaldistone there, and I must show him the way back again to the hall, or hell lose himself in the wolds. Who sits the wind in that quarter? Inquired the justice. She showed him the way, she showed him the way. She showed him the way to woo. What no luck for old fellows, then, my sweet bud of the wilderness? None whatever, Squire Inglewood, but if you will be a good kind justice, and dispatch young Frank's business, and let us canter home again, bring my uncle to dine with you next week, and well expect merry doings. And you shall find them, my pearl of the Tyne-Zuckers, lass. I never envy these young fellows their rides and scampers, unless when you come across me. But I must not keep you just now. I suppose I am quite satisfied with Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's explanation. Her has been some mistake, which can be cleared at greater leisure. Pardon me, sir, said I, but I have not heard the nature of the accusation yet. Yes, sir, said the clerk, who at the appearance of Miss Vernon had given up the matter in despair, but who picked up courage to press farther investigation on finding himself supported from a quarter whence assuredly he expected no backing. Yes, sir, and Dalton saith that he who is apprehended as a felon shall not be discharged upon any man's discretion, but shall be held either to bail or commitment, paying to the clerk of the peace the usual fees for recognizance or commitment. The justice, thus goaded on, gave me at length a few words of explanation. It seems the tricks which I had played to this man Morris had made a strong impression on his imagination, for I found they had been arrayed against me in his evidence with all the exaggerations which a timorous and heated imagination could suggest. It appeared also that on the day he parted from me he had been stopped on a solitary spot, and eased of his beloved travelling companion, the portmanteau, by two men well mounted, and armed, having their faces covered with vizards. One of them, he conceived, had much of my shape and air, and in a whispering conversation which took place betwixt the freebooters, he heard the other apply to him the name of Osbaldistone. The declaration farther set forth that upon inquiring into the principles of the family so named, he, the said declarant, was informed that they were of the worst description, the family, in all its members, having been Papists and Jacobites, as he was given to understand by the dissenting clergyman at whose house he stopped after his rencontre since the days of William the Conqueror. Upon all and each of these weighty reasons, he charged me with being accessory to the felony committed upon his person, he, the said declarant, then travelling in the special employment of government, and having charge of certain important papers, and also a large sum in specie to be paid over according to his instructions to certain persons of official trust and importance in Scotland. Having heard this extraordinary accusation, I replied to it that the circumstances on which it was founded were such as could warrant no justice or magistrate in any attempt on my personal liberty. I admitted that I had practiced a little upon the terrors of Mr. Morris while we travelled together, but in such trifling particulars as could have excited apprehension in no one who was one whit less timorous and jealous than himself. But I added that I had never seen him since we parted, and if that which he feared had really come upon him, I was in nowise accessory to an action so unworthy of my character and station in life. That one of the robbers was called Osbaldistone, or that such a name was mentioned in the course of the conversation betwixt them, was a trifling circumstance to which no weight was due, and concerning the disaffection alleged against me, I was willing to prove to the satisfaction of the justice, the clerk, and even the witness himself, that I was of the same persuasion as his friend, the dissenting clergyman, had been educated as a good subject, in the principles of the Revolution, and as such now demanded the personal protection of the laws which had been assured by that great event. The justice fidgeted, took snuff, and seemed considerably embarrassed, while Mr. Attorney Jobson, with all the volubility of his profession, ran over the statute of the 34 Edward Roman III, by which justices of the peace are allowed to arrest all those whom they find by indictment or suspicion, and to put them into prison. The rogue even turned my own admissions against me, alleging that since I had confessedly upon my own showing assumed the bearing or deportment of a robber or malefactor, I had voluntarily subjected myself to the suspicions of which I complained, and brought myself within the compass of the act, having wilfully clothed my conduct with all the color and livery of guilt. I combated both his arguments and his jargon with much indignation and scorn, and observed that I should if necessary produce the bail of my relations, which I conceived could not be refused without subjecting the magistrate in a misdemeanor. "Pardon me, my good sir, pardon me," said the insatiable clerk. "This is a case in which neither bail nor mainprize can be received. The felon, who is liable to be committed on heavy grounds of suspicion, not being replevisible under the statute of the 3d of King Edward, there being in that act an express exception of such as be charged of commandment or force, and aid of felony done." And he hinted that his worship would do well to remember that such were no way replevisible by common writ, nor without writ. At this period of the conversation, a servant entered, and delivered a letter to Mr. Jobson. He had no sooner run it hastily over than he exclaimed with the air of one who wished to appear much vexed at the interruption, and felt the consequence attached to a man of multifarious avocations. "Good Godwe, at this rate, I shall have neither time to attend to the public concerns, nor my own risk. No quiet. I wish to heaven another gentleman in our line would settle here." "God forbid," said the justice, in a tone of sottovose deprecation. "Some of us have enough of one of the tribe. This is a matter of life and death, if your worship pleases." "In God's name, no more justice business, I hope," said the alarmed magistrate. "No," replied Mr. Jobson, very consequentially. "Old Gaffer Rutledge of Grimeshill is subpoenaed for the next world. He has sent an express for Dr. Kildone to put in bail an author for me to arrange his worldly affairs." "Away with you then," said Mr. Inglewood hastily. "His may not be a replevisible case under the statute, you know, or Mr. Justice Death may not like the doctor for a main perner or bailsman." "And yet," said Jobson, lingering, as he moved towards the door, "if my presence here be necessary, I could make out the warrant for committal in a moment. And the constable is below, and you have heard," he said, lowering his voice. Mr. Rashleigh's opinion, the rest, was lost in a whisper. The justice replied aloud, "I tell thee, no man no ill do not, till thou return man tease, but a formal ride come, push the bottle, Mr. Morris, don't be cast down, Mr. Osbaldistone, and you, my rose of the wilderness, own cup of claret, to refresh the bloom of your cheeks." Diana started as if from a reverie in which she appeared to have been plunged. "While we held this discussion, no justice I should be afraid of transferring the bloom to a part of my face, where it would show to little advantage. But I will pledge you in a cooler beverage," and filling a glass with water, she drank it hastily, while her hurried manner belied her assumed gaiety. I had not much leisure to make remarks upon her demeanor, however, being full of vexation at the interference of fresh obstacles to an instant examination of the disgraceful and impertinent charge which was brought against me. But there was no moving the justice to take the matter up in absence of his clerk, an incident which gave him apparently as much pleasure as a holiday to a schoolboy. He persisted in his endeavors to inspire jollity into a company, the individuals of which, whether considered with reference to each other or to their respective situations, were by no means inclined to mirth. "Come, Master Morris, you're not the first man that's been robbed I trogrieving near brought back lost man, and you, Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, are not the first bully boy that has said stand to a true man. There was Jack Winterfield in my young days, kept the best company in the land at horse races and cockfights, who but hand and glove was I with Jack. Push the bottle, Mr. Morris, it's dry talking. Many quart bumpers have I cracked, and thrown many a merry main with poor Jack. Good family, ready wit, quick eyes, honest a fellow barring the deed. He died for well drink to his memory, gentlemen, poor Jack Winterfield. And since we talk of him, and of those sort of things, and since that D.D. clerk of mine has taken his gibberish elsewhere, and since we're snug among ourselves, Mr. Osbaldistone, if you will have my best advice, I would take up this matter the laws hardvery severe hanged poor Jack Winterfield at York, despite family connections and great interest, all for easing a fat West Country grazier of the price of a few beasts. Now here is honest, Mr. Morris has been frightened, and so forth. D.N. It man let the poor fellow have back his portmanteau, and end the frolic at once. Morris' eyes brightened up at this suggestion, and he began to hesitate forth an assurance that he thirsted for no man's blood, when I cut the proposed accommodation short by resenting the justice's suggestion as an insult that went directly to suppose me guilty of the very crime which I had come to his house with the express intention of disavowing. We were in this awkward predicament when a servant opening the door announced a strange gentleman to wait upon his honor, and the party whom he thus described entered the room without farther ceremony. Die Vernon at Judge Inglewood's. Chapter 9th. One of the thieves come back again, ill, stand close. He dares not wrong me now so near the house, and call in vain tease till I see him offer it. The widow. A stranger echoed the justice, not upon business, I trust for ill be. His protestation was cut short by the answer of the man himself. My business is of a nature somewhat onerous, and particular, said my acquaintance Mr. Campbellfer. It was he, the very Scotchman whom I had seen at Northallerton, and I must solicit your honor to give instant and heedful consideration to it. I believe Mr. Morris, he added, fixing his eye on that person with a look of peculiar firmness and almost ferocity, I believe ye ken Brawley. What I am, I believe ye cannot have forgotten what passed at our last meeting on the road. Morris' jaw drooped, his countenance became the color of tallow, his teeth chattered, and he gave visible signs of the utmost consternation. Take heart of grace, man, said Campbell, and dinna sit clattering your jaws there like a pair of castanets. I think there can be nae difficulty in your telling, Mr. Justice, that ye have seen me of yore, and ken me to be a cavalier of fortune, and a man of honor. Ye ken fu weel ye will be some time resident in my vicinity, when I may have the power, as I will possess the inclination, to do you as good a turn. Sir, I believe you to be a man of honor, and as you say, a man of fortune. Yes, Mr. Inglewood, he added, clearing his voice, I really believe this gentleman to be so. And what are this gentleman's commands with me? Said the justice, somewhat peevishly. One man introduces another, like the rhymes in the house that Jack built, and I get company without either peace or conversation. Both shall be yours, sir, answered Campbell, in a brief period of time. I come to release your mind from a piece of troublesome duty, not to make increment to it. Body o' me, then you are welcome as ever Scot was to England, and that's not saying much, but get on, man, let's hear what you have got to say at once. I presume this gentleman, continued the North Briton, told you there was a person of the name of Campbell with him when he had the mischance to lose his valise. He has not mentioned such a name from beginning to end of the matter, said the justice. Or I conceive, replied Mr. Campbell. Mr. Morris was kindly afeard of committing a stranger into collision by the judicial forms of the country, but as I understand my evidence is necessary to the compurgation of one honest gentleman here, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, has been most unjustly suspected, I will dispense with the precaution. Ye will therefore, he added, addressing Morris with the same determined look and accent, please tell Mr. Justice Inglewood whether we did not travel several miles together on the road, in consequence of your own anxious request and suggestion, reiterated ants and again, baith on the evening that we were at Northallerton, and there declined by me, but afterwards accepted, when I overtook ye on the road near Cloberry Allers, and was prevailed on by you to resign my ain intentions of proceeding to Rothbury, and for my misfortune to accompany you on your proposed route. It's a melancholy truth, answered Morris, holding down his head, as he gave this general assent to the long and leading question which Campbell put to him, and seemed to acquiesce in the statement it contained with rueful docility. And I presume you can also asseverate to his worship that no man is better qualified than I am to bear testimony in this case, seeing that I was by you and near you constantly during the whole occurrence. No man better qualified, certainly, said Morris, with a deep and embarrassed sigh. And why the devil did you not assist him, then, said the justice, since by Mr. Morris' account there were but 2 robbers, so you were 2 to 2, and you are both stout likely men. Sir, if it please your worship, said Campbell, I have been all my life a man of peace and quietness, no is given to broils or batteries. Mr. Morris, who belongs, as I understand, or hath belonged to his Majesty's army, might have used his pleasure in resistance he travelling, as I also understand, with a great charge of treasure. But for me, who had but my own small peculiar to defend, and who am moreover a man of a pacific occupation, I was unwilling to commit myself to hazard in the matter. I looked at Campbell as he muttered these words, and never recollect to have seen a more singular contrast than that between the strong, daring sternness expressed in his harsh features and the air of composed meekness and simplicity which his language assumed. There was even a slight ironical smile lurking about the corners of his mouth, which seemed involuntarily, as it were, to intimate his disdain of the quiet and peaceful character which he thought proper to assume, and which led me to entertain strange suspicions that his concern in the violence done to Morris had been something very different from that of a fellow-sufferer, or even of a mere spectator. Perhaps some suspicious crossed the justice's mind at the moment, for he exclaimed, as if by way of ejaculation, "Body o' me, but this is a strange story." The North Briton seemed to guess at what was passing in his mind, for he went on, with a change of manner and tone, dismissing from his countenance some part of the hypocritical affectation of humility which had made him obnoxious to suspicion, and saying with a more frank and unconstrained air to say, "The truth, I am just ane o' those canny folks wha care not to fight, but when they hae gotten something to fight for, which did not chance to be my predicament when I fell in wi' these loons, but that your worship may know that I am a person of good fame and character, please to cast your eye over that billet." Mr. Inglewood took the paper from his hand and read half aloud. "These are to certify that the bearer Robert Campbell off some place, which I cannot pronounce," interjected the justice, "a person of good lineage and peaceable demeanour, travelling towards England on his own proper affairs, Roman 100, Roman 100, Roman 100, given under our hand at our castle of Inverarara, Argyle. A slight testimonial, sir, which I thought fit to impetrate from that worthy nobleman here." He raised his hand to his head, as if to touch his hat. "Mac Callum More." "Mac Callum, who, sir?" said the justice. "Whom the Southern call the Duke of Argyle." "I know the Duke of Argyle very well to be a nobleman of great worth and distinction, and a true lover of his country. I was one of those that stood by him in 1714, when he unhorsed the Duke of Marlborough out of his command. I wish we had more noblemen like him. He was an honest Tory in those days, and hand and glove with Ormond, and he has acceded to the present government, as I have done myself, for the peace and quiet of his country, for I cannot presume that great man to have been actuated as violent folks pretend, with the fear of losing his places, and regiment his testimonial, as you call it. Mr. Campbell is perfectly satisfactory. And now what have you got to say to this matter of the robbery?" "Briefly this, if it please your worship, that Mr. Morris might as weel charge it against the babe yet to be born, or against myself, even as against this young gentleman, Mr. Osbaldistone. For I am not only free to depone that the person whom he took for him was a shorter man and a thicker man, but also for I chanced to obtain a glisk of his visage as his fossa-face slipped aside, that he was a man of other features and complexion than those of this young gentleman, Mr. Osbaldistone. And I believe," he added, turning round with a natural yet somewhat sterner air to Mr. Morris, "that the gentleman will allow I had better opportunity to take cognizance were present on that occasion, than he, being, I believe, much the cooler o' the twa." "I agree to it, sir, I agree to it, perfectly," said Morris, shrinking back, as Campbell moved his chair towards him to fortify his appeal. "And I incline, sir," he added, addressing Mr. Inglewood, "to retract my information as to Mr. Osbaldistone. And I request, sir, you will permit him, sir, to go about his business, and me to go about mine. Also your worship may have business to settle with Mr. Campbell, and I am rather in haste to be gone." "Then there go the declarations," said the justice, throwing them into the fire, "and Now you are at perfect liberty, Mr. Osbaldistone, and you, Mr. Morris, are set quite at your ease. I said, Campbell, eyeing Morris, as he assented with a rueful grin to the justice's observations, much like the ease of a tod under a pair of harrows. But fear nothing, Mr. Morris, you and I maun leave the house thegither. I will see you safe. I hope you will not doubt my honour when I say Ceto the next highway, and then we part company. And if we do not meet as friends in Scotland, it will be your ain fault. With such a lingering look of terror as the condemned criminal throws when he is informed that the cart awaits him, Morris arose. But when on his legs appeared to hesitate, I tell thee, man, fear nothing, reiterated Campbell. I will keep my word with you. Why, thou sheep's heart, how do ye ken? But we may can pick up some spearings of your valise. If ye will be amenable to gude counsel, our horses are ready. Bid the justice farewell, man, and show your southern breeding. Morris, thus exhorted and encouraged, took his leave under the escort of Mr. Campbell, but apparently new scruples and terrors had struck him before they left the house, for I heard Campbell reiterating assurances of safety and protection as they left the anteroom. By the soul of my body, man, thou'rt as safe as in thy father's kyliard. Zounds, that a chield why sick, a black beard should hae nae mair heart than a hen partridge. Come on, why ye like a frank fallow ains, and for I. The voices died away, and the subsequent trampling of their horses announced to us that they had left the mansion of Justice Inglewood. The joy which that worthy magistrate received at this easy conclusion of a matter, which threatened him with some trouble in his judicial capacity, was somewhat damped by reflection on what his clerk's views of the transaction might be at his return. Now, I shall have Jobson on my shoulders about these D.D. papers. I doubt I should not have destroyed them. After all, but hang it is only paying his fees, and that will make all smoother. And now, Miss Di Vernon, though I have liberated all the others, I intend to sign a writ for committing you to the custody of Mother Blake's, my old housekeeper, for the evening, and we will send for my neighbour Mrs. Musgrave, and the Miss Dawkins, and your cousins, and have old Cobbs the fiddler, and be as merry as the maids and Frank Osbaldistone, and I will have a carouse that will make us fit company for you in half an hour. Thanks, most worshipful, returned Miss Vernon, but as matters stand, we must return instantly to Osbaldistone Hall, where they do not know what has become of us, and relieve my uncle of his anxiety on my cousin's account, which is just the same as if one of his own sons were concerned. I believe it truly, said the justice, for when his eldest son Archie came to a bad end in that unlucky affair of Sir John Fenwick's, old Hildebrand used to hollow out his name as readily as any of the remaining 6, and then complain that he could not recollect which of his sons had been hanged. So pray hasten home, and relieve his paternal solicitude, since go you must. But hark thee hither, Heathblossom, he said, pulling her towards him by the hand, and in a good-humoured tone of admonition, another time let the law take its course, without putting your pretty finger into her old musty pie, all full of fragments of law gibberish French and dog Latin. And, Di, my beauty, let young fellows show each other the way through the moors, in case you should lose your own road. While you are pointing out theirs, my pretty, will owe the wisp. With this admonition he saluted and dismissed Miss Vernon, and took an equally kind farewell of me. Thou seems to be a good tight lad, Mr. Frank, and I remember thy father too was my playfellow at school. Hark, thee lad, ride early at night, and don't swagger with chance passengers on the king's highway. What man, all the king's liege subjects are not bound to understand joking, and its ill cracking jests on matters of felony. And here's poor Di Vernon too, in a manner alone, and deserted on the face of this wide earth, and left to ride and run and scamper at her own silly pleasure. Thou must be careful of Di, or egad, I will turn a young fellow again on purpose, and fight thee myself, although I must own it would be a great deal of trouble. And now get ye both gone, and leave me to my pipe of tobacco and my meditations, for what says the song? The Indian leaf doth briefly burn, so doth man's strength to weakness turn. The fire of youth extinguished quite, comes age like embers dry and white. Think of this as you take tobacco. The lines here quoted belong to, or were altered from, a set of verses at one time very popular in England, beginning tobacco, that is withered quite in Scotland. The celebrated Ralph Erskine, author of the Gospel Sonnets, published what he called Smoking, spiritualized, in 2 parts, the first part being an old meditation upon smoking tobacco. It begins, "This Indian weed now withered quite, though green at noon, cut down at night, shows thy decay. All flesh is hay. Thus think and smoke tobacco. I was much pleased with the gleams of sense and feeling which escaped from the justice through the vapors of sloth and self-indulgence, assured him of my respect to his admonitions, and took a friendly farewell of the honest magistrate and his hospitable mansion. We found a repast prepared for us in the anteroom, which we partook of slightly, and rejoined the same servant of Sir Hildebrand who had taken our horses at our entrance, and who had been directed, as he informed Miss Vernon, by Mr. Rashleigh, to wait and attend upon us home. We rode a little way in silence, for to say truth my mind was too much bewildered with the events of the morning to permit me to be the first to break it. At length Miss Vernon exclaimed, as if giving vent to her own reflections, "Well, Rashleigh is a man to be feared and wondered at, and all but loved. He does whatever he pleases, and makes all others his puppetures, a player ready to perform every part which he imagines, and an invention and readiness which supply expedients for every emergency." "You think then," said I, answering rather to her meaning than to the express words she made use of, "that this Mr. Campbell, whose appearance was so opportune, and who trussed up and carried off my accuser as a falcon trusses a partridge, was an agent of Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone's?" "I do guess as much," replied Diana, "and shrewdly suspect, moreover, that he would hardly have appeared so very much in the nick of time if I had not happened to meet Rashleigh in the hall at the justice's." "In that case, my thanks are chiefly due to you, my fair preserver." "To be sure they are," returned Diana, "and pray suppose them paid and accepted with a gracious smile, for I do not care to be troubled with hearing them in good earnest, and am much more likely to yawn than to behave becoming. In short, Mr. Frank, I wish to serve you, and I have fortunately been able to do so, and have only one favor to ask in return, and that is that you will say no more about it. But who comes here to meet us bloody with spurring, feared with haste? It is the subordinate man of law, I think no less than Mr. Joseph Jobson." And Mr. Joseph Jobson it proved to be in great haste, and as it speedily appeared in most extreme bad humor, he came up to us and stopped his horse as we were about to pass with a slight salutation. "So, sir, so Miss Vernon, I see well enough how it Isbel put in during my absence. I suppose I should like to know who drew the recognizance. That's all. If his worship uses this form of procedure often, I advise him to get another clerk. That's all, for I shall certainly deem it. Or suppose he get this present clerk stitched to his sleeve." "Mr. Jobson," said Diana, "would not that do as well? And pray, how does Farmer Rutledge, Mr. Jobson? I hope you found him able to sign, seal, and deliver?" This question seemed greatly to increase the wrath of the man of law. He looked at Miss Vernon with such an air of spite and resentment as laid me under a strong temptation to knock him off his horse with the butt end of my whip, which I only suppressed in consideration of his insignificance. "Farmer Rutledge, ma'am," said the clerk, as soon as his indignation permitted him to articulate, "Farmer Rutledge is in as handsome enjoyment of his health as you arates all a mammal a bamboozle, and a bite that affair of his illness, and if you did not know as much before, you know it now, ma'am." "Lie you there now," replied Miss Vernon, with an affectation of extreme and simple wonder. "Sure you don't say so, Mr. Jobson?" "But I do say so, ma'am," rejoined the incensed scribe, "and moreover I say that the old miserly clodbreaker called me pettifogger, ma'am, and said I came to hunt for a job, ma'am, which I have no more right to have said to me than any other gentleman of my profession, ma'am, especially as I am clerk to the peace, having and holding said office under Trigesimo Septimo Henrici Octavi and Primo Gulielmi, the first of King William, ma'am, of glorious and immortal memoria, immortal deliverer from papists and pretenders, and wooden shoes and warming pans, Miss Vernon." "Sad things, these wooden shoes and warming pans," retorted the young lady, who seemed to take pleasure in augmenting his rat hand. "It is a comfort you don't seem to want a warming pan at present, Mr. Jobson. I am afraid Gaffer Rutledge has not confined his incivility to language. Are you sure he did not give you a beating?" "Beating, ma'am? No, very short lino. Man alive shall beat me, I promise you, ma'am." That is according as you happen to merit, sir, said I, for your mode of speaking to this young lady is so unbecoming, that if you do not change your tone, I shall think it worthwhile to chastise you myself. Chastise, sir, and me, sir, do you know whom you speak to, sir? Yes, sir, I replied, you say yourself, you are clerk of peace to the county, and Gaffer Rutledge says you are a pettifogger, and in neither capacity are you entitled to be impertinent to a young lady of fashion. Miss Vernon laid her hand on my arm, and exclaimed, come, Mr. Osbaldistone, I will have no assaults and battery on Mr. Jobson. I am not in sufficient charity with him to permit a single touch of your whipwee. He would live on it, for a term at least. Besides, you have already hurt his feelings sufficiently. You have called him impertinent. I don't value his language, miss, said the clerk, somewhat crestfallen. Besides, impertinent is not an actionable word, but pettifogger is slander in the highest degree, and that I will make Gaffer Rutledge know to his cost, and all who maliciously repeat the same, to the breach of the public peace, and the taking away of my private good name. Never mind that, Mr. Jobson, said Miss Vernon, you know where there is nothing your own law allows, that the king himself must lose his rights, and for the taking away of your good name, I pity the poor fellow who gets it, and wish you joy of losing it with all my heart. Very well, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. I have no more to say, only there are laws against papists, which it would be well for the land, were they better executed. There's 3rd and 4th Edward Roman 6 of antiphoners, missals, grails, professionals, manuals, legends, pies, portuasses, and those that have such trinkets in their possession, Miss Vernon, and there's summoning of papists too. Take the oaths, and there are popish recusant convicts under the 1st of his present majesty, and there are penalties for hearing Mass. C. 23rd of Queen Elizabeth and 3rd James, 1st chapter 25th, and there are estates to be registered, and deeds, and wills to be enrolled, and double taxes to be made according to the acts in that case made and provided. See the new edition of the Statutes at Large, published under the careful revision of Joseph Jobson, Gent Clerk of the Peace, said Miss Vernon. Also and above all, continued Jobsonfer, I speak to your warning you, Diana Vernon, spinstress, not being a femme couvert, and being a convict popish recusant, are bound to repair to your own dwelling, and that by the nearest way, under penalty of being held felon to the kingand, diligently to seek for passage at common ferries, and to tarry there but one ebb and flood, and unless you can have it in such places, to walk every day into the water up to the knees, essaying to pass over. A sort of Protestant penance for my Catholic errors, I suppose, said Miss Vernon, laughing. Well, I thank you for the information, Mr. Jobson, and will hie me home as fast as I can, and be a better housekeeper in time coming. Good night, my dear Mr. Jobson, thou mirror of clerical courtesy. Good night, ma'am, and remember the law is not to be trifled with. And we rode on our separate ways. There he goes for a troublesome, mischief-making tool, said Miss Vernon, as she gave a glance after him. It is hard that persons of birth and rank and estate should be subjected to the official impertinence of such a paltry pickthank as that, merely for believing, as the whole world believed, not much above 100 years agoffer. Certainly, our Catholic faith has the advantage of antiquity at least. I was much tempted to have broken the rascal's head, I replied. You would have acted very like a hasty young man, said Miss Vernon, and yet had my own hand been an ounce heavier than it is, I think I should have laid its weight upon him. Well, it does not signify complaining, but there are 3 things for which I am much to be pitied, if anyone thought it worth while to waste any compassion upon me. And what are these 3 things, Miss Vernon, may I ask? Will you promise me your deepest sympathy if I tell you? Certainly. Can you doubt it? I replied, closing my horse nearer to hers as I spoke, with an expression of interest which I did not attempt to disguise. Well, it is very seducing to be pitied after all. So here are my 3 grievances. In the first place, I am a girl, and not a young fellow, and would be shut up in a madhouse if I did half the things that I have a mind toned, that if I had your happy prerogative of acting as you list, would make all the world mad with imitating and applauding me. I can't quite afford you the sympathy you expect upon this score, I replied. The misfortune is so general that it belongs to one half of the species, and the other half are so much better cared for that they are jealous of their prerogatives, interrupted Miss Vernon. I forgot you were a party interested. Nay, she said, as I was going to speak, that soft smile is intended to be the preface of a very pretty compliment, respecting the peculiar advantages which Di Vernon's friends and kinsmen enjoy by her being born one of their helots. But spare me the utterance, my good friend, and let us try whether we shall agree better on the second count of my indictment against fortune, as that quill-driving puppy would call it. I belong to an oppressed sect, an antiquated religion, and instead of getting credit for my devotion, as is due to all good girls beside my kind friend Justice Inglewood, may send me to the house of correction merely for worshipping God in the way of my ancestors, and say as old Pembroke did to the Abbess of Wilton, when he usurped her convent and establishment, go spin, you jade, go spin. Note F. The Abbess of Wilton. This is not a cureless evil, said I gravely. Consult some of our learned divines, or consult your own excellent understanding, Miss Vernon, and surely the particulars in which our religious creed differs from that in which you have been educated. Hush, said Diana, placing her forefinger on her mouth. Hush, no more of that. Forsake the faith of my gallant fathers. I would as soon, were I a man, forsake their banner when the tide of battle pressed hardest against it, and turn like a hireling recreant to join the victorious enemy. I honor your spirit, Miss Vernon, and as to the inconveniences to which it exposes you, I can only say that wounds sustained for the sake of conscience carry their own balsam with the blow. But they are fretful and irritating for all that. But I see, heart of heart, as you are my chance of beating hemp or drawing out flax into marvelous coarse thread, affects you as little as my condemnation to coif and pinners instead of beaver and cockade, so I will spare myself the fruitless pains of telling my third cause of vexation. Nay, my dear Miss Vernon, do not withdraw your confidence, and I will promise you that the threefold sympathy due to your very unusual causes of distress shall be all duly and truly paid to account of the third, providing you assure me that it is one which you neither share with all womankind, nor even with every Catholic in England, who, God bless you, are still a sect more numerous than we Protestants in our zeal for church and state would desire them to be. It is indeed, said Diana, with a manner greatly altered and more serious than I had yet seen her assume, a misfortune that well merits compassion. I am by nature, as you may easily observe, of a frank and unreserved disposition, a plain, true-hearted girl, who would willingly act openly and honestly by the whole world, and yet fate has involved me in such a series of nets and toils and entanglements that I dare hardly speak a word for fear of consequences not to myself, but to others. That is indeed a misfortune, Miss Vernon, which I do most sincerely compassionate, but which I should hardly have anticipated. Oh, Mr. Osbaldistone, if you but knew, if anyone knew, what difficulty I sometimes find in hiding an aching heart with a smooth brow, you would indeed pity me. I do wrong, perhaps, in speaking to you even thus far on my own situation. But you are a young man of sense and penetration. You cannot but long to ask me 100 questions on the events of this day, on the share which Rashleigh has in your deliverance from this petty scrape, upon many other points which cannot but excite your attention, and I cannot bring myself to answer with the necessary falsehood and finesse. I should do it awkwardly, and lose your good opinion if I have any share of it as well as my own. It is best to say at once, ask me no questions. I have it not in my power to reply to them. Miss Vernon spoke these words with a tone of feeling which could not but make a corresponding impression upon me. I assured her she had neither to fear my urging her with impertinent questions, nor my misconstruing her declining to answer those which might in themselves be reasonable or at least natural. I was too much obliged, I said, by the interest she had taken in my affairs, to misuse the opportunity her goodness had afforded me of prying into hers. I only trusted and entreated that if my services could at any time be useful, she would command them without doubt or hesitation. Thank you, she replied. Your voice does not ring the cuckoo chime of compliment, but speaks like that of one who knows to what he pledges himself, if but it is impossible. But yet if an opportunity should occur, I will ask you if you remember this promise, and I assure you I shall not be angry if I find you have forgotten it, for it is enough that you are sincere in your intentions. Just no much may occur to alter them ere I call upon you, should that moment ever come, to assist Di Vernon, as if you were Di Vernon's brother. And if I were Di Vernon's brother, said I, there could not be less chance that I should refuse my assistance, and now I am afraid I must not ask whether Rashleigh was willingly accessory to my deliverance. Not of me, but you may ask it of himself, and depend upon it, he will say yes, for rather than any good action should walk through the world like an unappropriated adjective in an arranged sentence, he is always willing to stand noun substantive to it himself. And I must not ask whether this Campbell be himself the party who eased Mr. Morris of his portmanteau, whether the letter which our friend the attorney received was not a finesse to withdraw him from the scene of action, lest he should have marred the happy event of my deliverance, and I must not ask. You must ask nothing of me, said Miss Vernon, so it is quite in vain to go on putting cases. You are to think just as well of me as if I had answered all these queries, and 20 others besides, as glibly as Rashleigh could have done, and observe whenever I touch my chin, just so it is a sign that I cannot speak upon the topic which happens to occupy your attention. I must settle signals of correspondence with you, because you are to be my confidant and my counselor, only you are to know nothing whatever of my affairs. Nothing can be more reasonable, I replied, laughing, and the extent of your confidence will, you may rely upon it, only be equaled by the sagacity of my counsels. This sort of conversation brought us in the highest good humour with each other to Osbaldistone Hall, where we found the family far advanced in the revels of the evening. Get some dinner for Mr. Osbaldistone and me in the library, said Miss Vernon to a servant. I must have some compassion upon you, she added, turning to me, and provide against your starving in this mansion of brutal abundance. Otherwise, I am not sure that I should show you my private haunts. This same library is my den, the only corner of the whole house, where I am safe from the orang outangs. My cousins, they never venture there, I suppose for fear the folios should fall down and crack their skulls, for they will never affect their heads in any other way, so follow me. And I followed through hall and bower, vaulted passage and winding stair, until we reached the room where she had ordered our refreshments. Chapter 10. In the wide pile, by others heeded not, hers was one sacred solitary spot, whose gloomy aisles and bending shelves contain, for moral hunger, food, and cures for moral pain. Anonymous. The library at Osbaldistone Hall was a gloomy room, whose antique oaken shelves bent beneath the weight of the ponderous folios so dear to the 17th century, from which, under favour be it spoken, we have distilled matter for our quartos and octavos, and which once more subjected to the alembic may, should our sons be yet more frivolous than ourselves, be still farther reduced into duodecimos and pamphlets. The collection was chiefly of the classics, as well foreign as ancient history, and above all divinity. It was in wretched order. The priests, who in succession had acted as chaplains at the hall, were for many years the only persons who entered its precincts, until Rashleigh's thirst for reading had led him to disturb the venerable spiders who had muffled the fronts of the presses with their tapestry. His destination for the church rendered his conduct less absurd in his father's eyes than if any of his other descendants had betrayed so strange a propensity, and Sir Hildebrand acquiesced in the library receiving some repairs, so as to fit it for a sitting-room. Still an air of dilapidation, as obvious as it was uncomfortable, pervaded the large apartment, and announced the neglect from which the knowledge which its walls contained had not been able to exempt it. The tattered tapestry, the worm-eaten shelves, the huge and clumsy, yet tottering tables, desks, and chairs, the rusty grate seldom gladdened by either sequel or faggots, intimated the contempt of the lords of Osbaldistone Hall for learning, and for the volumes which record its treasures. You think this place somewhat disconsolate, I suppose, said Diana, as I glanced my eye round the forlorn apartment. But to me it seems like a little paradise, for I call it my own, and fear no intrusion. Rashleigh was joint proprietor with me while we were friends. And are you no longer so? Was my natural question. Her forefinger immediately touched her dimpled chin with an arch look of prohibition. We are still allies, she continued, bound, like other confederate powers, by circumstances of mutual interest, but I am afraid, as will happen in other cases, the treaty of alliance has survived the amicable dispositions in which it had its origin. At any rate, we live less together, and when he comes through that door there, I vanish. Through this door here, and so having made the discovery that we two were one too many for this apartment, as large as it seems Rashleigh, whose occasions frequently call him elsewhere, has generously made a cession of his rights in my favor, so that I now endeavor to prosecute alone the studies in which he used formerly to be my guide. And what are those studies, if I may presume to ask? Indeed, you may without the least fear of seeing my forefinger raised to my chin. Science and history are my principal favorites, but I also study poetry and the classics. And the classics, do you read them in the original? Unquestionably, Rashleigh, who is no contemptible scholar, taught me Greek and Latin, as well as most of the languages of modern Europe. I assure you, there has been some pains taken in my education. Although I can neither sew a tucker nor work cross-stitch, nor make a pudding nor as the vicar's fat wife, with as much truth as elegance, goodwill, and politeness, was pleased to say in my behalf to any other useful thing in the varsal world. And was this selection of studies Rashleigh's choice, or your own, Miss Vernon? I asked. Said she, as if hesitating to answer my question. It's not worth, while lifting my finger about. After all, why, partly his, and partly mine, as I learned out of doors to ride a horse and bridle, and saddle him in queue of necessity, and to clear a 5-barred gate, and fire a gun without winking, and all other of those masculine accomplishments, that my brute cousins run mad, after I wanted, like my rational cousin, to read Greek and Latin within doors, and make my complete approach to the tree of knowledge, which you men scholars would engross to yourselves in revenge, I suppose, for our common mother's share in the great original transgression. And Rashleigh indulged your propensity to learning. Why, he wished to have me for his scholar, and he could but teach me that which he knew himself. He was not likely to instruct me in the mysteries of washing lasser ruffles or hemming cambric handkerchiefs, I suppose. I admit the temptation of getting such a scholar, and have no doubt that it made a weighty consideration on the tutor's part. Oh, if you begin to investigate Rashleigh's motives, my finger touches my chin once more. I can only be frank where my own are inquired into. But to resume, has resigned the library in my favor, and never enters without leave had and obtained. And so I have taken the liberty to make it the place of deposit for some of my own goods and chattels, as you may see by looking round you. I beg pardon, Miss Vernon, but I really see nothing around these walls which I can distinguish as likely to claim you as mistress. That is, I suppose, because you neither see a shepherd or shepherdess wrought in worsted and handsomely framed in black ebony, or a stuffed parroter, a breeding cage full of canary birds, a housewife case broidered with tarnished silver, a toiletable with a nest of japanned boxes with as many angles as Christmas mincepisser, a broken-backed spinter, a lute with 3 stringser rockworker shellworker needlework, or work of any kind, or a lapdog with a litter of blind puppies. None of these treasures do I possess, she continued after a pause, in order to recover the breath she had lost in enumerating them. But there stands the sword of my ancestor, Sir Richard Vernon, slain at Shrewsbury, and sorely slandered by a sad fellow called Will Shakespeare, whose Lancastrian partialities and a certain knack at embodying them has turned history upside down, or rather inside out, and by that redoubted weapon hangs the mail of the still older Vernon squire to the Black Prince, whose fate is the reverse of his descendants, since he is more indebted to the bard who took the trouble to celebrate him for goodwill than for talents. Amidst the rout you may discern one brave knight with pipes on shield, yclept Vernon. Like a born fiend, along the plain he thundered, pressed to be carving throats, while others plundered. Then there is a model of a new martingale, which I invented myself, a great improvement on the Duke of Newcastle's, and there are the hood and bells of my falcon Cheviot, who spitted himself on a heron's bill at Horselemosper Cheviot. There is not a bird on the perches below, but are kites and riflers compared to him, and there is my own light fowling piece, with an improved firelock, with 20 other treasures, each more valuable than another, and there that speaks for itself. She pointed to the carved oak frame of a full-length portrait by Van Dyck, on which were inscribed in Gothic letters the words Vernon semper viat. I looked at her for explanation. Do you not know, said she, with some surprise, our Matath Vernon motto, where, like the solemn vice, iniquity, we moralize two meanings in one word? And do you not know our cognizance, the pipes pointing to the armorial bearings sculptured on the oaken scutcheon around which the legend was displayed? Pipes thee look more like penny whistles, but pray do not be angry with my ignorance. I continued, observing the color mount to her cheeks. I can mean no affront to your armorial bearings, for I do not even know my own. You an Osbaldistone, and confess so much, she exclaimed. Why, Percy Thorny, John, Dickon, Wilfred himself might be your instructor. Even ignorance itself is a plummet over you. With shame I confess it, my dear Miss Vernon. The mysteries couched under the grim hieroglyphics of heraldry are to me as unintelligible as those of the pyramids of Egypt. What is it possible why even my uncle reads Gwilym sometimes of a winter night not know the figures of heraldry off? What could your father be thinking? Of the figures of arithmetic, I answered, the most insignificant unit, of which he holds more highly than all the blazonry of chivalry. But though I am ignorant to this inexpressible degree, I have knowledge and taste enough to admire that splendid picture, in which I think I can discover a family likeness to you. What ease and dignity in the attitude, what richness of coloring, what breadth and depth of shade. Is it really a fine painting? She asked. I have seen many works of the renowned artist, I replied, but never beheld one more to my liking. Well, I know as little of pictures as you do of heraldry, replied Miss Vernon. Yet I have the advantage of you, because I have always admired the painting without understanding its value. While I have neglected pipes and tabors, and all the whimsical combinations of chivalry, still I am informed that they floated in the fields of ancient fame. But you will allow their exterior appearance is not so peculiarly interesting to the uninformed spectator as that of a fine painting. Who is the person here represented? My grandfather. He shared the misfortunes of Charles Roman I, and I am sorry to add the excesses of his son. Our patrimonial estate was greatly impaired by his prodigality, and was altogether lost by his successor, my unfortunate father. But peace be with them who have got it was lost in the cause of loyalty. Your father, I presume, suffered in the political dissensions of the period. He did indeed. He lost his all, and hence is his child a dependent, orphanating the bread of other, subjected to their caprices, and compelled to study their inclinations, yet prouder of having had such a father than if, playing a more prudent but less upright part, he had left me possessor of all the rich and fair baronies which his family once possessed. As she thus spoke, the entrance of the servants with dinner cut off all conversation, but that of a general nature. When our hasty meal was concluded, and the wine placed on the table, the domestic informed us that Mr. Rashleigh had desired to be told when our dinner was removed. Tell him, said Miss Vernon, we shall be happy to see him if he will step this way, place another wineglass and chair, and leave the room. You must retire with him when he goes away. She continued, addressing herself to me. Even my liberality cannot spare a gentleman above 8 hours out of the 24, and I think we have been together for at least that length of time. The old scytherman has moved so rapidly, I answered, that I could not count his strides. Hush, said Miss Vernon, here comes Rashleigh, and she drew off her chair, to which I had approached mine rather closely, so as to place a greater distance between us. A modest tap at the door, a gentle manner of opening, when invited to enter, studied softness and humility of step and deportment, announced that the education of Rashleigh Osbaldistone at the College of St. Omer's accorded well with the ideas I entertained of the manners of an accomplished Jesuit. I need not add that, as a sound Protestant, these ideas were not the most favorable. Why should you use the ceremony of knocking, said Miss Vernon, when you knew that I was not alone? This was spoken with a burst of impatience, as if she had felt that Rashleigh's air of caution and reserve covered some insinuation of impertinent suspicion. You have taught me the form of knocking at this door so perfectly, my fair cousin, answered Rashleigh, without change of voice or manner, that habit has become a second nature. I prize sincerity more than courtesy, sir, and you know I do, was Miss Vernon's reply. Courtesy is a gallant, gay courtier by name, and by profession replied rashly, and therefore most fit for a lady's bower. But sincerity is the true knight, retorted Miss Vernon, and therefore much more welcome cousin. But to end a debate, not over amusing to your stranger kinsman, sit down rashly, and give Mr. Francis Osbaldistone your countenance to his glass of wine. I have done the honours of the dinner for the credit of Osbaldistone Hall. Rashly sate down and filled his glass, glancing his eye from Diana to me with an embarrassment which his utmost efforts could not entirely disguise. I thought he appeared to be uncertain concerning the extent of confidence she might have reposed in me, and hastened to lead the conversation into a channel which should sweep away his suspicion that Diana might have betrayed any secrets which rested between them. Miss Vernon, I said, Mr. Rashleigh has recommended me to return my thanks to you for my speedy disengagement from the ridiculous accusation of Morris, and unjustly fearing my gratitude might not be warm enough to remind me of this duty, she has put my curiosity on its side by referring me to you for an account, or rather explanation, of the events of the day. Indeed, answered Rashleigh, I should have thought, looking keenly at Miss Vernon, that the lady herself might have stood interpreter, and his eye, reverting from her face, sought mine, as if to search from the expression of my features whether Diana's communication had been as narrowly limited as my words had intimated. Miss Vernon retorted his inquisitorial glance with one of decided scorn, while I, uncertain whether to deprecate or resent his obvious suspicion, replied, if it is your pleasure, Mr. Rashleigh, as it has been Miss Vernon's, to leave me in ignorance, I must necessarily submit, but pray do not withhold your information from me on the ground of imagining that I have already obtained any on the subject, for I tell you, as a man of honor, I am as ignorant as that picture of anything relating to the events I have witnessed today, excepting that I understand from Miss Vernon that you have been kindly active in my favor. Miss Vernon has overrated my humble efforts, said Rashleigh, though I claim full credit for my zeal. The truth is that, as I galloped back to get someone of our family to join me in becoming your bail, which was the most obvious, or indeed, I may say the only way of serving you which occurred to my stupidity, I met the man. Colville Campbell, or whatsoever they call him. I had understood from Morris that he was present when the robbery took place, and had the good fortune to prevail on him, with some difficulty, I confess, to tender his evidence in your exculpation, which, I presume, was the means of your being released from an unpleasant situation. Indeed, I am much your debtor for procuring such a seasonable evidence in my behalf, but I cannot see why, having been, as he said, a fellow-sufferer with Morris, it should have required much trouble to persuade him to step forth and bear evidence, whether to convict the actual robber or free an innocent person. You do not know the genius of that man's country, sir, answered Rashleigh. Discretion, prudence, and foresight are their leading qualities. These are only modified by a narrow-spirited, but yet ardent patriotism, which forms, as it were, the outmost of the concentric bulwarks with which a Scotchman fortifies himself against all the attacks of a generous philanthropical principle surmount. This mound you find an inner, and still dearer barrier. The love of his province, his village, or most probably his clan, storm this second obstacle. You have a third, his attachment to his own family, his father, mother, sons, daughters, uncles, aunts, and cousins to the 9th generation. It is within these limits that a Scotchman's social affection expands itself, never reaching those which are outermost, till all means of discharging itself in the interior circles have been exhausted. It is within these circles that his heart throbs, each pulsation being fainter and fainter, till beyond the widest boundary it is almost unfelt. And what is worst of all, could you surmount all these concentric outworks, you have an inner citadel deeper, higher, and more efficient than them, a Scotchman's love for himself. All this is extremely eloquent and metaphorical, Rashleigh, said Miss Vernon, who listened with unrepressed impatience. There are only 2 objections to it. First, it is not true. Secondly, if true, it is nothing to the purpose. It is true, my fairest Diana, returned Rashleigh, and moreover, it is most instantly to the purpose. It is true, because you cannot deny that I know the country and people intimately, and the character is drawn from deep and accurate consideration, and it is to the purpose, because it answers Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's question, and shows why this same wary Scotchman, considering our kinsman to be neither his countryman, nor a Campbell, nor his cousin, in any of the inextricable combinations by which they extend their pedigree, and above all seeing no prospect of personal advantage, but on the contrary much hazard of loss of time and delay of business, with other inconveniences, perhaps of a nature yet more formidable, interrupted Miss Vernon, of which doubtless there might be many said rashly, continuing in the same tone. In short, my theory shows why this man, hoping for no advantage and afraid of some inconvenience, might require a degree of persuasion ere he could be prevailed on to give his testimony in favor of Mr. Osbaldistone. It seems surprising to me, I observed, that during the glance I cast over the declaration, or whatever it is termed, of Mr. Morris, he should never have mentioned that Campbell was in his company when he met the marauders. I understood from Campbell that he had taken his solemn promise not to mention that circumstance. Replied rashly, his reason for exacting such an engagement you may guess from what I have hinted, wished to get back to his own country undelayed and unembarrassed by any of the judicial inquiries which he would have been under the necessity of attending, had the fact of his being present at the robbery taken air while he was on this side of the border. But let him once be as distant as the 4th Morris, will I warrant you come forth with all he knows about him, and it may be a good deal more besides. Campbell is a very extensive dealer in cattle, and has often occasion to send great droves into Northumberland, and when driving such a trade, he would be a great fool to embroil himself with our Northumbrian thieves, than whom no men who live are more vindictive. I dare be sworn of that, said Miss Vernon, with a tone which implied something more than a simple acquiescence in the proposition. Still, said I, resuming the subject, allowing the force of the reasons which Campbell might have for desiring that Morris should be silent with regard to his promise, when the robbery was committed, I cannot yet see how he could attain such an influence over the man as to make him suppress his evidence in that particular, at the manifest risk of subjecting his story to discredit. Rashly agreed with me that it was very extraordinary, and seemed to regret that he had not questioned the Scotchman more closely on that subject, which he allowed looked extremely mysterious. But he asked immediately after this acquiescence, "Are you very sure the circumstance of Morris being accompanied by Campbell is really not alluded to in his examination?" I read the paper over hastily, said I, but it is my strong impression that no such circumstance is mentioned. At least, it must have been touched on very slightly, since it failed to catch my attention. True, true, answered Rashly, forming his own inference, while he adopted my words. I incline to think with you that the circumstance must in reality have been mentioned, but so slightly that it failed to attract your attention. And then, as to Campbell's interest with Morris, I incline to suppose that it must have been gained by playing upon his fears. This chicken-hearted fellow Morris is bound, I understand, for Scotland, destined for some little employment under government, and possessing the courage of the wrathful dove or most magnanimous mouse. He may have been afraid to encounter the ill will of such a kilcow as Campbell, whose very appearance would be enough to fright him out of his little wits. You observed that Mr. Campbell has at times a keen and animated manner, something of a martial cast in his tone and bearing. I own, I replied, that his expression struck me as being occasionally fierce and sinister, and little adapted to his peaceable professions. Has he served in the army? Yes, not strictly speaking served, but he has been, I believe, like most of his countrymen, trained to arms. Indeed, among the hills, they carry them from boyhood to the grave. So, if you know anything of your fellow traveler, you will easily judge that going to such a country he will take cue to avoid a quarrel, if he can help it, with any of the natives. But come, I see you decline your winning. I too am a degenerate Osbaldistone, so far as respects the circulation of the bottle. If you will go to my room, I will hold you a hand at piquet. We rose to take leave of Miss Vernon, who had from time to time suppressed, apparently with difficulty, a strong temptation to break in upon Rashleigh's details. As we were about to leave the room, the smothered fire broke forth. "Mr. Osbaldistone," she said, "your own observation will enable you to verify the justice or injustice of Rashleigh's suggestions concerning such individuals as Mr. Campbell and Mr. Morris, but in slandering Scotland, he has borne false witness against a whole country, and I request you will allow no weight to his evidence. Perhaps, I answered, I may find it somewhat difficult to obey your injunction, Miss Vernon, for I must own I was bred up with no very favourable idea of our northern neighbours. Distrust that part of your education, sir, she replied, and let the daughter of a Scotchwoman pray you to respect the land which gave her parent birth, until your own observation has proved them to be unworthy of your good opinion. Preserve your hatred and contempt for dissimulation, baseness, and falsehood wheresoever they are to be met with. You will find enough of all without leaving England. Adieu, gentlemen, I wish you good evening. And she signed to the door with the manner of a princess dismissing her train. We retired to Rashleigh's apartment, where a servant brought us coffee and cards. I had formed my resolution to press Rashleigh no farther on the events of the day, a mystery, and as I thought not of a favourable complexion, appeared to hang over his conduct, but to ascertain if my suspicions were just. It was necessary to throw him off his guard. We cut for the deal, and were soon earnestly engaged in our play. I thought I perceived in this trifling for amusement, for the stake which Rashleigh proposed was a mere trifle, something of a fierce and ambitious temper. He seemed perfectly to understand the beautiful game at which he played, but preferred, as it were on principle, the risking bold and precarious strokes to the ordinary rules of play, and neglecting the minor and better balanced chances of the game, he hazarded everything for the chance of piquing, repiquing, or capouting his adversary so soon as the intervention of a game or two at piquet, like the music between the acts of a drama, had completely interrupted our previous course of conversation. Rashleigh appeared to tire of the game, and the cards were superseded by discourse, in which he assumed the lead. More learned than soundly wise, better acquainted with men's minds than with the moral principles that ought to regulate them, he had still powers of conversation, which I have rarely seen equalled, never excelled of this. His manner implied some consciousness, at least it appeared to me that he had studied hard to improve his natural advantages of a melodious voice, fluent and happy expression, apt language, and fervid imagination. He was never loud, never overbearing, never so much occupied with his own thoughts as to outrun either the patience or the comprehension of those he conversed with. His ideas succeeded each other with the gentle but unintermitting flow of a plentiful and bounteous spring, while I have heard those of others who aimed at distinction in conversation rush along like the turbid gush from the sluice of a millpond, as hurried and as easily exhausted. It was late at night ere I could part from a companion so fascinating, and when I gained my own apartment, it cost me no small effort to recall to my mind the character of Rashleigh, such as I had pictured him previous to this tete-a-tete. So effectual, my dear Tresham, does the sense of being pleased and amused blunt our faculties of perception and discrimination of character, that I can only compare it to the taste of certain fruits, at once luscious and poignant, which renders our palate totally unfit for relishing or distinguishing the viands which are subsequently subjected to its criticism. Chapter 11th. What gars ye gaunt, my merrimen, what gars ye look, sae dreary? What gars ye hing your head, sae sair? In the castle of Balwearie. Old Scotch Ballad. The next morning chanced to be Sunday, a day peculiarly hard to be got rid of at Osbaldistone Hall, for after the formal religious service of the morning had been performed, at which all the family regularly attended, it was hard to say upon which individual Rashleigh and Miss Vernon, excepted the fiend of ennui, descended with the most abundant outpouring of his spirit. To speak of my yesterday's embarrassment amused Sir Hildebrand for several minutes, and he congratulated me on my deliverance from Morpeth or Hexham jail, as he would have done if I had fallen in attempting to clear a 5-barred gate and got up without hurting myself. Hast had a lucky turn, lad, but do na be over-venturous again. What man the King's road is free to all men, be they Whigs, be they Tories. On my word, sir, I am innocent of interrupting it, and it is the most provoking thing on earth that every person will take it for granted that I am accessory to a crime which I despise and detest, and which would moreover deservedly forfeit my life to the laws of my country. Well, well, lad, even so be it. I ask no questions, no man, bound to tell on himself that's fair play, or the devil's int. Rashleigh here came to my assistance, but I could not help thinking that his arguments were calculated rather as hints to his father to put on a show of acquiescence in my declaration of innocence than fully to establish it. In your own house, my dear sir, and your own nephew, you will not surely persist in hurting his feelings by seeming to discredit what he is so strongly interested in affirming. No doubt you are fully deserving of all his confidence, and I am sure were there anything you could do to assist him in this strange affair, he would have recourse to your goodness. But my cousin Frank has been dismissed as an innocent man, and no one is entitled to suppose him otherwise. For my part, I have not the least doubt of his innocence, and our family honor, I conceive, requires that we should maintain it with tongue and sword against the whole country." Rashleigh, said his father, looking fixedly at him, "Thou art a sly loon, thou hast ever been too cunning for me, and too cunning for most folks. Have a care thou prove na too cunning, for Thiseltwo faces under one hood is no true heraldry, and since we talk of heraldry, ill go and read Gwyllim." This resolution he intimated with a yawn resistless as that of the goddess in the Dunciad, which was responsively echoed by his giant sons as they dispersed in quest of the pastimes to which their minds severally inclined them. Percy, to discuss a pot of March beer with the steward in the buttery Thorncliffe, to cut a pair of cudgels and fix them in their wicker hilts. John, to dress mayflies. Dickon, to play at pitch and toss by himself, his right hand against his left, and Wilfred, to bite his thumbs and hum himself into a slumber which should last till dinner time, if possible. Miss Vernon had retired to the library. Rashleigh and I were left alone in the old hall, from which the servants, with their usual bustle and awkwardness, had at length contrived to hurry the remains of our substantial breakfast. I took the opportunity to upbraid him with the manner in which he had spoken of my affair to his father, which I frankly stated was highly offensive to me, as it seemed rather to exhort Sir Hildebrand to conceal his suspicions than to root them out. "Why, what can I do, my dear friend?" replied Rashleigh. "My father's disposition is so tenacious of suspicions of all kinds, when once they take root, which, to do him justice, does not easily happen, that I have always found it the best way to silence him upon such subjects, instead of arguing with him. Thus I get the better of the weeds, which I cannot eradicate by cutting them over as often as they appear, until at length they die away of themselves. There is neither wisdom nor profit in disputing with such a mind as Sir Hildebrand's, which hardens itself against conviction, and believes in its own inspirations as firmly as we good Catholics do in those of the Holy Father of Rome. It is very hard, though, that I should live in the house of a man, and he a near relation too, who will persist in believing me guilty of a highway robbery. My father's foolish opinion, if one may give that epithet to any opinion of a father's, does not affect your real innocence. And as to the disgrace of the fact, depend on it, that considered in all its bearings, political as well as moral, Sir Hildebrand regards it as a meritorious action, a weakening of the enemy, a spoiling of the Amalecites, and you will stand the higher in his regard for your supposed accession to it. I desire no man's regard, Mr. Rashleigh, on such terms as must sink me in my own, and I think these injurious suspicions will afford a very good reason for quitting Osbaldistone Hall, which I shall do whenever I can communicate on the subject with my father." The dark countenance of Rashleigh, though little accustomed to betray its master's feelings, exhibited a suppressed smile, which he instantly chastened by a sigh. "You are a happy man, Franco. Go and come as the wind bloweth. Where it listeth, with your address, taste, and talents, you will soon find circles where they will be more valued than amid the dull inmates of this mansion." While he paused. "And what is there in your lot that can make you or any one envy me an outcast, as I may almost term myself, from my father's house and favour?" "I but," answered Rashleigh, "consider the gratified sense of independence, which you must have attained by a very temporary sacrifice, for such I am sure yours will prove to be. Consider the power of acting as a free agent, of cultivating your own talents in the way to which your taste determines you, and in which you are well qualified to distinguish yourself, fame and freedom, are cheaply purchased by a few weeks' residence in the north, even though your place of exile be Osbaldistone Hall, a second Ovid in Thrace. You have not his reasons for writing Tristia. I do not know, said I, blushing, as became a young scribbler, how you should be so well acquainted with my truant studies. There was an emissary of your father's here some time, since a young coxcomb one Twiniel, who informed me concerning your secret sacrifices to the Muses, and added that some of your verses had been greatly admired by the best judges. Tresham, I believe you are guiltless of having ever essayed to build the lofty rhyme, but you must have known in your day many an apprentice and fellow craft, if not some of the master masons in the temple of Apollo. Vanity is their universal foible from him who decorated the shades of Twickenham to the veriest scribbler whom he has lashed in his Dunchard. I had my own share of this common failing, and without considering how little likely this young fellow Twiniel was by taste and habits either to be acquainted with one or two little pieces of poetry which I had at times insinuated into Button's coffee house, or to report the opinion of the critics who frequented that resort of wit and literature, I almost instantly gorged the bait, which rashly perceiving improved his opportunity by a diffident, yet apparently very anxious request to be permitted to see some of my manuscript productions. You shall give me an evening in my own apartment, he continued, for I must soon lose the charms of literary society for the drudgery of commerce, and the coarse, everyday avocations of the world. I repeat it, that my compliance with my father's wishes for the advantage of my family is indeed a sacrifice, especially considering the calm and peaceful profession to which my education destined me. I was vain but not a fool, and this hypocrisy was too strong for me to swallow. You would not persuade me, I replied, that you really regret to exchange the situation of an obscure Catholic priest, with all its privations, for wealth and society and the pleasures of the world. Rashleigh saw that he had colored his affectation of moderation too highly, and after a second's pause, during which I suppose he calculated the degree of candor which it was necessary to use with me, that being a quality of which he was never needlessly profuse, he answered with a smile, at my age to be condemned, as you say, to wealth, and the world does not indeed sound so alarming as perhaps it ought to do, but with pardon be it spoken, you have mistaken my destination, a Catholic priest, if you will, but not an obscure one. No, Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone will be more obscure, should he rise to be the richest citizen in London, than he might have been as a member of a church whose ministers, as someone says, set their sandalled feet on princes. My family interest at a certain exiled court is high, and the weight which that court ought to possess, and does possess at Rome, is yet higher. Me talents not altogether inferior to the education I have received. In sober judgment, I might have looked forward to high eminence in the church, in the dream of fancy to the very highest. Why might not, added, laughing, for it was part of his manner to keep much of his discourse apparently betwixt jest and earnest, we might not Cardinal Osbaldistone have swayed the fortunes of empires well-born and well-connected, as well as the low-born Mazarin or Alberoni, the son of an Italian gardener. Nay, I can give you no reason to the contrary, but in your place I should not much regret losing the chance of such precarious and invidious elevation. Neither would I, he replied, were I sure that my present establishment was more certain, but that must depend upon circumstances which I can only learn by experience. Disposition of your father, for example. Confess the truth without finesse, Rashleigh, you would willingly know something of him from me. Since, like Di Vernon, you make a point of following the banner of the good knight Sincerity, I reply certainly. Well, then you will find in my father a man who has followed the paths of thriving more for the exercise they afforded to his talents than for the love of the gold with which they are strewed. His active mind would have been happy in any situation which gave it scope for exertion, though that exertion had been its sole reward. But his wealth has accumulated because, moderate and frugal in his habits, no new sources of expense have occurred to dispose of his increasing income. He is a man who hates dissimulation in others, never practices it himself, and is peculiarly alert in discovering motives through the coloring of language. Himself silent by habit, he is readily disgusted by great talkers, the rather that the circumstances by which he is most interested, afford no great scope for conversation. He is severely strict in the duties of religion, but you have no reason to fear his interference with yours, for he regards toleration as a sacred principle of political economy. But if you have any Jacobitical partialities, as is naturally to be supposed, you will do well to suppress them in his presence, as well as the least tendency to the high-flying or Tory principles, for he holds both in utter detestation. For the rest, his word is his own bond, and must be the law of all who act under him. He will fail in his duty to no one, and will permit no one to fail towards him. To cultivate his favor, you must execute his commands, instead of echoing his sentiments. His greatest failings arise out of prejudices connected with his own profession, or rather his exclusive devotion to it, which makes him see little worthy of praise or attention, unless it be in some measure connected with commerce. "O rare painted portrait," exclaimed Rashleigh, when I was silent, "Vandyck was a dauber to you, Frank. I see thy sire before me in all his strength and weakness, loving and honouring the king, as a sort of Lord Mayor of the Empire or Chief of the Board of Trade, venerating the Commons for the acts regulating the export trade, and respecting the peers, because the Lord Chancellor sits on a woolsack. Mine was a likeness, Rashleigh, yours is a caricature, but in return for the carte du pays which I have unfolded to you, give me some lights on the geography of the unknown lands on which you are wrecked," said Rashleigh. "It is not worth while. It is no isle of Calypso umbrageous with shade and intricate with sylvan labyrinth, but a bare ragged Northumbrian moor, with as little to interest curiosity as to delight the eye. You may descry it in all its nakedness in half an hour's survey, as well as if I were to lay it down before you by line and compass. Oh, but something there is worthy a more attentive survey. What say you to Miss Vernon? Does not she form an interesting object in the landscape, were all round as rude as Iceland's coast?" I could plainly perceive that Rashleigh disliked the topic now presented to him, but my frank communication had given me the advantageous title to make inquiries in my turn. Rashleigh felt this, and found himself obliged to follow my lead, however difficult he might find it to play his cards successfully. "I have known less of Miss Vernon," he said, "for some time, than I was wont to do formerly. In early age I was her tutor, but as she advanced towards womanhood, my various avocations, the gravity of the profession to which I was destined, the peculiar nature of her engagements, her mutual situation, in short, rendered a close and constant intimacy dangerous and improper. I believe Miss Vernon might consider my reserve as unkindness, but it was my duty, I felt, as much as she seemed to do when compelled to give way to prudence. But where was the safety in cultivating an intimacy with a beautiful and susceptible girl, whose heart, you are aware, must be given either to the cloister or to a betrothed husband?" "The cloister or a betrothed husband," I echoed. "Is that the alternative destined for Miss Vernon?" "It is indeed," said Rashleigh, with a sigh. "I need not, I suppose, caution you against the danger of cultivating too closely the friendship of Miss Vernon. You are a man of the world, and know how far you can indulge yourself in her society with safety to yourself and justice to her. But I warn you that, considering her ardent temper, you must let your experience keep guard over her as well as yourself, for the specimen of yesterday may serve to show her extreme thoughtlessness and neglect of decorum." There was something, I was sensible, of truth as well as good sense in all this. It seemed to be given as a friendly warning, and I had no right to take it amiss. Yet I felt I could with pleasure have run Rashleigh Osbaldistone through the body all the time he was speaking. The deuce take his insolence, was my internal meditation. Would he wish me to infer that Miss Vernon had fallen in love with that hatchet face of his, and become degraded so low as to require his shyness to cure her of an imprudent passion? I will have his meaning from him, was my resolution, if I should drag it out with Cartropes. For this purpose I placed my temper under as accurate a guard as I could, and observed that for a lady of her good sense and acquired accomplishments, it was to be regretted that Miss Vernon's manners were rather blunt and rustic. "Frank and unreserved, at least to the extreme," replied Rashleigh. "Yet trust me, she has an excellent heart to tell you the truth. Should she continue her extreme aversion to the cloister and to her destined husband, and should my own labours in the mine of Plutus promise to secure me a decent independence, I shall think of reviewing our acquaintance and sharing it with Miss Vernon." With all his fine voice and well-turned periods, thought I, this same Rashleigh Osbaldistone is the ugliest and most conceited coxcomb I ever met with." But continued rashly, as if thinking aloud, "I should not like to supplant Thorncliffe." "Supplant Thorncliffe? Is your brother Thorncliffe," I inquired with great surprise, "the destined husband of Diana Vernon?" "Why, I her father's commands, and a certain family contract destined her to marry one of Sir Hildebrand's sons. A dispensation has been obtained from Rome to Diana Vernon, to marry blank Osbaldistone, esque son of Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone of Osbaldistone Hall, Bart, and so forth, and it only remains to pitch upon the happy man whose name shall fill the gap in the manuscript. Now, as Percy is seldom sober, my father pitched on Thorncliffe as the second prop of the family, and therefore most proper to carry on the line of the Osbaldistones." The young lady said, I forcing myself to assume an air of pleasantry, which I believe became me extremely ill, would perhaps have been inclined to look a little lower on the family tree for the branch to which she was desirous of clinging. "I cannot say," he replied. "There is room for little choice in our family. Dick is a gambler, John a boor, and Wilfred an ass. I believe my father really made the best selection for poor Di after all." The present company said, I being always accepted. "Oh, my destination to the church placed me out of the question. Otherwise, I will not affect to say that, qualified by my education both to instruct and guide Miss Vernon, I might not have been a more creditable choice than any of my elders." And so thought the young lady doubtless. "You are not to suppose so," answered Rashleigh, with an affectation of denial, which was contrived to convey the strongest affirmation the case admitted of friendship only. Friendship formed the tie betwixt us, and the tender affection of an opening mind to its only instructor, love, came not near us. I told you I was wise in time. I felt little inclination to pursue this conversation any farther, and shaking myself clear of Rashleigh, withdrew to my own apartment, which I recollect I traversed with much vehemence of agitation, repeating aloud the expressions which had most offended me. "Susceptible and tender affection, love Diana Vernon, the most beautiful creature I ever beheld, in love with him, the bandy-legged, bull-necked, limping scoundrel, Richard the Third, in all but his humpback hand. Yet the opportunities he must have had during his cursed course of lectures, and the fellow's flowing, an easy strain of sentiment, and her extreme seclusion from every one who spoke and acted with common sense, and her obvious pique at him, mixed with admiration of his talents, which looked as like the result of neglected attachment as anything else. Well, and what is it to me that I should storm and rage at it? Is Diana Vernon the first pretty girl that has loved and married an ugly fellow? And if she were free of every Osbaldistone of them, what concern is it of many a Catholica Jacobitea termagant into the boot? For me to look that way were utter madness." By throwing such reflections on the flame of my displeasure, I subdued it into a sort of smouldering heartburning, and appeared at the dinner table in as sulky a humour as could well be imagined. Chapter 12. Drunken speak, parotan squabble swagger. Swear and discourse fustian with one's own shad. Othello. I have already told you, my dear Tresham, what probably was no news to you, that my principal fault was an unconquerable pitch of pride, which exposed me to frequent mortification. I had not even whispered to myself that I loved Diana Vernon, yet no sooner did I hear Rashleigh talk of her as a prize which he might stoop to carry off or neglect at his pleasure, than every step which the poor girl had taken in the innocence and openness of her heart to form a sort of friendship with me seemed in my eyes the most insulting coquetry. So she would secure me as a pies-aller, I suppose, in case Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone should not take compassion upon her. But I will satisfy her that I am not a person to be trepanned in that manner. I will make her sensible that I see through her arts, and that I scorn them. I did not reflect for a moment that all this indignation, which I had no right whatever to entertain, proved that I was anything but indifferent to Miss Vernon's charms, and I sate down to table in high ill humour with her and all the daughters of Eve. Miss Vernon heard me with surprise return ungracious answers to one or two playful strokes of satire, which she threw out with her usual freedom of speech, but having no suspicion that offence was meant, she only replied to my rude repartees with jests somewhat similar, but polished by her good temper though pointed by her wit at length, she perceived I was really out of humour, and answered one of my rude speeches thus. They say, Mr. Frank, that one may gather sense from fools. I heard Cousin Wilfred refused to play any longer at cudgels the other day with Cousin Thorny, because Cousin Thorny got angry and struck harder than the rules of amicable combat, it seems, permitted. Were I to break your head in good earnest, quoth honest Wilfred, I care not how angry you are, for I should do it so much the more easily, but it's hard I should get raps over the costard, and only pay you back in make-believes. Do you understand the moral of this, Frank? I have never felt myself under the necessity, madam, of studying how to extract the slender portion of sense with which this family season their conversation. Necessity, and madam, you surprise me, Mr. Osbaldistone. I am unfortunate in doing so. Am I to suppose that this capricious tone is serious, or is it only assumed to make your good humor more valuable? You have a right to the attention of so many gentlemen in this family, Miss Vernon, that it cannot be worth your while to inquire into the cause of my stupidity and bad spirits. What she said, am I to understand then that you have deserted my faction and gone over to the enemy? Then, looking across the table and observing that Rashleigh, who was seated opposite, was watching us with a singular expression of interest on his harsh features, she continued, horrible thought, I see 'tis true. For the grim-visaged Rashleigh smiles on me, and points at thee for his. Well, thank heaven and the unprotected state, which has taught me endurance, I do not take offence easily, and that I may not be forced to quarrel whether I like it or no, I have the honour earlier than usual to wish you a happy digestion of your dinner and your bad humour. And she left the table accordingly. Upon Miss Vernon's departure, I found myself very little satisfied with my own conduct. I had hurled back offered kindness, of which circumstances had but lately pointed out the honest sincerity, and I had but just stopped short of insulting the beautiful. And as she had said, with some emphasis, the unprotected being by whom it was proffered, my conduct seemed brutal in my own eyes. To combat or drown these painful reflections, I applied myself more frequently than usual to the wine which circulated on the table. The agitated state of my feelings, combined with my habits of temperance, to give rapid effect to the beverage habitual topers, I believe acquire the power of soaking themselves with a quantity of liquor that does little more than muddy those intellects which in their sober state are none of the clearest, but men who are strangers to the vice of drunkenness, as a habit, are more powerfully acted upon by intoxicating liquors. My spirits, once aroused, became extravagant. I talked a great deal, argued upon what I knew nothing of, told stories of which I forgot the point, then laughed immoderately at my own forgetfulness. I accepted several bets. Without having the least judgment, I challenged the giant John to wrestle with me, although he had kept the ring at Hexham for a year, and I never tried so much as a single fall. My uncle had the goodness to interpose and prevent this consummation of drunken folly, which I suppose would have otherwise ended in my neck being broken. It has even been reported by maligners that I sung a song while under this vinous influence, but as I remember nothing of it, and never attempted to turn a tune in all my life before or since, I would willingly hope there is no actual foundation for the calumny. I was absurd enough without this exaggeration, without positively losing my senses. I speedily lost all command of my temper, and my impetuous passions whirled me onward at their pleasure. I had sate down sulky and discontented and disposed to be silent. Wine rendered me loquacious, disputatious, and quarrelsome. I contradicted whatever was asserted and attacked, without any respect to my uncle's table, both his politics and his religion. The affected moderation of Rashleigh, which he well knew how to qualify with irritating ingredients, was even more provoking to me than the noisy and bullying language of his obstreperous brothers. My uncle, to do him justice, endeavoured to bring us to order, but his authority was lost amidst the tumult of wine and passion. At length, frantic at some real or supposed injurious insinuation, I actually struck Rashleigh with my fist. No stoic philosopher superior to his own passion, and that of others, could have received an insult with a higher degree of scorn, what he himself did not think it apparently worth, while to resent Thorncliffe resented for him. Swords were drawn, and we exchanged one or two passes when the other brothers separated us by main force, and I shall never forget the diabolical sneer which writhed Rashleigh's wayward features as I was forced from the apartment by the main strength of two of these youthful titans. They secured me in my apartment by locking the door, and I heard them to my inexpressible rage laugh heartily as they descended the stairs. I essayed in my fury to break out, but the window grates and the strength of a door clenched with iron resisted my efforts. At length I threw myself on my bed and fell asleep amidst vows of dire revenge to be taken in the ensuing day. But with the morning cool repentance came, I felt in the keenest manner the violence and absurdity of my conduct, and was obliged to confess that wine and passion had lowered my intellects even below those of Wilfred Osbaldistone, whom I held in so much contempt. My uncomfortable reflections were by no means soothed by meditating the necessity of an apology for my improper behavior, and recollecting that Miss Vernon must be a witness of my submission. The impropriety and unkindness of my conduct to her personally added not a little to these galling considerations, and for this I could not even plead the miserable excuse of intoxication. Under all these aggravating feelings of shame and degradation, I descended to the breakfast hall like a criminal to receive sentence. It chanced that a hard frost had rendered it impossible to take out the hounds, so that I had the additional mortification to meet the family, excepting only Rashleigh and Miss Vernon, in full divan, surrounding the cold venison pasty and chine of beef. They were in high glee as I entered, and I could easily imagine that the jests were furnished at my expense. In fact, what I was disposed to consider with serious pain was regarded as an excellent good joke by my uncle and the greater part of my cousin Sir Hildebrand. While he rallied me on the exploits of the preceding evening, swore he thought a young fellow had better be thrice drunk in one day than sneak sober to bed like a Presbyterian, and leave a batch of honest fellows and a double quart of claret. And to back this consolatory speech, he poured out a large bumper of brandy, exhorting me to swallow a hair of the dog that had bit me. Never mind these lads laughing, Nev, he continued, they would have been all as great milksops as yourself, had I not nursed them, as one may say, on the toast and tankard. Ill-nature was not the fault of my cousins in general. They saw I was vexed and hurt at the recollections of the preceding evening, and endeavoured with clumsy kindness to remove the painful impression they had made on me. Thorncliff alone looked sullen and unreconciled. This young man had never liked me from the beginning, and in the marks of attention occasionally shown me by his brothers, awkward as they were, he alone had never joined. If it was true, of which, however, I began to have my doubts, that he was considered by the family, or regarded himself as the destined husband of Miss Vernon, a sentiment of jealousy might have sprung up in his mind from the marked predilection which it was that young lady's pleasure to show for one whom Thorncliff might perhaps think likely to become a dangerous rival. Rashleigh at last entered, his visage as dark as morning weed brooding. I could not but doubt over the unjustifiable and disgraceful insult I had offered to him. I had already settled in my own mind how I was to behave on the occasion, and had schooled myself to believe that true honor consisted not in defending, but in apologizing for an injury so much disproportioned to any provocation I might have to allege. I therefore hastened to meet Rashleigh, and to express myself in the highest degree sorry for the violence with which I had acted on the preceding evening. No circumstances, I said, could have wrung from me a single word of apology, save my own consciousness of the impropriety of my behavior. I hoped my cousin would accept of my regrets so sincerely offered, and consider how much of my misconduct was owing to the excessive hospitality of Osbaldistone Hall. He shall be friends with the lad, cried the honest knight in the full effusion of his heart, or d-n me, if I call him son more. Why, Rashie does stand there like a log, sorry, for it is all a gentleman can say if he happens to do anything awry, especially over his claret. I served in Hounslow, and should know something, I think, of affairs of honour. Let me hear no more of this, and well go in a body and rummage out the badger in Birkenwood Bank. Rashleigh's face resembled, as I have already noticed, no other countenance that I ever saw, but this singularity lay not only in the features, but in the mode of changing their expression. Other countenances, in altering from grief to joy, or from anger to satisfaction, pass through some brief interval ere the expression of the predominant passion supersedes entirely that of its predecessor. There is a sort of twilight like that between the clearing up of the darkness and the rising of the sun. While the swollen muscles subside, the dark eye clears, the forehead relaxes and expands itself, and the whole countenance loses its sterner shades and becomes serene and placid. Rashleigh's face exhibited none of these gradations, but changed almost instantaneously from the expression of one passion to that of the contrary. I can compare it to nothing but the sudden shifting of a scene in the theatre, where at the whistle of the prompter a cavern disappears and a grove arises. My attention was strongly arrested by this peculiarity on the present occasion. At Rashleigh's first entrance, black, he stood as knight, with the same inflexible countenance. He heard my excuse and his father's exhortation, and it was not until Sir Hildebrand had done speaking that the cloud cleared away at once, and he expressed in the kindest and most civil terms his perfect satisfaction with the very handsome apology I had offered. Indeed, he said, I have so poor a brain myself, when I impose on it the least burden beyond my usual 3 glasses, that I have only, like honest Cassio, a very vague recollection of the confusion of last night. Remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly a quarrel, but nothing. Wherefore so, my dear cousin, he continued, shaking me kindly by the hand, conceive how much I am relieved by finding that I have to receive an apology, instead of having to make one. I will not have a word said upon the subject more. I should be very foolish to institute any scrutiny into an account, when the balance which I expected to be against me has been so unexpectedly and agreeably struck in my favor. You see, Mr. Osbaldistone, I am practicing the language of Lombard Street, and qualifying myself for my new calling. As I was about to answer, and raised my eyes for the purpose, they encountered those of Miss Vernon, who, having entered the room unobserved during the conversation, had given it her close attention. Abashed and confounded, I fixed my eyes on the ground, and made my escape to the breakfastable, where I heard it among my busy cousins. My uncle, that the events of the preceding day might not pass out of our memory without a practical moral lesson, took occasion to give Rashleigh and me his serious advice to correct our milksop habits, as he termed them, and gradually to inure our brains to bear a gentlemanlike quantity of liquor without brawls or breaking of heads. He recommended that we should begin piddling with a regular quart of claret per day, which with the aid of March beer and brandy made a handsome competence for a beginner in the art of toping. And for our encouragement, he assured us that he had known many a man who had lived to our years, without having drunk a pint of wine at a sitting, who yet, by falling into honest company and following hardy example, had afterwards been numbered among the best good fellows of the time, and could carry off their 6 bottles under their belt quietly and comfortably, without brawling or babbling, and be neither sick nor sorry the next morning. Sage as this advice was, and comfortable as was the prospect it held out to me, I profited but little by the exhortation, partly perhaps because as often as I raised my eyes from the table I observed Miss Vernon's looks fixed on me, in which I thought I could read grave compassion, blended with regret and displeasure. I began to consider how I should seek a scene of explanation and apology with her also, when she gave me to understand she was determined to save me the trouble of soliciting an interview. Cousin Francis, she said, addressing me by the same title she used to give to the other Osbaldistones, although I had, properly speaking, no title to be called her kinsman, I have encountered this morning a difficult passage in the Divina Commedia of Dante. Will you have the goodness to step to the library and give me your assistance? And when you have unearthed for me the meaning of the obscure Florentine, we will join the rest at Birkenwood Bank and see their luck at unearthing the badger. I signified, of course, my readiness to wait upon her. Rashleigh made an offer to accompany us. I am something better skilled, he said, at tracking the sense of Dante through the metaphors and allusions of his wild and gloomy poem, than at hunting the poor inoffensive hermit yonder out of his cave. Pardon me, Rashleigh, said Miss Vernon, but as you are to occupy Mr. Francis' place in the counting-house, you must surrender to him the charge of your pupil's education at Osbaldistone Hall. We shall call you in, however, if there is any occasion, so pray do not look so grave upon it. Besides, it is a shame to you not to understand field sports. What will you do should our uncle in Crane Alley ask you the signs by which you track a badger? I true, said Sir Hildebrand with a sigh. I misdoubt Rashleigh will be found short at the leap when he is put to the trial, and he would ha learned useful knowledge like his brothers. He was bred up where it grew, I wuss, but French antics and book learning with the new turnips and the rats and the Hanoverians ha changed the world that I ha known in old England. But come along with us, Rashie, and carry my hunting staff, man. Thy cousin lacks none of thy company as now, and I wonna ha die crossed its near. Be said, there was but one woman in Osbaldistone Hall, and she died for lack of her will. Rashleigh followed his father, as he commanded not, however, ere he had whispered to Diana, I suppose I must in discretion bring the courtier ceremony in my company and knock when I approach the door of the library. No, no, Rashleigh said, Miss Vernon, dismiss from your company the false archimage dissimulation, and it will better ensure your free access to our classical consultations. So saying, she led the way to the library, and I followed like a criminal, I was going to say to execution, but as I bethink me, I have used the simile once, if not twice before, without any simile at all. Then I followed with a sense of awkward and conscious embarrassment, which I would have given a great deal to shake off. I thought it a degrading and unworthy feeling to attend one on such an occasion, having breathed the air of the continent long enough to have imbibed the notion that lightness, gallantry, and something approaching to well-bred self-assurance should distinguish the gentleman whom a fair lady selects for her companion in a tete-a-tete. My English feelings, however, were too many for my French education, and I made, I believe, a very pitiful figure when Miss Vernon, seating herself majestically in a huge elbow chair in the library, like a judge about to hear a cause of importance, signed to me to take a chair opposite to her, which I did, much like the poor fellow who is going to be tried, and entered upon conversation in a tone of bitter irony. Chapter 13. Dire was his thought, who first in poison steeped. The weapon formed for slaughter direr his, and worthier of damnation, who instilled the mortal venom in the social cup, to fill the veins with death instead of life. Anonymous. Upon my word, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, said Miss Vernon, with the air of one who thought herself fully entitled to assume the privilege of ironical reproach, which she was pleased to exert, your character improves upon us, sir. I could not have thought that it was in you yesterday might be considered as your sapes to prove yourself entitled to be free of the corporation of Osbaldistone Hall, but it was a masterpiece. I am quite sensible of my ill-breeding, Miss Vernon, and I can only say for myself that I had received some communications by which my spirits were unusually agitated. I am conscious I was impertinent and absurd. You do yourself great injustice, said the merciless monitor. You have contrived, by what I saw, and have since heard, to exhibit in the course of one evening a happy display of all the various masterly qualifications which distinguish your several cousins, gentle and generous temper of the benevolent Rashleigh, temperance of Perseus, cool courage of Thorncliffe, John's skill in dog-breaking, Dickens' aptitude to betting-gall, exhibited by the single individual Mr. Francis, and that with a selection of time, place, and circumstance worthy the taste and sagacity of the sapient Wilfrid. Have a little mercy, Miss Vernon, said I, for I confess I thought the schooling as severe as the case merited, especially considering from what quarter it came, and forgive me if I suggest as an excuse for follies. I am not usually guilty of the custom of this house and country. I am far from approving of it, but we have Shakespeare's authority for saying that good wine is a good familiar creature, and that any man living may be overtaken at some time. I'm Mr. Francis, but he places the panegyric and the apology in the mouth of the greatest villain his pencil has drawn. I will not, however, abuse the advantage your quotation has given me by overwhelming you with the refutation with which the victim Cassio replies to the tempter Iago. I only wish you to know that there is one person at least sorry to see a youth of talents and expectations sink into the slough in which the inhabitants of this house are nightly wallowing. I have but wet my shoe, I assure you, Miss Vernon, and am too sensible of the filth of the puddle to step farther in. If such be your resolution, she replied, it is a wise one, but I was so much vexed at what I heard that your concerns have pressed before my own. You behaved to me yesterday during dinner as if something had been told you which lessened or lowered me in your opinion. I beg leave to ask you what it was. I was stupefied. The direct bluntness of the demand was much in the style one gentleman uses to another when requesting explanation of any part of his conduct in a good-humored yet determined manner, and was totally devoid of the circumlocutions, shadings, softenings, and periphrasis which usually accompany explanations betwixt persons of different sexes in the higher orders of society. I remained completely embarrassed, for it pressed on my recollection that Rashleigh's communications, supposing them to be correct, ought to have rendered Miss Vernon rather an object of my compassion than of my pettish resentment, and had they furnished the best apology possible for my own conduct, still I must have had the utmost difficulty in detailing what inferred such necessary and natural offence to Miss Vernon's feelings. She observed my hesitation, and proceeded in a tone somewhat more peremptory, but still temperate and civil. I hope Mr. Osbaldistone does not dispute my title to request this explanation. I have no relative who can protect me. It is therefore just that I be permitted to protect myself. I endeavoured with hesitation to throw the blame of my rude behaviour upon indisposition, upon disagreeable letters from London. She suffered me to exhaust my apologies, and fairly to run myself aground, listening all the while with a smile of absolute incredulity. And now, Mr. Francis, having gone through your prologue of excuses with the same bad grace with which all prologues are delivered, please to draw the curtain, and show me that which I desire to see. In a word, let me know what Rashleigh says of me, for he is the grand engineer and first mover of all the machinery of Osbaldistone Hall. But supposing there was anything to tell Miss Vernon, what does he deserve that betrays the secrets of one ally to another? Rashleigh, you yourself told me, remained your ally, though no longer your friend. I have neither patience for evasion nor inclination for jesting on the present subject. Rashleigh cannot, ought not, dare not hold any language respecting me, Diana Vernon, but what I may demand to hear repeated, that there are subjects of secrecy and confidence between us, is most certain, but to such his communications to you could have no relation, and with such I as an individual have no concern. I had by this time recovered my presence of mind, and hastily determined to avoid making any disclosure of what Rashleigh had told me in a sort of confidence. There was something unworthy in retelling private conversation. It could, I thought, do no good, and must necessarily give Miss Vernon great pain. I therefore replied gravely that nothing but frivolous talk had passed between Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone and me on the state of the family at the Hall, and I protested that nothing had been said which left a serious impression to her disadvantage. As a gentleman, I said, I could not be more explicit in reporting private conversation. She started up with the animation of a Camilla about to advance into battle. This shall not serve your turn, sir. I must have another answer from you. Her features kindled, her brow became flushed, at her eye glanced wildfire. As she proceeded, I demand such an explanation as a woman basely slandered has a right to demand from every man who calls himself a gentleman's creature, motherless, friendless, alone in the world, left to her own guidance and protection, has a right to require from every being having a happier lot, in the name of that God who sent them into the world to enjoy, and her to suffer. You shall not deny me, or, she added, looking solemnly upwards, you will rue your denial if there is justice for wrong either on earth or in heaven. I was utterly astonished at her vehemence, but felt thus conjured that it became my duty to lay aside scrupulous delicacy, and gave her briefly but distinctly the heads of the information which Rashleigh had conveyed to me. She sate down and resumed her composure as soon as I entered upon the subject, and when I stopped to seek for the most delicate turn of expression, she repeatedly interrupted me with, go on, pray go on. The first word which occurs to you is the plainest, and must be the best. Do not think of my feelings, but speak as you would to an unconcerned third party. Thus urged and encouraged, I stammered through all the account which Rashleigh had given of her early contract to Marian Osbaldistone, and of the uncertainty and difficulty of her choice. And there I would willingly have paused, but her penetration discovered that there was still something behind, and even guessed to what it related. Well, it was ill-natured of Rashleigh to tell this tale on me. I am like the poor girl in the fairy tale who was betrothed in her cradle to the Black Bear of Norway, but complained chiefly of being called Bruin's bride by her companions at school. But besides all this, Rashleigh said something of himself with relation to me, did he not? He certainly hinted that were it not for the idea of supplanting his brother, he would now, in consequence of his change of profession, be desirous that the word Rashleigh should fill up the blank in the dispensation, instead of the word Thorncliffe. Aye, indeed, she replied, was he so very condescending to much honour for his humble handmaid Diana Vernon, and she, I suppose, was to be enraptured with joy could such a substitute be effected. To confess the truth, he intimated as much, and even farther insinuated. What, let me hear it all, she exclaimed hastily. That he had broken off your mutual intimacy, lest it should have given rise to an affection, by which his destination to the church would not permit him to profit. I am obliged to him for his consideration, replied Miss Vernon, every feature of her fine countenance taxed to express the most supreme degree of scorn and contempt. She paused a moment, and then said, with her usual composure, there is but little I have heard from you, which I did not expect to hear, and which I ought not to have expected, because, bating one circumstance, it is all very true, but as there are some poisons so active that a few drops, it is said, will infect a whole fountain, so there is one falsehood in Rashleigh's communication, powerful enough to corrupt the whole well, in which truth herself is said to have dwelt. It is the leading and foul falsehood, that knowing Rashleigh, as I have reason too well to know him, any circumstance on earth could make me think of sharing my lot with him. No, she continued with a sort of inward shuddering that seemed to express involuntary horror, any lot rather than that sought the gambler, the bully, the jockey, the insensate fool, were 1,000 times preferable to Rashleigh's convent, jailed grave, shall be welcome before them all. There was a sad and melancholy cadence in her voice, corresponding with the strange and interesting romance of her situation, so young, so beautiful, so untaught, so much abandoned to herself, and deprived of all the support which her sex derives from the countenance and protection of female friends, and even of that degree of defence which arises from the forms with which the sex are approached in civilized life. It is scarce metaphorical to say that my heart bled for her, yet there was an expression of dignity in her contempt of ceremony, of upright feeling in her disdain of falsehood, of firm resolution in the manner in which she contemplated the dangers by which she was surrounded, which blended my pity with the warmest admiration. She seemed a princess deserted by her subjects and deprived of her power, yet still scorning those formal regulations of society which are created for persons of an inferior rank, and amid her difficulties relying boldly and confidently on the justice of heaven and the unshaken constancy of her own mind. I offered to express the mingled feelings of sympathy and admiration with which her unfortunate situation and her high spirit combined to impress me, but she imposed silence on me at once. I told you in jest, she said, that I disliked compliments. I now tell you in earnest that I do not ask sympathy, and that I despise consolation. What I have borne what I am to bear I will sustain, as I may no word of commiseration can make a burden. Feel one feather's weight lighter to the slave who must carry it. There is only one human being who could have assisted me, and that is he who has rather chosen to add to my embarrassment. Rashleigh Osbaldistone. Yes, the time once was that I might have learned to love that man, but, great God, the purpose for which he insinuated himself into the confidence of one already so forlorn, undeviating, and continued assiduity, with which he pursued that purpose from year to year, without one single momentary pause of remorse or compassion, purpose for which he would have converted into poison the food he administered to my mind. Gracious Providence, what should I have been in this world, and the next in body and soul, had I fallen under the arts of this accomplished villain? I was so much struck with the scene of perfidious treachery which these words disclosed, that I rose from my chair, hardly knowing what I did, laid my hand on the hilt of my sword, and was about to leave the apartment in search of him on whom I might discharge my just indignation, almost breathless, and with eyes and looks in which scorn and indignation had given way to the most lively alarm. Miss Vernon threw herself between me and the door of the apartment. Stay, she said, stay, however, just your resentment. You do not know half the secrets of this fearful prison house. She then glanced her eyes anxiously round the room, and sunk her voice almost to a whisper. He bears a charmed life. You cannot assail him without endangering other lives and wider destruction. Had it been otherwise, in some hour of justice, he had hardly been safe even from this weak hand. I told you, she said, motioning me back to my seat, that I needed no comforter, I now tell you I need no avenger. I resumed my seat, mechanically musing on what she said, and recollecting also what had escaped me in my first glow of resentment, that I had no title whatever to constitute myself Miss Vernon's champion. She paused to let her own emotions and mine subside, and then addressed me with more composure. I have already said that there is a mystery connected with Rashleigh of a dangerous and fatal nature villain, as he is, and as he knows he stands convicted in my eyes. I cannot dare not openly break with or defy him. You also, Mr. Osbaldistone, must bear with him, with patience foil his artifices by opposing to them prudence, not violence, and above all you must avoid such scenes as that of last night, which cannot but give him perilous advantages over you. This caution I designed to give you, and it was the object with which I desired this interview, but I have extended my confidence farther than I proposed. I assured her it was not misplaced. I do not believe that it is, she replied. You have that in your face and manners which authorizes trust. Let us continue to be friends. You need not fear, she said, laughing, while she blushed a little, yet speaking with a free and unembarrassed voice, that friendship with us should prove only a specious name, as the poet says, for another feeling I belong in habits of thinking and acting rather to your sex, with which I have always been brought up, than to my own. Besides, the fatal veil was wrapped round me in my cradle, for you may easily believe I have never thought of the detestable condition under which I may remove it. The time, she added, for expressing my final determination is not arrived, and I would fain have the freedom of wild heath and open air with the other commoners of nature as long as I can be permitted to enjoy them. And now that the passage in Dante is made so clear, pray go and see what has become of the badgerbaiters. My head aches so much that I cannot join the party. I left the library, but not to join the hunters. I felt that a solitary walk was necessary to compose my spirits before I again trusted myself in Rashleigh's company, whose depth of calculating villainy had been so strikingly exposed to me in Dubourg's family, as he was of the reformed persuasion. I had heard many a tale of Romish priests who gratified at the expense of friendship, hospitality, and the most sacred ties of social life, those passions, the blameless indulgence of which is denied by the rules of their order, but the deliberate system of undertaking the education of a deserted orphan of noble birth, and so intimately allied to his own family, with the perfidious purpose of ultimately seducing her, detailed, as it was, by the intended victim, with all the glow of virtuous resentment, seemed more atrocious to me than the worst of the tales I had heard at Bordeaux, and I felt it would be extremely difficult for me to meet Rashleigh, and yet to suppress the abhorrence with which he impressed me. Yet this was absolutely necessary, not only on account of the mysterious charge which Diana had given me, but because I had in reality no ostensible ground for quarreling with him. I therefore resolved, as far as possible, to meet Rashleigh's dissimulation with equal caution on my part during our residence in the same family, and when he should depart for London, I resolved to give Owen at least such a hint of his character as might keep him on his guard over my father's interests. Avarice or ambition, I thought, might have as great or greater charms for a mind constituted like Rashleigh's than unlawful pleasure. The energy of his character and his power of assuming all seeming good qualities were likely to procure him a high degree of confidence, and it was not to be hoped that either good faith or gratitude would prevent him from abusing it. The task was somewhat difficult, especially in my circumstances, since the caution which I threw out might be imputed to jealousy of my rival, or rather my successor, in my father's favor. Yet I thought it absolutely necessary to frame such a letter, leaving it to Owen, who in his own line was very prudent and circumspect, to make the necessary use of his knowledge of Rashleigh's true character. Such a letter, therefore, I indited and dispatched to the post-house by the first opportunity. At my meeting with Rashleigh, he, as well as I, appeared to have taken up distant ground, and to be disposed to avoid all pretext for collision. He was probably conscious that Miss Vernon's communications had been unfavorable to him, though he could not know that they extended to discovering his meditated villainy towards her. Our intercourse, therefore, was reserved on both sides, and turned on subjects of little interest. Indeed, his stay at Osbaldistone Hall did not exceed a few days. After this period, during which I only remarked two circumstances respecting him. The first was the rapid and almost intuitive manner in which his powerful and active mind seized upon and arranged the elementary principles necessary to his new profession, which he now studied hard and occasionally made parade of his progress, as if to show me how light it was for him to lift the burden which I had flung down from very weariness and inability to carry it. The other remarkable circumstance was that, notwithstanding the injuries with which Miss Vernon charged Rashleigh, they had several private interviews together of considerable length, although their bearing towards each other in public did not seem more cordial than usual. When the day of Rashleigh's departure arrived, his father bade him farewell, with indifference his brothers with the ill-concealed glee of schoolboys who see their taskmaster depart for a season, and feel a joy which they dare not express, and I myself with cold politeness. When he approached Miss Vernon, and would have saluted her, she drew back with a look of haughty disdain, but said as she extended her hand to him, "Farewell, Rashleigh, God reward you for the good you have done, and forgive you for the evil you have meditated." "Amen, my fair cousin," he replied, with an air of sanctity, which belonged, I thought, to the seminary of St. Omer's. "Happy is he whose good intentions have borne fruit in deeds, and whose evil thoughts have perished in the blossom." These were his parting words. "Accomplished hypocrite," said Miss Vernon to me, as the door closed behind him, "how nearly can what we most despise and hate approach in outward manner to that which we most venerate?" I had written to my father by Rashleigh, and also a few lines to Owen, besides the confidential letter which I have already mentioned, and which I thought it more proper and prudent to dispatch by another conveyance. In these epistles it would have been natural for me to have pointed out to my father and my friend that I was at present in a situation where I could improve myself in no respect unless in the mysteries of hunting and hawking, and where I was not unlikely to forget, in the company of rude grooms and horseboys, any useful knowledge or elegant accomplishments which I had hitherto acquired. It would also have been natural that I should have expressed the disgust and tedium which I was likely to feel among beings whose whole souls were centered in field sports or more degrading pastimes, that I should have complained of the habitual intemperance of the family in which I was a guest, and the difficulty and almost resentment with which my uncle Sir Hildebrand received any apology for deserting the bottle. This last indeed was a topic on which my father himself, a man of severe temperance, was likely to be easily alarmed, and to have touched upon this spring would to a certainty have opened the doors of my prison house, and would either have been the means of abridging my exile, or at least would have procured me a change of residence during my rustication. I say, my dear Tresham, that considering how very unpleasant a prolonged residence at Osbaldistone Hall must have been to a young man of my age, and with my habits, it might have seemed very natural that I should have pointed out all these disadvantages to my father in order to obtain his consent for leaving my uncle's mansion. Nothing, however, is more certain than that I did not say a single word to this purpose in my letters to my father and Owen. If Osbaldistone Hall had been Athens in all its pristine glory of learning, and inhabited by sages, heroes, and poets, I could not have expressed less inclination to leave it. If thou hast any of the salt of youth left in thee, Tresham, thou wilt be at no loss to account for my silence on a topic seemingly so obvious. Miss Vernon's extreme beauty, of which she herself seemed so little conscious, her romantic and mysterious situation, evils to which she was exposed, the courage with which she seemed to face them, her manners more frank than belonged to her sex, yet, as it seemed to me, exceeding in frankness only from the dauntless consciousness of her innocency, above all the obvious and flattering distinction which she made in my favor over all other persons, were at once calculated to interest my best feelings, to excite my curiosity, awaken my imagination, and gratify my vanity. I dared not indeed confess to myself the depth of the interest with which Miss Vernon inspired me, or the large share which she occupied in my thoughts. We read together, walked together, rode together, and sate together. The studies which she had broken off upon her quarrel with Rashleigh, she now resumed under the auspices of a tutor whose views were more sincere, though his capacity was far more limited. In truth, I was by no means qualified to assist her in the prosecution of several profound studies which she had commenced with rashly, and which appeared to me more fitted for a churchman than for a beautiful female, neither can I conceive with what view he should have engaged Diana in the gloomy maze of casuistry, which schoolmen called philosophy, or in the equally abstruse, though more certain sciences of mathematics and astronomy, unless it were to break down and confound in her mind the difference and distinction between the sexes, and to habituate her to trains of subtle reasoning by which he might at his own time invest that which is wrong with the color of that which is right. It was in the same spirit, though in the latter case the evil purpose was more obvious, that the lessons of Rashleigh had encouraged Miss Vernon in setting at naught and despising the forms and ceremonial limits which are drawn round females in modern society. It is true she was sequestrated from all female company, and could not learn the usual rules of decorum, either from example or precept, yet such was her innate modesty and accurate sense of what was right and wrong, that she would not of herself have adopted the bold, uncompromising manner which struck me with so much surprise on our first acquaintance, had she not been led to conceive that a contempt of ceremony indicated at once superiority of understanding, and the confidence of conscious innocence. Her wily instructor had no doubt his own views in levelling those outworks which reserve and caution erect around virtue, but for these, and for his other crimes, he has long since answered at a higher tribunal. Besides the progress which Miss Vernon, whose powerful mind readily adopted every means of information offered to it, had made in more abstract science, I found her no contemptible linguist, and well acquainted both with ancient and modern literature, were it not that strong talents will often go farthest when they seem to have least assistance. It would be almost incredible to tell the rapidity of Miss Vernon's progress in knowledge, and it was still more extraordinary when her stock of mental acquisitions from books was compared with her total ignorance of actual life. It seemed as if she saw and knew everything except what passed in the world around her, and I believe it was this very ignorance and simplicity of thinking upon ordinary subjects, so strikingly contrasted with her fund of general knowledge and information, which rendered her conversation so irresistibly fascinating, and riveted the attention to whatever she said or did, since it was absolutely impossible to anticipate whether her next word or action was to display the most acute perception or the most profound simplicity. The degree of danger which necessarily attended a youth of my age and keen feelings, from remaining in close and constant intimacy with an object so amiable and so peculiarly interesting, all who remember their own sentiments at my age may easily estimate. Chapter 14. Yon lamp its line of quivering light shoots from my lady's bower. But why should beauty's lamp be bright at midnight's lonely hour? Old ballad. The mode of life at Osbaldistone Hall was too uniform to admit of description. Diana Vernon and I enjoyed much of our time in our mutual studies, the rest of the family killed theirs in such sports and pastimes as suited the seasons, in which we also took a share. My uncle was a man of habits, and by habit became so much accustomed to my presence and mode of life, that upon the whole he was rather fond of me than otherwise. I might probably have risen yet higher in his good graces, had I employed the same arts for that purpose which were used by Rashleigh, who, availing himself of his father's disinclination to business, had gradually insinuated himself into the management of his property. But although I readily gave my uncle the advantage of my pen and my arithmetic so often as he desired to correspond with a neighbor or settle with a tenant, and was in so far a more useful inmate in his family than any of his sons, yet I was not willing to oblige Sir Hildebrand by relieving him entirely from the management of his own affairs, so that while the good knight admitted that Neville Frank was a steady handy lad, he seldom failed to remark in the same breath that he did not think he should harm Mr. Rashleigh so much as he was like to do. As it is particularly unpleasant to reside in a family where we are at variance with any part of it, I made some efforts to overcome the ill will which my cousins entertained against me. I exchanged my laced hat for a jockey cap, and made some progress in their opinion. I broke a young colt in a manner which carried me further into their good graces, a bet or two opportunely lost to Dickon, and an extra health pledged with Percy placed me on an easy and familiar footing with all the young squires except Thorncliff. I have already noticed the dislike entertained against me by this young fellow, who, as he had rather more sense, had also a much worse temper than any of his brethren, sullen, dogged, and quarrelsome. He regarded my residence at Osbaldistone Hall as an intrusion, and viewed with envious and jealous eyes my intimacy with Diana Vernon, whom the effect proposed to be given to a certain family compact, assigned to him as an intended spouse. That he loved her could scarcely be said, at least without much misapplication of the word, but he regarded her as something appropriated to himself, and resented internally the interference which he knew not how to prevent or interrupt. I attempted a tone of conciliation towards Thorncliff on several occasions, but he rejected my advances with a manner about as gracious as that of a growling mastiff when the animal shuns and resents a stranger's attempts to caress him. I therefore abandoned him to his ill humor, and gave myself no further trouble about the matter. Such was the footing upon which I stood with the family at Osbaldistone Hall, but I ought to mention another of its inmates, with whom I occasionally held some discourse. This was Andrew Fairservice, the gardener, who, since he had discovered that I was a Protestant, rarely suffered me to pass him without proffering his Scotch mull for a social pinch. There were several advantages attending this courtesy. In the first place, it was made at no expense, for I never took snuff, and secondly, it afforded an excellent apology to Andrew, who was not particularly fond of hard labor, for laying aside his spade for several minutes. But above all, these brief interviews gave Andrew an opportunity of venting the news he had collected, or the satirical remarks which his shrewd northern humor suggested. "I am saying, sir," he said to me one evening, with a face obviously charged with intelligence, "I hae been down at the Trinlano." "Well, Andrew, and I suppose you heard some news at the alehouse?" "No, sir, I never gang to the alehouse ethet, is unless ony neighbour was to gie me a pint or the like that, but to gang there on ains ain coat-tail is a waste o' precious time, and hard one siller. But I was down at the Trinlano, as I was saying, about a wee bit business o' my ain Matty Simpson, that wants a forpit or twa o' peers, that will never be missed in the ha-house-end. When we were at the thrangest our bargain was sold come in, but Pate Macready, the travelling merchant." "Peddler, I suppose you mean." "E'en as your honour likes to ca' him, but it's a creditable calling and a gainfu, and has been lang in use. Why, our folk, Pate's a Farawa cousin o' mine, and we were blithe to meet ane another." "And you went and had a jug of ale together, I suppose, Andrew? For heaven's sake, cut short your story." Bide a wee, you Southrons are in sick a hurry, and this is something concerns yourself, and ye wad tak patience to heart. Yildil a drap o' yild did Pate offer me, but Matty gie us baith a drap skimmed milk, and ane o' her thick 8 jannocks, that was as wat and raw as a divot for the bonny girdle cakes o' the North Hand. Sae we sat down and took out our clavers. "I wish you would take them out just now. Pray tell me the news, if you have got any worth telling, for I can't stop here all night." "Then if ye maun heat the folk in Lunnon are a clean wud about this bit job in the north here." "Clean wood, what's that?" "Oh, just real daft, neither to hod nor to bind a hurdigurdy clean through itherth deals o'er Jock Wobster." "Frank and Andrew Fairservice. But what does all this mean, or what business have I with the devil or Jack Webster?" Said Andrew, looking extremely knowing. "It's just because that the Durdhams are about yon man's pockmanty." "Whose portmanteau, or what do you mean?" "Oh, just the man Morris that he said he lost yonder. But if it's no your honour's affair, as little is it mine, and I mauna lose this gracious evening." And as if suddenly seized with a violent fit of industry, Andrew began to labour most diligently. My attention, as the crafty knave had foreseen, was now arrested, and unwilling at the same time to acknowledge any particular interest in that affair by asking direct questions, I stood waiting till the spirit of voluntary communication should again prompt him to resume his story. Andrew dug on manfully and spoke at intervals, but nothing to the purpose of Mr. Macready's news, and I stood and listened, cursing him in my heart and desirous, at the same time, to see how long his humor of contradiction would prevail over his desire of speaking upon the subject, which was obviously uppermost in his mind. "I'm trenching up the sparrowgrass, and am gone to saw some mesegun beans, they winna want them to their swine's flesh ise warrant muckle gude, may it do them, and sick like dung, as the grieve has gene mate should be wheatstree or aten at the war start, and its peas dirt as fizzonless as chuckiestons, but the huntsman guides as he likes about the stable yard, and he selled the best o' the litter ise warrant, but howsoever, we mauna lose a turn o' this Saturday at e'en, for the water's sair broken. And if there's a fair day in 7 Sundays sure to come and lick it up howsomever, I'm no denying that it may settle if it be heaven's will, till Monday morning gand, what's the use, o' my breaking my back at this rate I think ill ina wa hame, for yon's the curfew, as they ca' their Jowingin bell. Accordingly applying both his hands to his spade, he pitched it upright in the trench which he had been digging, and looking at me with the air of superiority, of one who knows himself possessed of important information, which he may communicate or refuse at his pleasure, pulled down the sleeves of his shirt, and walked slowly towards his coat, which lay carefully folded up upon a neighboring garden seat. I must pay the penalty of having interrupted the tiresome rascal, thought I to myself, and even gratify Mr. Fairservice by taking his communication on his own terms. Then raising my voice, I addressed him and, after all, Andrew, what are these London news you had from your kinsman, the travelling merchant? The pedlar, your honour, means, retorted Andrew, but ca' him what ye wull, there a great convenience in a countryside that's scant o' borough towns like this Northumberland. That's no the case now in Scotland. There's the kingdom of Fife frae Culross to the East Newick. It's just like a great combined citizen money royal boroughs, yoked on end to end like ropes of ingans, with their he streets, and their booths nae doubt, and their creams and houses of stain and lime, and foresters, Kirkcaldy, the sell art, is langer than ony town in England. I dare say it is all very splendid and very fine, but you were talking of the London news a little while ago, Andrew. I replied Andrew, but I dinna think your honour cared to hear about them howsoever. He continued, grinning, a ghastly smile. Pate Macready does say that they are sair mistristed yonder in their Parliament House, about this rubbery o' Mr. Morris, or whatever they ca' the chiel. In the House of Parliament, Andrew, how came they to mention it there? Oh, that's just what I said to Pate, if it like your honour, I'll tell you the very words. It's no worth making a lie for the matter. Pate said, I what ado had the lords and lairds and gentles at Lunnon, why the Carl and his wallies, when we had a Scotch Parliament. Pate, says I, and deal racks their thrapples, that reft us aught they sate dousely down, and made laws for a hale country and kinrick, and never fashed their beards about things that were competent to the judge ordinar o' the bounds. But I think, said I, that if I Kylewife powd af her neighbours much they wad hae the twasome o' them into the Parliament House o' Lunnon, it's just said I am yest as silly as our old daft laird here, and his gomerals o' sons, why his huntsmen and his hounds, and his hunting cattle and horns, riding hale days after a bit beast that win away sacks puns when they hae catched it. You argued most admirably, Andrew, said I, willing to encourage him to get into the marrow of his intelligence. And what said Pate? Oh, he said what better could be expected of a ween pockputting English folk, but as to the robbery, it's like that when they're at the thrang o' their Whig and Tory walk, and King ain't another like unhanged blackguards up, gets I langtongue chieled, and he says that of the north of England were rank Jacobites, and quietly he wasna far wrang maybe, and that they had levied amyest open war, and a king's messenger had been stop it and rub it on the highway, and that the best bluid o' Northumberland had been at the doing aught and mickle gowd teen af him and money valuable papers, and that there was nae redress to be gotten by remeed of law for the first justice o' the peace, that the rubbit man gied to he had fun the twa loons that did the deed burling and drinking why him wa, but they and the justice took the word o' the tane for the compearance o' the tither, and that they e'en gie him legbill, and the honest man that had lost his siller was fain to leave the country for fear that war had come of it. Can this be really true, said Roman. One Pate swears it's as true as that his elwand is a yard langand, so it is just baiting an inch that it may meet the English measure. And when the chield had said his worst, there was a terrible cry for names, and out comes he, why this man Morris name, and your uncles and Squire Inglewoods, and other folks beside, looking sly at me. And then another dragon o' a chield got up on the other side, and said wad they accused the best gentleman in the land on the oath of a broken coward, for it's like that Morris had been drummed out o' the army for rinning awa in Flanders, and he said it was like the story had been made up between the minister and him, or ever he had left Lunnon, and that if there was to be a search warrant granted, he thought the siller wad be fund some gate near to St. James Palace Awil. They trailed up Morris to their bar, as they cat, to see what he could say to the job, but the folk that were again him gie him sick and awfu thrugon about his rinnin awa, and about the ill he had ever doen or said for the forepart o' his life, that Paddy says he looked mair like ane dead than living, and they coudna get a word o' sense out o' him for downright fright at their growling, and routing he maun be a saft sap wi' a head, nay better than a fosy frosted turnipit wad, hae teen a hantle o' them, to score Andrew Fairservice out o' his tail. And how did it all end, Andrew, did your friend happen to learn? Oh aye, for as his walk is in this country Pate put aff his journey for the space of a week or thereby, because it wad be acceptable to his customers to bring down the news. It's just a geed aft like moonshine in water. The fallow that began it drew in his horns, and said that though he believed the man had been rubbit, yet he acknowledged he might hae been misteen about the particulars. And then the other chield got up, and said he caredna whether Morris was rubbed or no, provided it wasna to become a stain on ony gentleman's honour and reputation, especially in the north of England, for said he before them, I come frae the north mysel, and I carena a bottle wha kens it, and this is what they ca explaining tane jies up a bit, and the tither jies up a bit, and a friends again Awil after the Commons Parliament had tugged and rived and rugged at Morris and his rubbery, till they were tired at the Lords' Parliament, they behoved to hae their spell out in pure old Scotland's Parliament. They assate the gither cheek by chowl, and then they didna need to hae the same blethers twice o'er again, but tilt their lordships went why as muckle teeth and gudewill, as if the matter had been a speck and span new forby. There was something said about Ane Campbell, that sold hae been concerned in the rubbery mair or less, and that he sold hae had a warrant frae the Duke of Argyll as a testimonial o' his character, and this put Mac Callum Moray's beard in a bleeze as gude reason there was, and he gat up wi' an unco bang and gaed them a look about them, and wad ram it even down their throats. There was never ane o' the Campbells, but was as white-wise warlike and worthy trust as old Sir John the Graham. Now, if your honours sure ye arena a draps bluid akin to Campbell, as I am nane mysel, sae far as I can count my kin or hae, had it counted to me ill jye i my mind on that matter. You may be assured I have no connection whatever with any gentleman of the name. Oh, then we may speak it quietly amang ourselves. There's baith gude and bad o' the Campbells like other names, but this Mac Callum More has an unco sway, and say baith amang the grit folk at Lunnon even now, for he canna precisely be said to belang to ony o' the twa sides o' them. Sae deal any o' them likes to quarrel why him sae, they e'en voted Morris, tale a faw's calumnious libel as they cat, and if he hadna gene them legbill, he was likely to hae teen the air on the pillory for leasing making. So speaking honest, Andrew collected his dibbles, spades and hoes, and threw them into a wheelbarrow leisurely however, and allowing me full time to put any further questions which might occur to me before he trundled them off to the tool house, there to repose during the ensuing day, I thought it best to speak out at once, lest this meddling fellow should suppose there were more weighty reasons for my silence than actually existed. I should like to see this countryman of yours, Andrew, and to hear his news from himself directly. You have probably heard that I had some trouble from the impertinent folly of this man Morris. Andrew grinned, a most significant grin, and I should wish to see your cousin the merchant to ask him the particulars of what he heard in London, if it could be done without much trouble. Nothing mair easy, Andrew observed he had but to hint to his cousin that I wanted a pair or twa o' hose, and he wad be wi' me as fast as he could lay leg to the grund. Oh yes, assure him I shall be a customer, and as the night is as you say settled and fair, I shall walk in the garden. Until he comes, the moon will soon rise over the fells. You may bring him to the little back gate, and I shall have pleasure in the meanwhile in looking on the bushes and evergreens by the bright frosty moonlight. Vara right, that's what I hae aften said, a Kyleblade or a cauliflower glances, sae glegly, by moonlight it's like a leddy in her diamonds. So saying, off went Andrew Fairservice. With great glee he had to walk about 2 miles, a labour he undertook with the greatest pleasure, in order to secure to his kinsman the sale of some articles of his trade, though it is probable he would not have given him sixpence to treat him to a quart of ale. The goodwill of an Englishman would have displayed itself in a manner exactly The reverse of Andrew's, thought I, as I paced along the smooth-cut velvet walks, which embowered with high hedges of yew and of holly intersected the ancient garden of Osbaldistone Hall. As I turned to retrace my steps, it was natural that I should lift up my eyes to the windows of the old library, which, small in size, but several in number, stretched along the second story of that side of the house, which now faced me. Light glanced from their casements. I was not surprised at this, for I knew Miss Vernon often sat there of an evening, though from motives of delicacy I put a strong restraint upon myself, and never sought to join her at a time when I knew all the rest of the family being engaged for the evening. Our interviews must necessarily have been strictly tete-a-tete in the mornings. We usually read together in the same room, but then it often happened that one or other of our cousins entered to seek some parchment duodecimo that could be converted into a fishing book, despite its gildings and illumination, or to tell us of some sport toward, or from mere want of knowing where else to dispose of themselves. In short, in the mornings, the library was a sort of public room where man and woman might meet, as on neutral ground. In the evening, it was very different and bred. In a country where much attention is paid, or was at least then paid, to bienséance, I was desirous to think for Miss Vernon concerning those points of propriety where her experience did not afford her the means of thinking for herself. I made her therefore comprehend, as delicately as I could, that, when we had evening lessons, the presence of a third party was proper. Miss Vernon first laughed, then blushed, and was disposed to be displeased, and then suddenly checking herself said, "I believe you are very right, and when I feel inclined to be a very busy scholar, I will bribe old Martha with a cup of tea to sit by me and be my screen." Martha, the old housekeeper, partook of the taste of the family. At the Hall, a toast and tankard would have pleased her better than all the tea in China. However, as the use of this beverage was then confined to the higher ranks, Martha felt some vanity in being asked to partake of it, and by dint of a great deal of sugar, many words scarce less sweet, and abundance of toast and butter, she was sometimes prevailed upon to give. As her countenance on other occasions, the servants almost unanimously shunned the library after nightfall, because it was their foolish pleasure to believe that it lay on the haunted side of the house. The more timorous had seen sights and heard sounds there, when all the rest of the house was quiet, and even the young squires were far from having any wish to enter these formidable precincts after nightfall without necessity. That the library had at one time been a favorite resource of Rashleigh, that a private door out of one side of it communicated with the sequestered and remote apartment which he chose for himself, rather increased than disarmed the terrors which the household had for the dreaded library of Osbaldistone Hall. His extensive information as to what passed in the world, his profound knowledge of science, of every kind of few physical experiments, which he occasionally showed off, were in a house of so much ignorance and bigotry esteemed good reasons for supposing him endowed with powers over the spiritual world. He understood Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, and therefore, according to the apprehension, and in the phrase of his brother Wilfrid, needed not to care for gayest or bargayest devil or Darby. Yea, the servants persisted that they had heard him hold conversations in the library when every varsal soul in the family were gone to bed, and that he spent the night in watching for bogles, and the morning in sleeping in his bed, when he should have been heading the hounds like a true Osbaldistone. All these absurd rumors I had heard in broken hints and imperfect sentences, from which I was left to draw the inference, and as easily may be supposed, I laughed them to scorn. But the extreme solitude to which this chamber of evil fame was committed every night after curfew time was an additional reason why I should not intrude on Miss Vernon when she chose to sit there in the evening. To resume what I was saying, I was not surprised to see a glimmering of light from the library windows, but I was a little struck when I distinctly perceived the shadows of two persons pass along and intercept the light from the first of the windows, throwing the casement for a moment into shade. It must be old Martha, thought I, whom Diana has engaged to be her companion for the evening, or I must have been mistaken, and taken Diana's shadow for a second person. No, by heaven, it appears on the second window, figures distinctly traced, and now it is lost. Again it is seen on the third, and the fourth, darkened forms of two persons distinctly seen in each window as they pass along the room betwixt the windows, and the lights whom can Diana have got for a companion the passage of the shadows between the lights and the casements was twice repeated, as if to satisfy me that my observation served me truly, after which the lights were extinguished, and the shades of course were seen no more. Trifling as this circumstance was, it occupied my mind for a considerable time. I did not allow myself to suppose that my friendship for Miss Vernon had any directly selfish view, yet it is incredible the displeasure I felt at the idea of her admitting anyone to private interviews at a time, and in a place where for her own sake I had been at some trouble to show her that it was improper for me to meet with her. Silly, romping, incorrigible girl, said I to myself, on whom all good advice and delicacy are thrown away. I have been cheated by the simplicity of her manner, which I suppose she can assume just as she could a straw bonnet, were it the fashion for the mere sake of celebrity. I suppose, notwithstanding the excellence of her understanding, the society of half a dozen of clowns to play at whisk and swabbers would give her more pleasure than if Ariosto himself were to awake from the dead. This reflection came the more powerfully across my mind, because having mustered up courage to show to Diana my version of the first books of Ariosto, I had requested her to invite Martha to a tea-party in the library that evening, to which arrangement Miss Vernon had refused her consent, alleging some apology which I thought frivolous at the time. I had not long speculated on this disagreeable subject when the back garden door opened, and the figures of Andrew and his countryman bending under his pack crossed the moonlight alley and called my attention elsewhere. I found Mr. Macready, as I expected, a tough, sagacious, long-headed Scotchman, and a collector of news, both from choice and profession. He was able to give me a distinct account of what had passed in the House of Commons and House of Lords on the affair of Morris, which it appears had been made by both parties a touchstone to ascertain the temper of the Parliament. It appeared also that, as I had learned from Andrew by second hand, the ministry had proved too weak to support a story involving the character of men of rank and importance, and resting upon the credit of a person of such indifferent fame as Morris, who was moreover confused and contradictory in his mode of telling the story. Macready was even able to supply me with a copy of a printed journal or newsletter, seldom extending beyond the capital, in which the substance of the debate was mentioned, and with a copy of the Duke of Argyll's speech printed upon a broadside, of which he had purchased several from the hawkers, because he said it would be a saleable article on the north of the Tweed. The first was a meager statement full of blanks and asterisks, and which added little or nothing to the information I had from the Scotchman, and the Duke's speech, though spirited and eloquent, contained chiefly a panegyric on his country, his family, and his clan, with a few compliments, equally sincere perhaps, though less glowing, which he took so favorable an opportunity of paying to himself. I could not learn whether my own reputation had been directly implicated, although I perceived that the honor of my uncle's family had been impeached, and that this person Campbell, stated by Morris to have been the most active robber of the two by whom he was assailed, was said by him to have appeared in the behalf of a Mr. Osbaldistone, and by the connivance of the justice procured his liberation. In this particular Morris story jumped with my own suspicions, which had attached to Campbell from the moment I saw him appear at Justice Inglewood's. Vexed, upon the whole, as well as perplexed with this extraordinary story, I dismissed the two Scotchmen, after making some purchases from Macready and a small compliment to Fairservice, and retired to my own apartment to consider what I ought to do in defense of my character, thus publicly attacked. Chapter 15. Whence and what art you? Milton. After exhausting a sleepless night in meditating on the intelligence I had received, I was at first inclined to think that I ought as speedily as possible to return to London, and by my open appearance repel the calumny which had been spread against me, but I hesitated to take this course on recollection of my father's disposition, singularly absolute in his decisions. As to all that concerned his family, he was most able, certainly, from experience, to direct what I ought to do, and from his acquaintance with the most distinguished Whigs, then in power, had influence enough to obtain a hearing for my cause. So upon the whole, I judged it most safe to state my whole story in the shape of a narrative addressed to my father. And as the ordinary opportunities of intercourse between the hall and the post-town recurred rarely, I determined to ride to the town, which was about 10 miles distance, and deposit my letter in the post office with my own hands. Indeed, I began to think it strange that though several weeks had elapsed since my departure from home, I had received no letter either from my father or Owen, although Rashleigh had written to Sir Hildebrand of his safe arrival in London, and of the kind reception he had met with from his uncle, admitting that I might have been to blame. I did not deserve, in my own opinion at least, to be so totally forgotten by my father, and I thought my present excursion might have the effect of bringing a letter from him to hand more early than it would otherwise have reached me. But before concluding my letter concerning the affair of Morris, I failed not to express my earnest hope and wish that my father would honor me with a few lines were it, but to express his advice and commands in an affair of some difficulty, and where my knowledge of life could not be supposed adequate to my own guidance, I found it impossible to prevail on myself to urge my actual return to London as a place of residence, and I disguised my unwillingness to do so under apparent submission to my father's will, which, as I imposed it on myself, as a sufficient reason for not urging my final departure from Osbaldistone Hall, would I doubted not be received as such by my parent, but I begged permission to come to London for a short time at least to meet and refute the infamous calumnies which had been circulated concerning me in so public a manner. Having made up my packet, in which my earnest desire to vindicate my character was strangely blended with reluctance to quit my present place of residence, I rode over to the post town and deposited my letter in the office. By doing so, I obtained possession somewhat earlier than I should otherwise have done of the following letter from my friend Mr. Owen. Dear Mr. Francis, yours received per favor of Mr. R. Osbaldistone, and note the contents shall do Mr. R.O. such civilities as are in my power, and have taken him to see the Bank and Custom House. He seems a sober, steady young gentleman, and takes to business, so will be of service to the firm. Could have wished another person had turned his mind that way, but God's will be done, as cash may be scarce in those parts. Have to trust you will excuse my enclosing a goldsmith's bill at 6 days' sight on Messrs. Hooper and Girder of Newcastle for L, which I doubt not will be duly honoured. I remain, as in duty bound, dear Mr. Frank, your very respectful and obedient servant, Joseph Owen. Postscriptum. Hope you will advise the above coming safe to hand. Am sorry we have so few of yours. Your father says he is as usual, but looks poorly. From this epistle, written in old Owen's formal style, I was rather surprised to observe that he made no acknowledgment of that private letter which I had written to him with a view to possess him of Rashleigh's real character. Although from the course of post it seemed certain that he ought to have received it, yet I had sent it by the usual conveyance from the Hall, and had no reason to suspect that it could miscarry upon the road, as it comprised matters of great importance both to my father and to myself. I sat down in the post office and again wrote to Owen, recapitulating the heads of my former letter and requesting to know in course of post if it had reached him in safety. I also acknowledged the receipt of the bill, and promised to make use of the contents if I should have any occasion for money. I thought, indeed, it was odd that my father should leave the care of supplying my necessities to his clerk, but I concluded it was a matter arranged between them. At any rate, Owen was a bachelor, rich in his way, and passionately attached to me, so that I had no hesitation in being obliged to him for a small sum which I resolved to consider as a loan to be returned with my earliest ability in case it was not previously repaid by my father, and I expressed myself to this purpose to Mr. Owen, a shopkeeper in a little town, to whom the postmaster directed me. Readily gave me in gold the amount of my bill on Messrs. Hooper and Girder, so that I returned to Osbaldistone Hall a good deal richer than I had set forth. This recruit to my finances was not a matter of indifference to me, as I was necessarily involved in some expenses at Osbaldistone Hall, and I had seen with some uneasy impatience that the sum which my travelling expenses had left unexhausted at my arrival, there was imperceptibly diminishing. This source of anxiety was for the present removed. On my arrival at the Hall, I found that Sir Hildebrand and all his offspring had gone down to the little hamlet called Trinlay-Nose to see, as Andrew Fairservice expressed it, a ween midden cocks pike ilk ithers barns out. It is indeed a brutal amusement. Andrew, I suppose you have none such in Scotland. None, answered Andrew boldly, then shaded away his negative, with unless it be on Festernsean or the like. Oh, that but indeed it's no muckle matter what the folk do to the midden pootry, for they had sicken a scarding and scraping in the yard, that there's nae getting a bean or pea keep it for them. But I am wondering what it is that leaves that turret door open now that Mr. Rashleigh's away. It canna be him, I trow. The turret door to which he alluded opened to the garden at the bottom of a winding stair leading down from Mr. Rashleigh's apartment. This, as I have already mentioned, was situated in a sequestered part of the house, communicating with the library by a private entrance, and by another intricate and dark vaulted passage with the rest of the house. A long narrow turf walk led between two high holly hedges from the turret door to a little postern in the wall of the garden. By means of these communications, Rashleigh, whose movements were very independent of those of the rest of his family, could leave the hall or return to it at pleasure without his absence or presence attracting any observation. But during his absence, the stair and the turret door were entirely disused, and this made Andrew's observation somewhat remarkable. "Have you often observed that door open?" was my question. "No just that often neither, but I hae noticed it ance or twice. I am thinking it maun hae been the priest, Father Vaughan, as they ca' him, yell no catch ane o' the servants gauging up that stair, pure frightened heathens that they are, for fear of bogles and brownies and langnibit things frae the neist world. But Father Vaughan thinks himself a privileged person, set him up and lay him down. He say, be caution the worst stibbler that ever stickit a sermon out o'er the Tweed yonder wad, lay a gaius twice as fast as him. Why, his holy water and his idolatrous trinkets, I dinna believe he speaks gude Latin neither. At least, he disna take me up when I tell him the learned names o' the plants." Of Father Vaughan, who divided his time and his ghostly care between Osbaldistone Hall and about half a dozen mansions of Catholic gentlemen in the neighbourhood, I have as yet said nothing, for I had seen but little. He was aged about 60, off a good family, as I was given to understand, in the north off, a striking and imposing presence, grave in his exterior, and much respected among the Catholics of Northumberland as a worthy and upright man. Yet Father Vaughan did not altogether lack those peculiarities which distinguish his order. There hung about him an air of mystery, which in Protestant eyes savoured of priestcraft. The natives, such they might be well termed, of Osbaldistone Hall, looked up to him with much more fear, or at least more awe than affection. His condemnation of their revels was evident from their being discontinued in some measure when the priest was a resident at the Hall. Even Sir Hildebrand himself put some restraint upon his conduct at such times, which perhaps rendered Father Vaughan's presence rather irksome than otherwise. He had the well-bred, insinuating, and almost flattering address peculiar to the clergy of his persuasion, especially in England. The lay Catholic, hemmed in by penal laws and by the restrictions of his sect and recommendation of his pastor, often exhibits a reserved and almost a timid manner in the society of Protestants, while the priest, privileged by his order to mingle with persons of all creeds, is open, alert, and liberal in his intercourse with them, desirous of popularity, and usually skillful in the mode of obtaining it. Father Vaughan was a particular acquaintance of Rashleigh's. Otherwise, in all probability, he would scarce have been able to maintain his footing at Osbaldistone Hall. This gave me no desire to cultivate his intimacy, nor did he seem to make any advances towards mine, so our occasional intercourse was confined to the exchange of mere civility. I considered it as extremely probable that Mr. Vaughan might occupy Rashleigh's apartment during his occasional residence at the Hall, and his profession rendered it likely that he should occasionally be a tenant of the library. Nothing was more probable than that it might have been his candle which had excited my attention on a preceding evening. This led me involuntarily to recollect that the intercourse between Miss Vernon and the priest was marked with something like the same mystery which characterized her communications with Rashleigh. I had never heard her mention Vaughan's name, or even allude to him, excepting on the occasion of our first meeting, when she mentioned the old priest and Rashleigh as the only conversable beings besides herself in Osbaldistone Hall. Yet, although silent with respect to Father Vaughan, his arrival at the Hall never failed to impress Miss Vernon with an anxious and fluttering tremor which lasted until they had exchanged one or two significant glances. Whatever the mystery might be which overclouded the destinies of this beautiful and interesting female, it was clear that Father Vaughan was implicated in it, unless indeed I could suppose that he was the agent employed to procure her settlement in the cloister in the event of her rejecting a union with either of my cousins in office, which would sufficiently account for her obvious emotion at his appearance. As to the rest, they did not seem to converse much together, or even to seek each other's society. Their league, if any subsisted between them, was of a tacit and understood nature operating on their actions without any necessity of speech. Recollected, however, on reflection, that I had once or twice discovered signs pass betwixt them, which I had at the time supposed to bear reference to some hint concerning Miss Vernon's religious observances, knowing how artfully the Catholic clergy maintain at all times and seasons their influence over the minds of their followers. But now I was disposed to assign to these communications a deeper and more mysterious import. Did he hold private meetings with Miss Vernon in the library, was a question which occupied my thoughts, and if so, for what purpose, and why should she have admitted an intimate of the deceitful rashly to such close confidence? These questions and difficulties pressed on my mind with an interest which was greatly increased by the impossibility of resolving them. I had already begun to suspect that my friendship for Diana Vernon was not altogether so disinterested as in wisdom it ought to have been. I had already felt myself becoming jealous of the contemptible lout Thorncliffe, and taking more notice than in prudence or dignity of feeling I ought to have done of his silly attempts to provoke me, and now I was scrutinizing the conduct of Miss Vernon with the most close and eager observation, which I in vain endeavored to palm on myself as the offspring of idle curiosity. All these, like Benedict's brushing his hat of a morning, were signs that the sweet youth was in love, and while my judgment still denied that I had been guilty of forming an attachment so imprudent, she resembled those ignorant guides who, when they have led the traveler and themselves into irretrievable error, persist in obstinately affirming it to be impossible that they can have missed the way. Chapter 16. It happened one day, about noon, going to my boat, I was exceedingly surprised with the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, which was very plain to be seen on the sand. Robinson Crusoe. With the blended feelings of interest and jealousy which were engendered by Miss Vernon's singular situation, my observations of her looks and actions became acutely sharpened, and that to a degree which, notwithstanding my efforts to conceal, it could not escape her penetration. The sense that she was observed, or more properly speaking, that she was watched by my looks, seemed to give Diana a mixture of embarrassment, pain, and pettishness. At times it seemed that she sought an opportunity of resenting a conduct which she could not but feel as offensive, considering the frankness with which she had mentioned the difficulties that surrounded her. At other times she seemed prepared to expostulate upon the subject, but either her courage failed or some other sentiment impeded her seeking an eclaircissement. Her displeasure evaporated in repartee, and her expostulations died on her lips. We stood in a singular relation to each other, spending, and by mutual choice, much of our time in close society with each other, yet disguising our mutual sentiments, and jealous of or offended by each other's actions. There was betwixt us intimacy without confidentian, one-side love without hope or purpose, and curiosity without any rational or justifiable motive, and on the other embarrassment and doubt occasionally mingled with displeasure. Yet I believe that this agitation of the passions, such is the nature of the human bosom, as it continued by 1,000 irritating and interesting though petty circumstances to render Miss Vernon and me the constant objects of each other's thoughts, tended upon the whole to increase the attachment with which we were naturally disposed to regard each other. But although my vanity early discovered that my presence at Osbaldistone Hall had given Diana some additional reason for disliking the cloister, I could by no means confide in an affection which seemed completely subordinate to the mysteries of her singular situation. Miss Vernon was of a character far too formed and determined to permit her love for me to overpower either her sense of duty or of prudence, and she gave me a proof of this in a conversation which we had together about this period. We were sitting together in the library, Miss Vernon in turning over a copy of the Orlando Furioso, which belonged to me, shook a piece of writing paper from between the leaves. I hastened to lift it, but she prevented me. "It is verse," she said on glancing at the paper, and then unfolding it, but as if to wait my answer before proceeding. "May I take the liberty?" "Nay, if you blush and stammer, I must do violence to your modesty, and suppose that permission is granted. It is not worthy your perusal. A scrap of a translation, my dear Miss Vernon. It would be too severe a trial that you who understand the original so well should sit in judgment." "Mine honest friend," replied Diana, "do not, if you will be guided by my advice, bait your hook with too much humility, for 10 to 1, it will not catch a single compliment. You know I belong to the unpopular family of tell-truths, and would not flatter Apollo for his lyre." She proceeded to read the first stanza, which was nearly to the following purpose: "Ladies and knights and arms and love's fair flame, deeds of emprise and courtesy I sing. What time the Moors from sultry Afric came, led on by Agramant their youthful king, he whom revenge and hasty ire did bring o'er the broad wave in France to waste and war. Such ills from old Trojanos death did spring, which to avenge he came from realms afar, and menaced Christian Charles, the Roman emperor. Of dauntless Roland to my strain shall sound, in import never known in prose or rhyme, how he the chief of judgment deemed profound, for luckless love was crazed upon a time. There is a great deal of it," said she, glancing along the paper, and interrupting the sweetest sounds which mortal ears can drink in those of a youthful poet's verses, namely read by the lips which are dearest to him. "Much more than ought to engage your attention, Miss Vernon," I replied, something mortified, and I took the verses from her unreluctant hand. "And yet," I continued, "shut up as I am in this retired situation, I have felt sometimes I could not amuse myself better than by carrying on merely for my own amusement. You will of course understand the version of this fascinating author, which I began some months since, when I was on the banks of the Garonne." "The question would only be," said Diana gravely, "whether you could not spend your time to better purpose." "You mean in original composition," said I, greatly flattered, "but to say truth, my genius rather lies in finding words and rhymes than ideas, and therefore I am happy to use those which Ariosto has prepared to my hand. However, Miss Vernon, with the encouragement you give—" "Pardon me, Frank, it is encouragement not of my giving, but of your taking. I meant neither original composition nor translation, since I think you might employ your time to far better purpose than in either. You are mortified," she continued, "and I am sorry to be the cause." "Not mortified, certainly not mortified," said I, with the best grace I could muster, "and it was but indifferently assumed. I am too much obliged by the interest you take in me." "Nay, but," resumed the relentless Diana, "there is both mortification and a little grain of anger in that constrained tone of voice. Do not be angry if I probe your feelings to the bottom. Perhaps what I am about to say will affect them still more." I felt the childishness of my own conduct and the superior manliness of Miss Vernon's, and assured her that she need not fear my wincing under criticism, which I knew to be kindly meant. "That was honestly meant," and said she replied, "I knew full well that the fiend of poetical irritability flew away with the little preluding cough which ushered in the declaration. And now I must be serious. Have you heard from your father lately?" "Not a word," I replied. "He has not honored me with a single line during the several months of my residence here." "That is strange. You are a singular race, you bold Osbaldistones. Then you are not aware that he has gone to Holland to arrange some pressing affairs, which required his own immediate presence." "I never heard a word of it until this moment." "And farther, it must be news to you, and I presume scarcely the most agreeable, that he has left rashly in the almost uncontrolled management of his affairs until his return." I started, and could not suppress my surprise and apprehension. "You have reason for alarm," said Miss Vernon very gravely, "and were I you, I would endeavor to meet and obviate the dangers which arise from so undesirable an arrangement." "And how is it possible for me to do so?" "Everything is possible for him who possesses courage and activity," she said, with a look resembling one of those heroines of the age of chivalry, whose encouragement was wont to give champions double valor at the hour of need. And to the timid and hesitating, everything is impossible because it seems so. "And what would you advise, Miss Vernon?" I replied, wishing, yet dreading to hear her answer. She paused a moment, then answered firmly that you instantly leave Osbaldistone Hall and return to London. "You have perhaps already," she continued in a softer tone, "been here too long. That fault was not yours. Every succeeding moment you waste here will be a crime, yes, a crime, for I tell you plainly that if Rashleigh long manages your father's affairs, you may consider his ruin as consummated." "How is this possible?" "Ask no questions," she said, "but believe me, Rashleigh's views extend far beyond the possession or increase of commercial wealth. He will only make the command of Mr. Osbaldistone's revenues and property the means of putting in motion his own ambitious and extensive schemes. While your father was in Britain, this was impossible. During his absence, Rashleigh will possess many opportunities, and he will not neglect to use them. But how can I, in disgrace with my father, and divested of all control over his affairs, prevent this danger by my mere presence in London? That presence alone will do much. Your claim to interfere is a part of your birthright, and it is inalienable. You will have the countenance, doubtless, of your father's head clerk and confidential friends and partners. Above all, Rashleigh's schemes are of a nature." Thatch stopped abruptly, as if fearful of saying too much. In short, she resumed, "of the nature of all selfish and unconscientious plans, which are speedily abandoned as soon as those who frame them perceive their arts are discovered, and watch therefore, in the language of your favorite poet, to horse, urge doubts to those that fear." A feeling irresistible in its impulse induced me to reply, "Ah, Diana, can you give me advice to leave Osbaldistone Hall then? Indeed, I have already been a resident here too long." Miss Vernon coloured, but proceeded with great firmness. "Indeed, I do give you this advice, not only to quit Osbaldistone Hall, but never to return to it more. You have only one friend to regret here," she continued, forcing a smile, "and she has been long accustomed to sacrifice her friendships and her comforts to the welfare of others in the world. You will meet 100 whose friendship will be as disinterested, more useful, less encumbered by untoward circumstances, less influenced by evil tongues and evil times." "Never," I exclaimed, "never. The world can afford me nothing to repay what I must leave behind me here." I took her hand and pressed it to my lips. "This is folly," she exclaimed. "This is madness." And she struggled to withdraw her hand from my grasp, but not so stubbornly as actually to succeed, until I had held it for nearly a minute. "Hear me, sir," she said, "and curb this unmanly burst of passion. I am, by a solemn contract, the bride of heaven, unless I could prefer being wedded to villainy in the person of Rashleigh Osbaldistone, or brutality in that of his brother. I am therefore the bride of heaven, betrothed to the convent from the cradle to me. Therefore these raptures are misapplied, only serve to prove a farther necessity for your departure." And that without delay. At these words she broke suddenly off and said, but in a suppressed tone of voice, "Leave me instantly. We'll meet here again, but it must be for the last time." My eyes followed the direction of hers as she spoke, and I thought I saw the tapestry shake which covered the door of the secret passage from Rashleigh's room to the library. I conceived we were observed, and turned an inquiring glance on Miss Vernon. "It is nothing," said she faintly, "a rat behind the arras." "Dead for a ducat," would have been my reply, had I dared to give way to the feelings which rose indignant at the idea of being subjected to an eavesdropper on such an occasion. Prudence, and the necessity of suppressing my passion, and obeying Diana's reiterated command of leave me came in time to prevent my rash action. I left the apartment in a wild whirl and giddiness of mind, which I in vain attempted to compose when I returned to my own. A chaos of thoughts intruded themselves on me at once, passing hastily through my brain, intercepting and overshadowing each other, and resembling those fogs which in mountainous countries are wont to descend in obscure volumes and disfigure or obliterate the usual marks by which the traveler steers his course through the wilds. The dark and undefined idea of danger arising to my father from the machinations of such a man as Rashleigh Osbaldistone, half declaration of love, that I had offered to Miss Vernon's acceptance acknowledged difficulties of her situation bound by a previous contract to sacrifice herself to a cloister or to an ill-assorted marriage all pressed themselves at once upon my recollection, while my judgment was unable deliberately to consider any of them in their just light and bearings, but chiefly and above all the rest, I was perplexed by the manner in which Miss Vernon had received my tender of affection, and by her manner, which fluctuating betwixt sympathy and firmness, seemed to intimate that I possessed an interest in her bosom, but not of force sufficient to counterbalance the obstacles to her avowing a mutual affection, the glance of fear, rather than surprise with which she had watched the motion of the tapestry over the concealed door, implied an apprehension of danger which I could not, but suppose well grounded, for Diana Vernon was little subject to the nervous emotions of her sex, and totally unapt to fear, without actual and rational cause. Of what nature could those mysteries be with which she was surrounded, as with an enchanter's spell, and which seemed continually to exert an active influence over her thoughts and actions, though their agents were never visible? On this subject of doubt my mind finally rested, as if glad to shake itself free from investigating the propriety or prudence of my own conduct. By transferring the inquiry to what concerned Miss Vernon, I will be resolved, I concluded, ere I leave Osbaldistone Hall, concerning the light in which I must in future regard this fascinating being, over whose life frankness and mystery seem to have divided their reins, former inspiring her words and sentiments, latter spreading in misty influence over all her actions. Joined to the obvious interests which arose from curiosity and anxious passion, there mingled in my feelings a strong though unavowed and undefined infusion of jealousy, this sentiment which springs up with love, as naturally as the tares with the wheat, was excited by the degree of influence which Diana appeared to concede to those unseen beings by whom her actions were limited. The more I reflected upon her character, the more I was internally, though unwillingly, convinced that she was formed to set at defiance all control, excepting that which arose from affection, and I felt a strong, bitter, and gnawing suspicion that such was the foundation of that influence by which she was overawed. These tormenting doubts strengthened my desire to penetrate into the secret of Miss Vernon's conduct, and in the prosecution of this sage adventure I formed a resolution of which, if you are not weary of these details, you will find the result in the next chapter. Chapter 17. I hear a voice you cannot hear, which says I must not stay. I see a hand you cannot see, which beckons me awry. Tickle. I have already told you, Tresham, if you deign to bear it in remembrance, that my evening visits to the library had seldom been made except by appointment, and under the sanction of old Dame Martha's presence. This, however, was entirely a tacit conventional arrangement of my own instituting, of late as the embarrassments of our relative situation had increased Miss Vernon, and I had never met in the evening at all. She had therefore no reason to suppose that I was likely to seek a renewal of these interviews, and especially without some previous notice or appointment betwixt us, that Martha might as usual be placed upon duty. But on the other hand, this cautionary provision was a matter of understanding, not of express enactment. The library was open to me, as to the other members of the family, at all hours of the day and night, and I could not be accused of intrusion, however suddenly and unexpectedly I might make my appearance in it. My belief was strong that in this apartment Miss Vernon occasionally received Vaughan or some other person by whose opinion she was accustomed to regulate her conduct, and that at the times when she could do so with least chance of interruption, the lights which gleamed in the library at unusual hours, passing shadows, which I had myself remarked, the footsteps which might be traced in the morning dew from the turret door to the postern gate in the garden, sounds and sights which some of the servants, and Andrew Fairservice in particular, had observed and accounted for in their own way, all tended to show that the place was visited by some one different from the ordinary inmates of the hall, connected, as this visitant probably must be, with the fates of Diana Vernon. I did not hesitate to form a plan of discovering who or what he was, so far his influence was likely to produce good or evil consequences to her. on whom he acted above, although I endeavored to persuade myself that this was a mere subordinate consideration. I desired to know by what means this person had acquired or maintained his influence over Diana, and whether he ruled over her by fear or by affection. The proof that this jealous curiosity was uppermost in my mind arose from my imagination, always ascribing Miss Vernon's conduct to the influence of some one individual agent, although, for aught I knew about the matter, her advisers might be as numerous as legion. I remarked this over and over to myself, but I found that my mind still settled back in my original conviction that one single individual of the masculine sex, and in all probability young and handsome, was at the bottom of Miss Vernon's conduct, and it was with a burning desire of discovering, or rather, of detecting such a rival, that I stationed myself in the garden to watch the moment when the lights should appear in the library windows. So eager, however, was my impatience, that I commenced my watch for a phenomenon which could not appear until darkness a full hour before the daylight disappeared on a July evening. It was Sabbath, and all the walks were still and solitary. I walked up and down for some time, enjoying the refreshing coolness of a summer evening, and meditating on the probable consequences of my enterprise. The fresh and balmy air of the garden, impregnated with fragrance, produced its usual sedative effects on my overheated and feverish blood. As these took place, the turmoil of my mind began proportionally to abate, and I was led to question the right I had to interfere with Miss Vernon's secrets, or with those of my uncle's family. What was it to me, whom my uncle might choose to conceal in his house, where I was myself a guest only by tolerance, and what title had I to pry into the affairs of Miss Vernon, fraught, as she had avowed them to be, with mystery, into which she desired no scrutiny? Passion and self-will were ready with their answers to these questions. In detecting this secret, I was in all probability about to do service to Sir Hildebrand, who was probably ignorant of the intrigues carried on in his family, and a still more important service to Miss Vernon, whose frank simplicity of character exposed her to so many risks in maintaining a private correspondence, perhaps with a person of doubtful or dangerous character. If I seemed to intrude myself on her confidence, it was with the generous and disinterested, yes, I even ventured to call it the disinterested intention of guiding, defending, and protecting her against craft, against malice, above all against the secret counselor whom she had chosen for her confidant. Such were the arguments which my will boldly preferred to my conscience, as coin which ought to be current, and which conscience, like a grumbling shopkeeper, was contented to accept rather than come to an open breach with a customer, though more than doubting that the tender was spurious. While I paced the green alleys debating these things pro and con, I suddenly alighted upon Andrew Fairservice, perched up like a statue by a range of beehives, in an attitude of devout contemplation. I, however, watching the motions of the little irritable citizens who were settling in their straw-thatched mansion for the evening, and the other fixed on a book of devotion, which much attrition had deprived of its corners, and worn into an oval shape, a circumstance which, with the close print and dingy color of the volume in question, gave it an air of most respectable antiquity. I was e'en taking a spell, O worthy Mess John Quackleben's flower of a sweet savour sawn on the middenstead of this world, said Andrew, closing his book at my appearance, and putting his horn spectacles by way of mark at the place where he had been reading. And the bees, I observe, were dividing your attention, Andrew, with the learned author. They are a contumacious generation, replied the gardener. They hay 6 days in the week to hive on, and yet it's a common observe that they will aye swarm on the Sabbath day, and keep folk at hame frae hearing the word. But there's nae preaching at Granagain Chapel the e'enthats I mercy. You might have gone to the parish church, as I did, Andrew, and heard an excellent discourse. Clouts o' cold parich, clouts o' cold parich, replied Andrew, with a most supercilious sneer-gude anyway, for dogs begging your honour's pardon. I might nae doubt hae heard the curate linking awa at it in his white sark yonder, and the musicians playing on whistles mair like a penny wedding than a sermon, and to the boot of that, I might hae gien to even song, and heard Daddy Docherty mumbling his mass muckle, the better I wad hae been o' that. Docherty, said I, this was the name of an old priest, an Irishman, I think, who sometimes officiated at Osbaldistone Hall. I thought Father Vaughan had been at the Hole. He was here yesterday. I, replied Andrew, but he left it yestreen to gang to Greystock, or some oathy west country, Holds, there's an unco stir among them a eno. They are as busy as my bees are God sain them, that I sold even the pure things to the like o papists. Ye see this is the second swarm. And whiles they will swarm off in the afternoon, the first swarm set off soon in the morning, but I am thinking they are settled in their skeps. For the night, sae, I wish your honour good night, and grace, and muckle art. So saying, Andrew retreated, but often cast a parting glance upon the skeps, as he called the beehives. I had indirectly gained from him an important piece of information, that Father Vaughan, namely, was not supposed to be at the hall. If therefore there appeared light in the windows of the library this evening, it either could not be his, or he was observing a very secret and suspicious line of conduct. I waited with impatience the time of sunset, and of twilight it had hardly arrived ere a gleam from the windows of the library was seen dimly distinguishable amidst the still enduring light of the evening. I marked its first glimpse, however, as speedily as the benighted sailor descries the first distant twinkle of the lighthouse, which marks his course. The feelings of doubt and propriety, which had hitherto contended with my curiosity and jealousy, vanished. When an opportunity of gratifying the former was presented to me, I re-entered the house, and avoiding the more frequented apartments, with the consciousness of one who wishes to keep his purpose secret, I reached the door of the library, hesitated for a moment as my hand was upon the latch, heard a suppressed step within, opened the door, and found Miss Vernon alone. Diana appeared surprised, whether at my sudden entrance or from some other cause I could not guess, but there was in her appearance a degree of flutter which I had never before remarked, and which I knew could only be produced by unusual emotion. Yet she was calm in a moment, and such is the force of conscience, that I who studied to surprise her seemed myself the surprised, and was certainly the embarrassed person. "Has anything happened?" said Miss Vernon. "Has anyone arrived at the hall?" "No one that I know of," I answered in some confusion. "I only sought the Orlando." "It lies there," said Miss Vernon, pointing to the table. In removing one or two books to get at that which I pretended to seek, I was in truth meditating to make a handsome retreat from an investigation to which I felt my assurance inadequate, when I perceived a man's glove lying upon the table. My eyes encountered those of Miss Vernon, who blushed deeply. "It is one of my relics," she said, with hesitation, replying not to my words, but to my looks. "It is one of the gloves of my grandfather, the original of the superb Van Dyck, which you admire." As if she thought something more than her bare assertion was necessary to prove her statement true, she opened a drawer of the large oaken table, and taking out another glove threw it towards me. When a temper naturally ingenuous stoops to equivocate or to dissemble the anxious pain with which the unwonted task is labored, often induces the hearer to doubt the authenticity of the tale, I cast a hasty glance on both gloves, and then replied gravely, "The gloves resemble each other doubtless in form and embroidery, but they cannot form a pair, since they both belong to the right hand." She bit her lip with anger, and again colored deeply. "You do right to expose me," she replied with bitterness. "Some friends would have only judged from what I said that I chose to give no particular explanation of a circumstance which calls for none, at least to a stranger. You have judged better, and have made me feel not only the meanness of duplicity, but my own inadequacy to sustain the task of a dissembler. I now tell you distinctly that that glove is not the fellow, as you have acutely discerned, to the one which I just now produced. It belongs to a friend, yet dearer to me than the original of Van Dyck's Picturea, friend by whose counsels I have been, and will be guide whom I honor." Whom? Ish paused. I was irritated at her manner, and filled up the blank in my own way. "Whom she loves," Miss Vernon would say. "And if I do say so," she replied haughtily, "by whom shall my affection be called to account? Di Vernon and Frank, in library." "Not by me, Miss Vernon, assuredly. I entreat you to hold me acquitted of such presumption." "But," I continued with some emphasis, for I was now piqued in return, "I hope Miss Vernon will pardon a friend from whom she seems disposed to withdraw the title for observing." "Observe nothing, sir," she interrupted with some vehemence, "except that I will neither be doubted nor questioned. There does not exist one by whom I will be either interrogated or judged. And if you sought this unusual time of presenting yourself in order to spy upon my privacy, the friendship or interest with which you pretend to regard me is a poor excuse for your uncivil curiosity. I relieve you of my presence, said I, with pride equal to her own, for my temper has ever been a stranger to stooping even in cases where my feelings were most deeply interested. I relieve you of my presence. I awake from a pleasant, but a most delusive dream, and but we understand each other. I had reached the door of the apartment when Miss Vernon, whose movements were sometimes so rapid as to seem almost instinctive, overtook me, and catching hold of my arm, stopped me with that air of authority which she could so whimsically assume, and which from the naivete and simplicity of her manner had an effect so peculiarly interesting. "Stop, Mr. Frank," she said, "you are not to leave me in that way, neither. I am not so amply provided with friends that I can afford to throw away even the ungrateful and the selfish. Mark what I say, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, you shall know nothing of this mysterious glove." And she held it up as she spoke. "Nothing, no, not a single iota more than you know already, and yet I will not permit it to be a gauntlet of strife and defiance betwixt us. My time here," she said, sinking into a tone somewhat softer, "must necessarily be very short. Yours must be still shorter. We are soon to part, never to meet again. Do not let us quarrel, or make any mysterious miseries the pretext for farther embittering the few hours we shall ever pass together on this side of eternity." I do not know, Tresham, by what witchery this fascinating creature obtained such complete management over a temper which I cannot at all times manage myself. I had determined on entering the library to seek a complete explanation with Miss Vernon. I had found that she refused it with indignant defiance, and avowed to my face the preference of a rival. For what other construction could I put on her declared preference of her mysterious confidant? And yet, while I was on the point of leaving the apartment and breaking with her forever, it cost her but a change of look and tone, from that of real and haughty resentment to that of kind and playful despotism, again shaded off into melancholy and serious feeling, to lead me back to my seat, her willing subject, on her own hard terms. "What does this avail?" said I, as I sate down. "What can this avail, Miss Vernon? Why should I witness embarrassments which I cannot relieve, and mysteries which I offend you even by attempting to penetrate? Inexperienced as you are in the world, you must still be aware that a beautiful young woman can have but one male friend. Even in a male friend, I will be jealous of a confidence shared with a third party, unknown and concealed. But with you, Miss Vernon, you are of course jealous in all the tenses and moods of that amiable passion. But, my good friend, you have all this time spoke nothing but the paltry gossip which simpletons repeat from playbooks and romances, till they give mere cant a real and powerful influence over their minds. Boys and girls prate themselves into love, and when their love is like to fall asleep, they prate and tease themselves into jealousy. But you and I, Frank, are rational beings, and neither silly nor idle enough to talk ourselves into any other relation than that of plain, honest, disinterested friendship. Any other union is as far out of our reach as if I were man or you woman. To speak truth," she added, after a moment's hesitation, "even though I am so complacent to the decorum of my sex as to blush a little at my own plain dealing, we cannot marry if we would, and we ought not if we could." And certainly, Tresham, she did blush most angelically as she made this cruel declaration. I was about to attack both her positions, entirely forgetting those very suspicions which had been confirmed in the course of the evening. But she proceeded with a cold firmness which approached to severity. "What I say is sober and indisputable truth, on which I will neither hear question nor explanation. We are therefore friends, Mr. Osbaldistone. We not?" She held out her hand, and taking mine, added, "and nothing to each other now or henceforward, except as friends." She let go my hand. I sunk it, and my head at once fairly overcrowed, as Spencer would have termed it, by the mingled kindness and firmness of her manner. She hastened to change the subject. "Here is a letter," she said, "directed for you, Mr. Osbaldistone, very duly and distinctly, but which, notwithstanding the caution of the person who wrote and addressed it, might perhaps never have reached your hands, had it not fallen into the possession of a certain pack-harlot or enchanted dwarf of mine, whom, like all distressed damsels of romance, I retain in my secret service." I opened the letter and glanced over the contents. The unfolded sheet of paper dropped from my hands with the involuntary exclamation of "Gracious heaven, my folly and disobedience have ruined my father." Miss Vernon rose with looks of real and affectionate alarm. You grow pale. You are ill. Shall I bring you a glass of water? Be a man, Mr. Osbaldistone, and a firm one. Is your father? Is he no more? He lives, said I, thank God, but to what distress and difficulty? If that be all despair, not may I read this letter, she said, taking it up. I assented, hardly knowing what I said. She read it with great attention. Who is this Mr. Tresham who signs the letter? My father's partner, your own good father Wilbert. He is little in the habit of acting personally in the business of the house. He writes here, said Miss Vernon, of various letters sent to you previously. I have received none of them, I replied. And it appears, she continued, that Rashleigh, who has taken the full management of affairs during your father's absence in Holland, has some time since left London for Scotland with effects and remittances to take up large bills granted by your father to persons in that country, and that he has not since been heard of. It is but too true. And here has been, she added, looking at the letter, a head clerk or some such person Owen despatched to Glasgow to find out Rashleigh if possible, and you are entreated to repair to the same place and assist him in his researches. It is even so, and I must depart instantly. Stay but one moment, said Miss Vernon. It seems to me that the worst which can come of this matter will be the loss of a certain sum of money, and can that bring tears into your eyes? For shame, Mr. Osbaldistone. You do me injustice, Miss Vernon, I answered. I grieve not for the loss of the money, but for the effect which I know it will produce on the spirits and health of my father, to whom mercantile credit is as honor, and who, if declared insolvent, would sink into the grave, oppressed by a sense of grief, remorse, and despair like that of a soldier convicted of cowardice, or a man of honor who had lost his rank and character in society. All this I might have prevented by a trifling sacrifice of the foolish pride and indolence, which recoiled from sharing the labors of his honorable and useful profession. Good heaven, how shall I redeem the consequences of my error? By instantly repairing to Glasgow, as you are conjured to do by the friend who writes this letter. But if Rashleigh, said I, has really formed this base and unconscientious scheme of plundering his benefactor, what prospect is there that I can find means of frustrating a plan so deeply laid? The prospect, she replied, indeed may be uncertain, but on the other hand there is no possibility of your doing any service to your father by remaining here. Remember, had you been on the post destined for you, this disaster could not have happened. Hasten to that which is now pointed out, and it may possibly be retrieved. Yet Stato, not leave this room until I return. She left me in confusion and amazement, amid which, however, I could find a lucid interval to admire the firmness, composure, and presence of mind which Miss Vernon seemed to possess on every crisis, however sudden. In a few minutes she returned with a sheet of paper in her hand, folded and sealed like a letter, but without address. I trust you, she said, with this proof of my friendship, because I have the most perfect confidence in your honor. If I understand the nature of your distress rightly, the funds in Rashleigh's possession must be recovered by a certain day, the 12th of September, I think, is named, in order that they may be applied to pay the bills in question, and consequently that if adequate funds be provided before that period, your father's credit is safe from the apprehended calamity. Certainly I so understand, Mr. Tresham. I looked at your father's letter again, and added, there cannot be a doubt of it. Well, said Diana, in that case, my little packet may be of use to you. You have heard of a spell contained in a letter. Take this packet, do not open it until other and ordinary means have failed. If you succeed by your own exertions, I trust to your honor for destroying it without opening or suffering it to be opened, but if not, you may break the seal within 10 days of the fated day, and you will find directions which may possibly be of service to you. Adieu, Frank. We never meet more, but sometimes think of your friend Di Vernon. She extended her hand, but I clasped her to my bosom. She sighed as she extricated herself from the embrace which she permitted escape to the door which led to her own apartment, and I saw her no more.